apprehended there had been an explosion, multiple men entered the room, firing wildly. The man on the floor bear-crawled down a hallway while the other three began firing back. Caught in the middle, the ghost simply hung like a rack of meat, praying he wouldn't be hit. He saw 2 men in uniform go down, but more poured through the doorway, while still others fired through the windows. The 3 torturers continued to shoot, until one by one they were silenced. After about a minute, all that he heard was the stomping of feet and the shouting of commands. Eventually, one of the men focused on him. When questioned, he lied, saying he was a Saudi Arabian citizen who'd been kidnapped. He stated it must have been for ransom. One of the police cut him free from the chains. As he was gathering his clothes, he saw them bring in the primary torturer, alive. He knows the truth. The ghost couldn't allow the man to be taken for questioning, especially if it was questioning like he had just endured. The man would give him up in a heartbeat. Only half feigning rage, he screamed and raced across the room, picking up the broken iron hinge of the door as he went. Using it like a dull axe, he feverishly hammered the torturer in the skull, getting in 3 solid blows before he was pulled off and thrown to the floor, with all gun barrels now trained on him. He screeched that the man had tortured him, then began to wail as if he was traumatized. A heated argument began about his fate. As he had hoped, some of the men sympathized with his actions. The commander looked at him with pity and ended the discussion. He was left alone, but the barrels all remained on him constantly now. He stared at his torturer, trying to catch a rise and fall of the man's chest. He saw none. He watched the commander leave the room to the outside. He knew his mission was done, but was feeling some comfort in his ability to escape to fight another day. He collected his dishdasha and felt the weight of the traitorous cell phone his contact had given him, along with his Saudi passport. He gave a silent prayer of thanks that he had left the Jordanian passport in the car. Having 2 passports of 2 different men would have been hard to explain. He then remembered where he had gotten the phone and felt a stab of fear. There was no telling who or what that cell had contacted, and eventually these men would take the phone from him and scan it. At the very least, he needed to delete the call history. He pulled the phone out as surreptitiously as possible and saw he had 2 missed calls and a text message. "Where are you? Call me soon. Your package is ready." It was from the contact, and he'd called while the ghost was being tortured. The boy didn't know what had transpired, didn't realize the ghost was now viewed as an enemy. And he's built the explosives. On the far side of his truck, Wilcox was nervously fidgeting with his weapon, trying to determine if the fight was over or just paused. He was in constant communications with his team sergeant in the truck to his rear, but neither could see anything except shadows moving through the windows. It had taken all of his self-control not to run to the breach and begin coordinating the assault, especially when he saw the men he had trained wildly shooting through the windows from the outside. He had settled for simply taking cover behind his vehicle. His team sergeant had actually made it to the left side of the breach before being ordered back. Now they waited in the silence. He knew he should hide in the truck again, but there was no way he would, given the danger. Eventually, he saw Bashir exit the building, and he waved his team sergeant over. Bashir said, "It's a torture house. Inside are about 15 men, all showing signs of terrible abuse. One was being tortured while we assaulted." Both Americans had witnessed plenty of such houses in Iraq and had no desire to enter this one. Seeing a circle of hell like this would live a long, long time in their dreams. Wilcox said, "What about Khalid?" Not here. There were 4 men, all dead. 1 killed by a prisoner. Serves that bastard right. Well, let's get 'em back. Get 'em medical attention and question them. They're all the intel we're going to get. We don't have the space for that. We had planned on a maximum of 5 detainees, not 15. Call for transport. Get a bunch of trucks out here. Bashir said nothing for a moment. What? Why is that a bad idea? Because you are here. I'll have to call an ordinary army unit, and they can't see you. They don't even know you're in the country, and the word will spread rapidly. Bashir saw his expression and continued, It doesn't matter. They will have no information. I have seen this before. Most will be unable to describe much because of the torture, and the few that can will have nothing to offer. We have what we came for in the cell phones we found inside. Wilcox considered the information, trying to find a way around. Eventually, he acquiesced, with a caveat. Okay, here's what we do. Go get a biometric profile of every one of them. See if any ping. If they do, we bring them along. If not, we add them to the database. When you're done, call for the transport. Leave a team of guys here to guard them while the trucks are on the way. I cannot leave a team here in this town without protection. It's too dangerous. The insurgents may attack for revenge. Either we all stay or none stay. Wilcox knew what he said was true, with insurgents attacking anyone in uniform throughout this area of Yemen. What went unsaid was that Bashir had no leadership beyond himself. There was no non-commissioned officer corps to speak of. Unlike Wilcox, he had no team sergeant to rely on to accomplish the mission. He said, All right. Get the profiles, then leave as much food and water as you can, and tell them medical help is on the way. That'll get them to stay until the army trucks get here. If they're as beat up as you say, they'll probably just sit for a while anyway. Bashir waited a beat, then nodded and began issuing commands. The team sergeant spat in the dirt and said, Guess we'd have been better off staying in the rear, huh? Wilcox looked at the sky. No, I don't think so. Bashir wants nothing to do with these guys. At least we'll get the bio data. If we hadn't been here, we wouldn't even have gotten that.
Chapter 37. So you're telling me we risked all of this for nothing? The Taskforce couldn't get anything off the computers that will give us a handle on Lucas? Kurt read my expression from the VPN and said, No, wasn't for nothing. We did get an incredible treasure trove of information related to Hezbollah operations, including apparently a possible operation in the Netherlands. We just didn't get anything specific for Lucas. There were over 1,000 names in the system you hacked. Run the names through all the airline databases leaving Lebanon in the last 3 days. He's in there somewhere. We get a match and we'll follow up. I knew I was grasping at straws, but I didn't want to let it go. We'd barely made it out of the Daya last night, with several more bits of high adventure before we had linked up with Jennifer in the van, to include Jennifer having to subdue a civilian in the apartment stairwell. I didn't want to believe all of that work had been for nothing. Bringing the team in, attacking the heart of Hezbollah, and getting out by the skin of our teeth. It made me seethe. Pike. The names are in Arabic. We can't run them all against every database. We'd end up with 100 false positives. We did scrub the list for phonetic spellings of English names, but that list is still in the hundreds. We don't even know why they're in the database. They could be targets or on the payroll. There's just no way to tell. Give the analysts more time, they'll come up with something. We don't have time. The envoy's only got a few more days before he reaches Qatar, and he's in very real danger if Lucas is after him. What about infidel? Any of those names cross-checked with the term infidel? Unfortunately, no. Infidel is in there, but the cross-check wasn't on the data you brought back. Damn it. Should have stayed until we had everything from the hard drive. I knew that was just 20/20 hindsight talking, and I'd made the right call. Then I remembered what he'd said earlier. What was that about a hit in the Netherlands? Nothing much. Something to do with the Special Tribunal for Lebanon. Apparently Hezbollah was looking at an operation against the STL. But they've been talking about that for years. We did a scrub, and the only thing remotely related is the death of an investigator in a gas explosion. The police have already closed the books on that one, though. They did a thorough investigation because of the nature of her work and some strange forensics they discovered. But they found absolutely no linkage to anyone related to Hezbollah. None. Because they're looking for the wrong race and religion, I thought. I said, the case officer here thinks Lucas was a hired gun for outside work precisely because he wasn't tied to Hezbollah by ideology and he was Caucasian. Run those phonetic names against the flight records leaving Amsterdam to Beirut for 3 days after the death of the investigator. Is that neck down enough? There can't be more than a couple dozen flights, and no way would Lucas have hung around. If he had anything to do with the explosion, and he's in that list of names, he'll pop. I saw Kurt turn and yell at someone behind him. He wrote instructions on a piece of paper, handed it to a man outside of camera range, then returned. That won't take but a few minutes, but you're really grasping at straws. I smiled. Better than nothing. We've got a team here ready to go. Don't get ahead of yourself. Even if this does pan out, I need to get council approval before you guys go hot-rodding after Lucas. I know. But we need the prep now. We're going to need equipment because we're flying commercial. Can you get a bundle ready to drop? If we don't get anything on Lucas, it won't go anywhere. We don't need council approval for that. Kurt said nothing. I could tell he thought the entire thing was wasted effort, and that I was just wishing for a break. Getting a bundle operational was a lot of work. Much more than simply building it. In addition to the equipment, Kurt would have to start planning flights to a bunch of tentative drop areas, including both the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, which meant diverting aircraft and building covers for their operations. I pressed him. Sir, I know it's a long shot, but... Before I could finish, he turned from the screen and took a sheet of paper. I held my breath while he read it. He said something to the analyst off-screen, pointed at the sheet. He nodded and returned to the VPN. I don't know how you come up with this stuff. 2 names matched, both Canadian citizens. One leaving within 12 hours of the gas explosion, one 3 days later. Yes. Run those 2 names against Beirut flights for the last 48 hours. See if either of them were here and left. The analyst returned in seconds, and Kurt said, 1 name, Canadian. Left yesterday, headed for Dubai. Bingo. Send me the data and get me Oversight Council approval to go to Dubai. Wait, it's pretty thin. I'm not sure I can convince the council to let you go. Hell, I'm not even sure I'm convinced. You've got your company, supposedly working in Syria, which has mysteriously acquired 3 new employees in Lebanon, who will now all trek to Dubai. I'm not sure the evidence is worth the risk to exposure. Sir, come on. Yeah, it's risky. But whether that's Lucas or not, something is going on against the envoy. You know it and I know it. There's still a couple of threads here that don't make sense, starting with the computer bomb that Lucas gave me. The guy who was killed doesn't match the description of the man that was supposed to conduct the meeting, and it still makes no sense for Lucas to kill him in the first place. We need to go with what we do know, which is that a host of people seem to want the envoy dead, with Lucas at the top of the list, and he's in Dubai. The only good thing is that he's working with the old itinerary, so we have some time to play with. I saw Kurt wince and said, Right? We have time to play with before the envoy gets to Dubai? No. The decision was made to keep his itinerary the same. He'll be in Abu Dhabi in 3 days, and Dubai the day after that. Whose brilliant idea was that? State Department. The trip is too important, and changing the schedule would risk offending the very people he's going to see. It was carefully chosen. Well, that's just great. Your call, sir. Okay, I'll brief the council, and I'll put on a log tech for your equipment requirements. But you still only have a name. How are you going to find Lucas? I don't know. I'll figure something out. Don't figure anything out before I get approval, understood? No more operational activity. Yeah, I get it. We can't do anything more in Lebanon anyway. While Kurt was getting a log tech on the line, I caught movement behind me and saw Samir poking his head in the door. I quickly turned the screen blank and said, "What's up?" His face was ashen, like he'd been told of a death in the family. "I need to speak with you, urgently." I turned the computer over to Knuckles and followed him out to the den. "What's going on? You look spooked." "My niece has been taken by Hezbollah. They want to talk to me about the deaths of their leadership. They suspect I had something to do with it. I told them no, and now they've captured her as leverage." Holy shit. I could see why he looked like he was going to puke. If he went into Hezbollah land, he wouldn't be coming back out. At least not in whole pieces. But he couldn't leave his niece to the same fate. Even so, it had nothing to do with me. He had his entire clan to help him out. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll be leaving soon. We can go right now if you need your house for a war council. That's not why I'm telling you. I'm not going to my people. They'll go berserk. Probably just capture some other Hezbollah in reprisal. They don't have the skill to help. And this could turn into a shooting war very easily. I said nothing, his words sinking in. He wants me to help. I held up my hands. Samir, I can't do anything over here. I need surgical skill. I need to get her back without unnecessary bloodshed. Your skill. This has all happened because I helped you. Please. I will turn myself in and convince them I had nothing to do with the killings. But I want you to get her back. Kurt's last command was still echoing in my head. Samir, I really have no authority to do what you're asking. I can't risk my men and possibly start another Lebanese civil war. I'm sorry. She's 19, Pike. A university student. She knows nothing of war. Jennifer had entered the room and had heard the last part of the conversation. She was staring at me, waiting to hear what I would say.
Chapter 38. Inching toward the desk in the Dubai immigration line, every step forward built a sense of dread within the ghost. He had had no trouble leaving Yemen, including obtaining the necessary items for his mission. But then again, not many have particular trouble leaving a country. It's getting in that's tricky. Now he was about to find out if his forged Dubai visa, coupled with his Jordanian passport, would withstand scrutiny. He glanced again at the picture within the passport, mentally comparing it to his own visage. It should be close enough. They were both clean-shaven, and he had purchased attire that was suitable for someone from Jordan. He closed the passport and studied the immigration desk, the people drawn toward it as if they were being sucked up by a slow vacuum. Watching two more travelers go through the routine, he noticed each stiffen during the interview, rigidly facing the official behind the counter. He wondered what they were doing. He watched the next man, and it hit him. They were taking a digital photo and conducting a retinal scan of every person in line. He ripped open the passport again, trying to find if it had some means of digital storage. All he saw was a barcode. Surely the Jordanians' retinal scan wasn't in that, was it? The Hashemite kingdom didn't include biometrics in their passports, did they? If so, he was doomed, because the scan of his eye wouldn't match the scan in the passport. He looked to the rear, contemplating moving back into the terminal and claiming he had gone the wrong way, that he had a connecting flight. But he had no connecting flight, no boarding pass to present. The glaring lack of documents would invite scrutiny, questions he couldn't answer. While moving inexorably forward, he studied the immigration officials' actions and relaxed a little. It didn't appear as if they were comparing anything, simply collating data, like what had happened to him yesterday with the Yemeni police. The thought brought a bolt of adrenaline, causing his face to flush and sweat to pop on his neck. Did the Yemenis share such data? Was there a database on the Arabian Peninsula that was fed by such sweeps? It wouldn't matter that he had no reason to be suspected of anything. The scan in Yemen was for a Saudi citizen, not the Jordanian passport he held in his hand. The difference alone would get him arrested. Then, when they gave his bags a much more thorough search than normal, they would find the explosives. He looked up again and saw there was only one more person ahead of him. Too late to run now. He felt queasy, like he'd eaten something rotten. He should have done more research on Dubai immigration. He had thought using the Jordanian passport was the perfect break from all that Hezbollah knew, especially now that they were hunting him out of misplaced vengeance. But he wished he had stuck with the original forged passport. The traveler behind him gently tapped his shoulder, causing him to flinch. The man pointed, and he realized he was being waved forward. He walked woodenly to the counter and presented his passport. The official saw the visa for Dubai, then the missing national identification number. "You are from Jordan?" "Yes, well, the West Bank, but the passport and visa are from Jordan." "What is the purpose of your stay?" "I'm visiting a friend. I hope to find employment in Dubai." "Who is your friend?" He read off the name and address of a man living in the old section of Dira, near the banks of the Dubai Creek. At least this much was backstopped. The man was real, a friend, and knew he was coming. After Yemen, the ghost would rely only on those he knew he could trust, knew the purpose of his cause. "What does your friend do?" The ghost felt a trickle of sweat track down his cheek. He wanted to wipe it away to hide the traitorous reaction of his body, but realized the motion would only draw attention to his nervousness. "He is a maintenance worker at the Al Bustan Rotana Hotel. He said I might join him there. They have openings." This part was not true. The friend did work at the Rotana Hotel, but the ghost had no idea about their employment status. All he cared about was the fact that the man's job would allow him to penetrate hotel security for his mission. The official pointed to a lens on a stalk behind his chair and said, "Look here until I tell you to stop." The ghost did so, giving a silent prayer. The man glanced at the screen, apparently satisfied. He stamped the passport and handed it back, already waving the next man forward. The ghost snatched up his passport and willed himself to walk casually to the baggage claim area, and his next challenge, getting through customs. He found his first suitcase already circling on the baggage carousel. 2 bags behind it was the large computer box, swathed in cellophane for the journey. It looked no different than a half-dozen other boxes on the carousel, but contained the explosives and detonators he had acquired in Yemen. He placed both on a luggage cart and passed through the door marked "Nothing to Declare." He was directed to an X-ray machine along with 4 other men, all competing to get out of customs. He waited for his luggage to be spit out on the far side, surreptitiously watching the official tasked with reviewing the screen. The man barely looked at anything coming through, and in short order the ghost was free, feeling the bracing heat of the Dubai afternoon. He took 3 deep breaths, glancing left and right to see if anyone had followed, still not believing he had made it into the country. He heard someone shout, "Ashaba!" and turned to see his friend pull up in a rusty, belching sedan. "Hamid, it's good to see you." Hamid exited and helped with his bags, then said, "Where to first?" He gave out the address to his hawaladar, then said, "I need a place to stay, a hotel that won't be visited by anyone in authority." "Nonsense. You will stay with me. I have a flat in the old town. It's secure, trust me." The ghost smiled and said, "I have one other favor." "What?" "Anything to repay my debt." "I need you to get me into the Albustan Rotana as an employee. I have some work to do there before they lock it down for a visit from an American." Hamid's face fell, and the ghost said, "What? You told me you were being promoted to a leader in the maintenance department. I won't tie you to the work. You'll be safe." "It's not that. I would do anything for you, but I no longer work there." At first the ghost didn't grasp what Hamid had said, the words too destructive to contemplate. The very idea of using the Rotana Hotel had come from his friendship with Hamid. His entire plan relied on Hamid's employment. The symmetry of attacking the United States envoy in the same hotel that Mossad had killed the Hamas operative held a poetic justice in his eyes. But it was predicated on gaining access. He'd never thought to ask if Hamid still worked there. He considered attacking at the hotel anyway, but knew it was futile. He wanted a surgical killing, a statement that vied for publicity precisely because it duplicated the Mossad hit. Now it would have to be a large, messy attack. And he didn't have the explosives for a car bomb. Hamid continued. "Right after they opened the Burj Khalifa, they had a problem with the elevators. Some tourists were trapped for hours. They fired the maintenance crew, and I applied to replace them. I've worked there for over a year." The comment tickled something in the ghost memory. He reached into his carry-on bag, pulling out the American's itinerary, and saw what had triggered the recollection. The Burj Khalifa was the tallest building in the world, an engineering marvel that rose like a spear out of the desert, towering over every other building in the Dubai skyline. The envoy had left his ambassadorship 6 months before the building opened in January 2010. He was now scheduled for a royal tour to the observation deck 124 stories above the earth. "You work at this building now?" "Yes." "Can you get me in there?" Chapter 39. "Let me get this straight," said the director of the CIA. "You want to move a team to Dubai without any cover backstopping whatsoever? A team that's supposed to be in Tunisia, and we clandestinely infiltrated into Beirut for no good reason?" Kurt grimaced at the reaction. He'd purposely whitewashed the infiltration of Knuckles' men, blurring the line between when they'd reached the point of no return on their deployment and when Pike had been rescued. "Yes, I know it sounds risky, but we can mitigate that as far as the Taskforce goes. The team from Tunis has clean passports that we can burn after this op." The DCIA pointed to the presentation Kurt had just given. "And that's the smoking gun? That's all you have?" "Yes, it is, but the PowerPoint doesn't do justice to the man. Lucas Kane is a proven killer, and he's headed to Dubai. We've tried to capture him several times and failed. The risk is worth it." The Secretary of Defense spoke up. "I get that Kane's a threat, but you've got nothing to go on. you couldn't even find him in Dubai if you wanted. You said yourself that there was more to this that you didn't understand, that there were others involved. I think you should take some time to flesh this out, get some concrete operational information, then come back. I can't see sending a team willy-nilly to Dubai. Sir, you know me. No, I don't cry wolf. Yes, we don't have a handle on Lucas, and yes, there's a bunch of threads we don't understand. But we need to go with what we know. Lucas discussed finding assassins on tape, and Pike found the envoy's itinerary on a laptop computer held by Islamic extremists. An itinerary that hasn't been changed, I might add. He saw the Secretary of State bristle and hastily continued, knowing he would need the man's vote. I'm not making a judgment on that decision, but the fact remains that Lucas is in Dubai and the envoy's headed that way. We need to assume that Lucas has the itinerary and is going to target the envoy. We can stop it now or mop the blood up later. By the Secretary of State's expression, Kurt knew he'd hit a nerve, and was surprised at what he said next. The itinerary was constructed with policy implications in mind. We couldn't change it at this late date without offending a great number of people and setting back the very agenda for the trip. Given that, I'm inclined to let the Taskforce continue, if they can do it without compromise. An attack on the envoy's party would be devastating to the peace process, setting us back to square one. We can't be sure we would be able to get the people back to the table again. The Secretary of Defense said, Billings, you should sit back and watch a few of these go down before you jump so quickly to approve. Your key comment is without compromise, and I don't see how that can be done. He turned back to Kurt. How are you going to infiltrate them? We'll get them in as tourists. He saw the SecDef and DCIA roll their eyes and work to mitigate the weakness in his plan. I know that's not optimal, but tourism is one of Dubai's greatest selling points, and they don't look too hard at Westerners. We can get in and out without trouble. This is what we do. Seriously? Said the DCIA. That's what Mossad used to say. After their hit, Dubai is the last country in the Middle East I would send an operative to work without complete cover backstopping. And you're talking about sending in a shooting team with nothing. Kurt held up his hands. Hold on. Don't confuse what we're trying to do with that operation. The target of the Mossad hit is exactly why Dubai worked so hard to solve the crime. It humiliated them to have a bunch of Israelis come in and flagrantly kill a Hamas military commander. We're doing nothing of the sort. We're preventing an attack in their country against another Westerner. As long as we don't do anything that blatantly embarrasses them, they won't look too hard, particularly given the target. They love McMasters from when he was an ambassador. They don't want harm to come to him or to their reputation, especially after the Hamas hit. Alexander Palmer, the president's national security advisor, said, Whoa, aren't we getting ahead of ourselves here? Missing something? Lucas Kane is a United States citizen. Does that matter? I mean, should we discuss the implications? Kurt, fearing he was losing ground, said, Lucas Kane was designated a DOA target a couple of years ago, and it's still valid. We just quit chasing him because he no longer posed a threat to national security, no longer fell into the Taskforce mandate. We don't need to plow over that ground again. We discussed the implications when he was designated. Palmer said, I appreciate your input, Colonel Hale, but I was speaking to the Council, not to you. President Warren spoke for the first time. Lucas Kane gave up any constitutional protection when he decided to attack national interests. No different than all Aulicky. As far as I'm concerned, his citizenship has no bearing. He waited for a rebuttal. When none came, he said, Gentlemen, We have an unprecedented opportunity with this peace process beyond whatever solutions we can gain at the bargaining table. The Palestinian Authority has requested certain things that, if we provide them, may very well give us great leverage in the future. I understand this deployment is risky, but damaging McMaster's mission would be catastrophic to future peace in the region. Kurt knew the president was talking about the taste of American greenbacks he was providing to the Palestinian Authority, a carrot of money that would invariably be asked to grow with a commensurate increase in the size of the stick behind it. He had been ambivalent before, but now was grateful for the president's decision, as it would be the deciding vote. The Secretary of Defense leaned back with a resigned expression, coming to the same conclusion. You can give assurances that they can get in and out without compromise? Sir, you know I can't give absolutes, but they've done pretty good so far. Yeah, right. I've seen a few operations run by Pike go down. What's he doing right now, shooting out streetlights for fun? Kurt smiled, knowing he had won. No, sir. He completely understands the importance of this meeting. He's been given direct orders to stand down from anything until the council has decided. He's just soaking up the Beirut sun right now.
Chapter 40. Peeking through the small gap in the curtain behind the front seats of the van, I could see Samir inside his car 3 rows over, nervously fidgeting and glancing at his watch, probably wondering if he'd made the right choice. I knew how he felt, because our plan had about 100 different opportunities for going sideways. Immediately after talking to Samir in the house, I'd held a war council of our own, and the team had decided that getting his niece back was the right thing to do. At first, the idea seemed suicidal, because not only did the 6 of us have to find the niece, but also assault what was sure to be a stronghold. The only way we could see doing it successfully was to force them to come to us, then attack them while on the move. Something that was much easier said than done. Hollywood notwithstanding, a vehicle interdiction is one of the hardest operations to successfully accomplish. By its very nature, the purpose was to stop the vehicle without harming those inside. If that wasn't the case, a simple anti-tank rocket could be used, destroying the vehicle and killing everyone on board. The problem with a surgical interdiction was that while the team was focused on stopping the vehicle, the occupants would be focused on the team, and they usually had a very strong desire to evade capture. Along with weapons they had no compunction about using. About 50% of the time, the operation ended in an assault anyway, with the targets getting injured in some way or another. The difficulty was compounded here by the fact that we could in no way allow this to end in a gunfight. I couldn't be responsible for starting a shooting war between Hezbollah and the Druze. We needed to stop the vehicle and close on the men before they had a chance to react, which posed significant challenges. It was Decoy who'd come up with the idea of popping a tire with a suppressed sniper shot. At a distance of 200 or 300 meters away, we could potentially disable the vehicle without the occupants knowing what had happened. The suppressor would muffle the sound of the gunshot, and while the bullet would still break the sound barrier with an audible crack, the noise was omnidirectional and would be camouflaged by the exploding tire. From there, a van driven by a Druze friend of Samir's, with Jennifer in the passenger seat dressed in her stylish black sag, would pull over to help. Once they were engaged in conversation, we'd come boiling out of the van. That was a plan anyway. I saw a sedan with 2 men approach and said, "Get ready." The vehicle continued on, then exited the parking lot. Brett said, "Jesus, where are those guys?" The time for the meeting with Hezbollah had come and gone, and we were all getting a little antsy. You always had in your mind's eye exactly how a plan would go down. But we were attempting to take out thinking human beings with a penchant for survival, And make no mistake, they had their own ideas of what would happen. Decoy said, "You think they've got eyes on Samir right now?" Meaning, have they already scoped us out, and were we now about to be on the receiving end of their own brilliant plan? I don't know. Let's give it a few more minutes, then break out. If they don't show, we'll have Samir call them from his house. I keyed my radio. "Knuckles, you still good?" "Yep. It's getting hot as hell, but it won't affect my shot." While I was most assuredly the better sniper, I'd given the task to Knuckles, wanting to be on the assault to contain whatever curveballs came our way. Of course, he'd say my assessment was most assuredly incorrect, and truthfully, he might be right, although I would never tell him that. Samir had come up with a beat-up Dragunov SVD, and Knuckles had test-fired it in the mountains behind Samir's house. He'd come back and said that it held a little under 2 minutes of angle in accuracy, meaning he could put a round just inside a 2-inch circle at 100 meters, and it would work for the operation. The only thing that had remained was finding a place for the exchange of Samir and his niece, then the follow-on ambush. After some searching, we decided on the Beirut airport parking lot. The area had enough security to prevent Hezbollah thugs from trying anything right off the bat, allowing the niece to get in Samir's car and get away, and was close enough to Hezbollah land that they'd feel secure. It was only a half-mile from the airport to the heart of their territory. A half-mile was all we had to play with. Not a whole lot of time for me to relay the description of the vehicle to Knuckles, then have him take it down from the roof of the warehouse he was lying on. Brett said, "You still want to parlay with him?" "Yeah. We might get something more than just rescuing Samir and his niece. Something we can use to track Lucas." The end state of the operation had been the biggest bone of contention, with most of the team wanting to chalk up a win once we had Samir and his niece freed. I thought that was just postponing the problem for Samir. In order to truly get him free, we needed to convince Hezbollah that he had nothing to do with the murder of their leadership, and I was fairly sure the tape we had of Lucas killing the Hezbollah courier would accomplish the goal, if I could get them to watch it. Best case, they lay off Samir, a civil war would be averted, and they'd give us some thread we could use to find Lucas. Jennifer said, "White 4-door sedan approaching with 3 men and a woman. Moving way too slow." It took a moment, but the vehicle eventually came into my little sliver of view, stopping in front of Samir's sedan. Something verbal was exchanged, and Samir slowly raised his hands. The men exited, one holding a woman. Samir followed suit, and the woman was released, running to him. He placed his arms around her and whispered something in her ear. Only after she was safely in his car did he walk toward the men, his arms outstretched. He was roughly searched and thrown into the back seat. "Showtime," I said.
Chapter 41. Knuckles heard the call and settled in behind his weapon, staring unfocused at the rooftop to rest his eyes while waiting on the description of the vehicle. After it came, he said, "Anything unique? Any identifying characteristics?" "Yeah," Pike said. "Front right quarter panel is dark blue or black. It's a replacement and stands out. We're going to roll in 5. You ready?" "Roger. I got the ball." Knuckles raised his head to the scope, focusing on the exit from the airport. He'd meticulously constructed his nest to allow the weapon to rest on its own, naturally aiming into the kill zone. He wanted to take out as much human error as possible, leaving the weapon alone to work within its capabilities. Any twitch of muscle, any forcing of aim he worked to diminish, even his heartbeat. The Dragunov wasn't the most accurate rifle to begin with, and he couldn't afford to miss by compounding the built-in error. He saw a red vehicle exit and immediately dismissed it. Relaxing his left hand on a sock full of sand underneath the buttstock, he raised the scope a smidgen and focused on the next vehicle, a white sedan. He scanned for the quarter panel and saw it was dark, a different paint scheme. He felt his pulse quicken and took a long, slow breath like a yoga student, willing his adrenaline away. "I have the target." He heard Pike acknowledge but wasn't listening, his mind moving to a different plane. He squeezed the sock sandbag, forcing the barrel to drop and track on the right front tire. It was counterintuitive, but the farther away he took his shot, the better the chances of success. At this range, the vehicle was moving almost perpendicular to his line of aim, meaning he could aim at the tire head-on. The strike of the round would be a little high as the vehicle traveled forward, and the tire gained ground from the time he pulled the trigger until the time the bullet struck. But he wouldn't have to worry about leading from left to right, like shooting skeet. The longer he waited, the more the vehicle would be moving parallel to him, and the greater the chance of error. Worst case, he would have to take the shot right in front of his position, where the road curved, leaving him to actually aim ahead of the tire in order to hit it. A recipe for introducing enormous human error. As the barrel lowered, something ticked in his brain. He didn't know what it was, but he knew he couldn't ignore it. He relaxed the hand, raising the scope. He focused on the driver and saw what it was. "Pike, the vehicle is not correct. I have one man, a lone driver." Okay, stand by. Target will be exiting soon." "No, I mean it's the right vehicle, but there's now only the driver. Nobody else. The vehicle fits. How many white sedans with a repaired right front quarter panel could be exiting the airport at this time?" He heard Pike say something in his earpiece, but ignored it. He knew what had happened. They'd switched vehicles before leaving the airport to confuse any surveillance. He tracked to the right, swinging the weapon in an arc, reaching the edge of his sandbag nest. He saw nothing but a large panel truck coming down the road, facing him head-on. Could that be it? He focused on the cab, seeing two men. He knew the truck had never exited the airport. His mind working in overdrive, he sorted through the data and remembered the flash of red he had ignored before. He scanned back to the left and saw nothing. He swung back to the right and saw the panel truck was now in front of his position. Behind it was a red SUV that had been hidden by the panel truck, now revealed by the curve in the road. He focused on the passengers and saw 4, straining now to keep the scope centered on the vehicle as it traveled parallel to his position. The target. He heard Pike requesting a sitrep, but didn't have time to give out a detailed report. The vehicle would be out of range and into the Dahlia in a matter of seconds. Rising to a knee, he rapidly dragged a sandbag to the right and slapped the stock of the weapon on top of it, now facing 90 degrees away from where he had planned. He settled behind the weapon and lowered the scope to the rapidly diminishing vehicle, sighting in on the right rear tire. Due to the curve in front of his position, the road going away wasn't as ideal as the road coming toward him. He would have to lead the tire some. The question was, how much? The longer he waited, the less he would be forced to do so as the road began to wind perpendicular to his line of aim. But the longer he waited, the farther the vehicle moved, and the greater the chance it would be outside the accuracy envelope of his beat-up Dragunov. Especially now that he would be introducing human error as he locked the scope onto the tire with muscles alone and his hastily reconstructed sniper nest. All of these facts flitted through his mind in a nanosecond, none achieving any dominance. They were simply instinctive, like the millions of inputs a hawk receives diving at a mouse. He focused on the task, calming his body down and manipulating the rifle so he was working with it instead of forcing the shot, seeding it as best he could into the sandbag. He settled the crosshairs just inside the rear tire's rim, giving him the largest cross-section to work with as a margin of error for the vehicle's forward travel. Watching it shrink with each passing second, he took a deep breath and let it out, the air escaping like a pinhole in a balloon. He was conscious of the reticle slightly bouncing in time with the pulse of his blood, conscious of a steady breeze against his cheek, conscious of all the outside influences on the path of his bullet. But he trusted his subconscious to adjust, minutely correcting his aim to ensure success. It was a skill cultivated over a lifetime. He caressed the trigger, lightly pulling it to the rear with a feather touch. His eyesight slightly unfocused on the edges, the tread of the tire in stark relief and the magnification of the scope. He was startled when the weapon bucked in his hands, as he knew he would be. He settled the scope and saw the vehicle weave, then pull to the shoulder. He squeezed his eyes shut and heard Pike shouting into the radio. In a monotone, he said, "Break, target is neutralized. I say again, target is neutralized, past my position. Red SUV with 4 males inside. Original vehicle's location is unknown." "Is it the right vehicle?" Knuckles smiled, the question hitting home. He just made one of the toughest shots he had ever been called upon to do, and even he wasn't sure if he'd hit the right target. "I have no idea. That's your part of the job."
Chapter 42. Already outside the airport, I asked Jennifer if she could see the original white sedan ahead of us. The one thing we could not do was take out 2 separate vehicles. "No, he's not in sight in front of us. Maybe he exited off the roundabout before he reached Knuckles." Great, an unknown threat on the loose. "Okay, close on the SUV with the same plan, but keep your eyes open for that damn vehicle. Knuckles said it was only 1 man, but that's all it would take to turn this into a gunfight. Jennifer, you got the ball for ID. If you don't recognize Samir, we break out, no questions asked." I keyed my radio. "Knuckles, keep an eye out for the white sedan. Give us an early warning." "Roger. He shows, what then?" "I can't threaten, only shoot." I knew the implications, but wanted the warm and fuzzy of his long reach. "You give us early warning, and we'll deal with it. Just be prepared. This goes down, drop everyone you don't recognize." "Roger." I peeked between the curtain to catch a glimpse of the red SUV, but saw nothing. Jennifer was straining, leaning so far forward the veil on her face had separated, exposing the skin of her neck. I see it. 1 man out. No ID on Samir." I started breaking out Kit, along with Decoy and Brett. "Keep looking. We're almost at point of no return." If it was Samir, he'd be in the back seat. Of that much I was sure. The rest were unknowns. Did the guy next to him have a weapon? Was it out ready to go or holstered? Did they already have it in their mind to kill Samir? Would that make them much more prone to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of resistance? How many men would exit to check out the flat tire? 1? 2? Would they be armed as well? We hadn't seen any weapons at the airport, but then again, we hadn't seen any red SUVs either. Too many variables to plan for, but I was working with men who didn't need much planning. They could assess and execute on the fly, making correct decisions based on the variables presented. But I wasn't sure that would be enough for success. I was fine with our chances of survival, but wasn't with Samir's. I had no doubt we could close on and subdue everyone in the red SUV, killing them if it came to it. But I wasn't sure we could do it in time to save him. He knew this, of course, when he'd agreed to the plan. He was prepared to fight for his life, and we'd planned the takedown. But there were just too many variables that we couldn't predict. Best case, we assumed the driver would exit the vehicle and check out the tire alone. That was Decoy's target. Brett would take out the passenger up front, whether he was in the vehicle or not. That left the man in the back seat for me, possibly wrestling with Samir over a weapon, possibly shooting Samir outright. Jennifer was nothing but eye candy on this one. Her whole mission was to simply lull the opposition. She'd sit in the front with her black garb on, wearing sunglasses to hide her eyes, looking like the meek Muslim woman, remaining in the vehicle while Samir's friend, acting as our driver, went to help. He would be key. While he would offer nothing in the fight, he was the trigger, which was critical for success. Go too soon, and they'd still be on edge that our vehicle was a trap. Wait too long, and they'd inevitably get suspicious about the driver's intentions. We wanted to hit a sweet spot, along with hopefully splitting the targets apart when we assaulted. To do this, the driver would attempt to get at least one of the men to our van, stating he had better equipment to help with the flat. If it worked, the trigger would be him opening the door, allowing us to assault. If that failed, and the targets waved off any help, the driver would signal with a concealed radio, giving 2 clicks on the transmit button that he'd done his best and was on the verge of drawing suspicion. I felt the van pull onto the shoulder, but still couldn't see the SUV. Jennifer said, "1 man out. The driver. 2 men in the back, 1 in the front passenger seat. The one on the left rear looks like Samir, but I can't be sure. The sun's reflecting off the back window." "Knuckles, you got us?" I said. "Yeah, I got you. Clean shots right now, tracking the driver." "Keep your eye out for the white sedan." "Roger." I craned to see between the curtain, but couldn't get a glimpse of anything but the upper right rear of the SUV. Jennifer said, "Front passenger exited, looking at the van." I heard Arabic shouting. "He's saying something to me. He's getting my attention. Driver is engaged with our guy." I watched her lean out of the open window, as if she couldn't hear. Jennifer's next words sped things up considerably. "He's walking toward me." I snicked the curtain shut, leaving a sliver to see through, and took my pistol in a 2-handed grip. "No change to the plan. Take your designated targets. Brett, your target's walking up to the van right now. Wait this out until we get the signal." I now heard the man talking, trying to engage Jennifer. I peeked between the curtain and saw her staring down, shaking her head, playing the shy wife. The man leaned in and snatched Jennifer's sunglasses. He said something else, and I saw his scowl sprout into amazement because of the color of her eyes. He reached in again and yanked off Jennifer's niqab. Before he could remove his arms, Jennifer exploded into action, locking his elbow joint and causing him to try to climb through the window to relieve the pain. I said, "Execute! Brett, you have my target. Right rear door, decoy, no change." I ripped the curtain back as I heard Brett and decoy launch out of the van. I leaned in and hammered Jennifer's captive behind the ear with the barrel of my pistol, then raced to follow Brett. I didn't care if I'd knocked the guy out or just stunned him, knowing Jennifer would do the rest. I could see the 2 men in the back of the SUV wrestling, and I knew it was for a weapon. We had seconds before bullets started flying, and this turned into a bloodbath. Brett reached the door and attempted to yank it open. It didn't budge. Locked. I reached him just as he shattered the glass with the barrel of his weapon. He unlocked the door, and I ripped it open, praying Knuckles had subdued his target on the far side of the SUV. The man held a semi-auto pistol, and Samir was wrestling for control, keeping the barrel away from his body, just like in a bad movie. The glass from the window glittered in the sun, sprinkled around the head and shoulders of my target. Knowing he had threats to his front and rear now, he desperately pulled the trigger, sending a bullet through the floor of the car and causing Samir to let go. He threw his hands in front of his face, screaming as if he could ward off the coming death. Instead of shooting Samir, the gunman whirled toward me. I parried his rotation with the gun in my right hand, a ridiculous sword fight using pistols. He put another round into the front of the SUV, and I hammered him in the face with a left cross. I controlled his gun hand and squeezed toward the cab, allowing Brett access to his body. I disarmed him, and in short order, Brett had him subdued on the ground. I scanned for other threats and saw a decoy covering a man on his knees, hands behind his head. Jennifer's target was still hanging out of the window, but wasn't moving. "Coco, you good?" "Yeah," she said. "He's out. No issues. Just holding him here in case he wakes up." I leaned into the SUV. "You okay?" Samir was ashen, but his voice was strong. "Yes. Thank you." I wanted to take a moment to relax, but knew we had little time. Sooner or later, someone was going to report this activity, even here in Lebanon. The response would be slow, since the police would more than likely want to sweep up the brass instead of get in the middle of a sectarian fight, but they would be coming. I leaned down to the man on the ground, figuring since he had the gun on Samir, he was in charge. "What's your name?" He said nothing. Samir said, "He's Abu Aziz, head of security for Majid's cell." "Okay, Aziz it is. Look, I know you don't believe this, but I don't mean you any harm whatsoever. In fact, I think we can help each other out. You think Samir had something to do with killing Majid, but he didn't. I think I know who did, and I want him as bad as you." Aziz remained mute, his eyes filled with a hatred that radiated out like a physical thing. Jesus, no way am I going to convince this maniac. I tried again. The man is an American, but doesn't work for the government. He's tried to kill me and some friends of mine, and I want him bad. Still no reaction. No response but the hatred. He worked for you. I don't know what name he gave you, but you called him infidel. I saw a flicker in his eyes, a crack in the facade. The name had hit a nerve. I was carefully choosing my next words when Knuckles called, "Pike! Pike! White sedan approaching at a high rate of speed." Chapter 43. I heard the supersonic crack of Knuckles' rifle at the same time I located the sedan, about 200 meters behind us. It swerved but kept coming. The right front tire disintegrated, strips of rubber flung out as the driver continued on the rim alone. It screeched to a halt adjacent to the van, sparks flying from the steel rim grinding on concrete and gravel. The driver jumped out, wildly swinging an AK around, finally settling his sights on the closest target, Jennifer sitting inside the van, holding the head of his friend. He began to scream in Arabic, which did absolutely no good. I trained my pistol on him and spoke out of the side of my mouth. "Aziz, tell him to put the weapon down. Don't turn this into a gunfight, tell him to quit." Aziz said nothing. This not being allowed to kill anyone is starting to piss me off. I shouted at the man, my pistol still trained on him. He swung his weapon toward me, then back at Jennifer, as if he couldn't make up his mind. In a low voice, I said, "Knuckles, you got a shot?" "Yeah, clean headshot. I mean, a non-lethal hit. Can you take him down without killing him?" "Not now. Need to get him away from the car. All I have right now is his upper body." "All right, got it. I'll get him to walk toward me, then knock him down." "Your call, but no promises. It's not like I'm holding a custom long gun here. I'll hit him, but if it rips into his femoral or tumbles somewhere else, I can't stop it." Yeah, I get it." I shouted again, getting the gunman's attention, feeling like a cop trying to talk a meth addict off the ledge. The guy even looked like a meth addict. I pointed my weapon at Aziz, still subdued on the ground by Brett. The gunman followed the barrel, and recognition dawned for the first time. His eyes wide, he began screaming again. I waved him forward, then raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. My weapon was pointed harmlessly in the air, but my subconscious was screaming to split his head open. This is why I would never have made it as a police officer. Feeling more confident, he walked slowly toward us, sighting down the barrel of the AK. He broke the plane of the front of the vehicle, then whipsawed onto the ground as if his thigh had been hit with an invisible sledgehammer. A split second later, the crack of the bullet reached our ears, and I was on him, first subduing, then providing first aid for the large in-and-out hole in his thigh. We reached the foothills of the Shoof Mountains, and I saw Aziz's eyes squint, in his mind believing I had lied, and he was now being turned over to the Druze for some incredible torture. I told Brett to signal Knuckles and Jennifer in the car to our front, then pull over. I wasn't lying before. I mean you no harm. We came here because it's the only safe place I know. I have no idea who's going to be looking for you in the Daia, but nobody here knows what's gone on. Samir specifically asked for my help because he was afraid of another civil war. I was told I couldn't harm anyone, and I tried to live up to my promise. He looked at me with distrust, but there was a little spark of hope in his eyes that made me think he was putting on an act. Maybe this'll work out. We'd fled the scene of our assault immediately after Knuckles' sniper shot, linking up with his car south of the airport. He'd hit the guy hard in the thigh, but had missed the femoral artery. We bandaged him with some quick clot and morphine from our aid bag, checking his vitals every few minutes. He'd live, but he wasn't going to a hospital anytime soon. We'd packed all of them into our van and left their 2 vehicles behind. I'd flex-cuffed each of their ankles and wrists, but offered water and treated them with respect. I said, "We'll get your man to a hospital as soon as we can, but I want you to watch something first. Will you do that?" Aziz nodded his head, and Decoy sat him upright. I placed a computer in front of him and explained what he was about to see, lying about how we had gotten it. I hit play, keeping my eye on Aziz's facial expressions. The jerky image began, and I could tell immediately that Aziz recognized the surroundings, even if we didn't. That was a definite plus, because he'd know we hadn't faked the film. No way could we have recreated some inner sanctum of Hezbollah. The boy entered the frame, and the truth began to solidify. Aziz began to believe. When he saw the boy die, he strained against his bonds so hard I had to hold him back. I knew at that moment that Samir was safe. The WAV file ended with Lucas still on the screen, a grainy, bloody image that punctuated his crimes. I waited. Aziz said, "What do you want from me?" "Do you see?" "Yes," he hissed. "Yes, I see who is to blame, and he will pay no matter where he goes." "Well then, we're on the same sheet of music. I want him to pay as well, and you people know more about him than anyone else. Did you give him anything we can track? Any cell phones or other devices, anything at all?" He smiled for the first time. "Why would I help the CIA? I can do this on my own. Leave us be. I understand your methods and won't seek retribution. Samir is safe." Brett and Decoy heard him and smiled, thinking we had mission complete. They waited on me to say something sane like, "Okie dokie, we're out of here." Instead I said, "We don't work for the CIA. We don't work for the U.S. government. Infidel is personal to us. I want him and you can help. If you get to him first, so be it. But I'm still going to hunt him." I saw Brett shake his head and scowl. I waited on Aziz. I could see his mind working over the issue, wondering about potential downsides, wondering what he could give us that would let them go, something harmless. He finally said, "He had a cell phone, but he's no longer using it." "What's the number?" He gave it to me, and I didn't recognize it as a Lebanese number. "What's this? Where's it from?" Samir spoke up. "It's their internal network. An internal phone. Shit, no good to us. It wouldn't work anywhere outside of Lebanon." I saw a small smirk on Aziz's face. He'd given us what he could, and knew it wouldn't help. I said, "Watch them," and exited the van, walking to Knuckles' car. He rolled down the window. "How's it going back there?" "About even. Samir's okay, but I'm getting little help on Lucas." "Well, let's call it a win." "Maybe. You have a Taskforce phone?" He looked at me warily. "Yeah, why?" I passed him the number. "See if they can track this. Get us a historical pattern. I'm looking for his bed-down site before he left. Last 96 hours, focusing on repeated locations. He studied the number, then said, Pike, they need to know the network. They can't just crack Lebanon phone directory. This number doesn't even look real. It's Hezbollah's internal network. What the hell are they going to do with that? Jennifer spoke up. You sure it's the internal network? Yeah, no doubt. She turned to Knuckles. Tell him to look at Cedar Hill's reporting. He's already cracked the network and passed it to them. They're sitting on it right now. Cedar Hill, who's that? Louis Britt, the Taskforce case officer here. The one that helped us infill you and gave us the location of the computer we hit. He's already passed the information on Hezbollah's network. Knuckles pulled out his smartphone and started typing a secure text to a number that would never be used again. I was a little concerned that the request would bounce back to Kurt in one way or another, but figured the little minions who did such work would just assume it was a standard request from a deployed team, especially since it was coming from Knuckles' phone and not mine. At least, that's what I hoped. If Kurt found out we were operational without council sanction, I was going to get roasted. It took a couple of back and forths over text, but eventually, the hackers in the rear locked onto the network. In 20 minutes, Knuckles had the tower track of the phone. The last connection was more than 48 hours ago. But when we brought up a map, we had one location it had stayed overnight for 2 consecutive nights. A hotel. A bed-down location. All right, I'm going to get Samir. We'll go to the hotel and see what we can find out. I'll send Decoy and Brett up to Samir's house. They can hole up with the Hezbollah guys until we get back. What then? We get out of here, one way or another. Chapter 44. The hotel was a small boutique affair with less than 15 rooms that catered to frugal travelers. It was clean, with a utilitarian lobby that was only 30 feet across. The receptionist was almost fawning at first, probably because they'd lost a ton of tourism dollars due to the upheavals in the Arab world, and thought we were looking for a place to stay. As soon as we began asking questions about Lucas, using his Canadian identity, her demeanor shifted. She gave us the usual stonewall about not being able to discuss guests for privacy reasons, but she looked fearful, glancing at a door to her rear as if she hoped someone would bail her out of the conversation. He's been here, and something happened. I was about to request to talk to a manager when Samir touched my arm. I thanked the woman and backed off. Samir motioned toward the exit, and we followed him. He approached a young man of about 19 or 20, filling up a mop bucket. The boy smiled and shook Samir's hand. They held a conversation for about 3 minutes in Arabic. When it was done, Samir pulled us aside. He's a cousin of my wife. Your infidel was here. He checked out yesterday morning early. He also raped a woman in his room, a university student, and the daughter of a very influential businessman. The maid found her tied to the bed when she came to clean. The family has ordered the entire episode to be kept secret, to save the daughter's honor. That's why the receptionist was acting the way she was. Does he know who she is? Yes. He goes to the university with her. That's how he knows her. He saw her leaving the hotel that morning crying. Where can we find her? Pike, I don't think this is something we want to dig around in. It could cause trouble. The family is a powerful Sunni one. Just ask him. He stepped over and exchanged some words, then came back. He gave me a cafe she frequents during the day. He said she'll have classes starting in about an hour, and might be there because the family has ordered her to act naturally, like nothing has happened. They don't want any questions that could lead to her dishonor. Her name is Fatima Ruzami. Okay, get us to the cafe and have him point her out. Only Jennifer and I will go in. She'll clam up if she has to talk in front of a Lebanese, but maybe not some Westerners, especially another woman. The cafe was only a few minutes away, which was good, because we were now driving around like a circus car stuffed with clowns. Knuckles dropped us outside, and I had the cousin lead the way. The cafe had several tables lining the sidewalk left and right of the entrance, most empty. Before we reached the door, he pointed to a woman sitting alone at the farthest table outside, a small espresso in front of her. "That's her?" "Yes." "Thanks for the help. You need a ride back to the hotel?" "No, thank you. I'll walk." I waited until he disappeared, studying the woman. She was clearly attractive, with long black hair and a trim figure. She was wearing stylish Western clothing and dark sunglasses. She remained still, not touching her espresso or looking around. Jennifer said, "Let me start the conversation." "My thoughts exactly. Let's go." She didn't react to us until we'd actually sat down, me across the table and Jennifer next to her. Jennifer gave her a warm smile and said, "Hello, Fatima. Don't be alarmed, we're friends." Fatima started at her name and made a move to stand. Jennifer put her hand on her arm and said, "Please, Fatima. We know what happened to you. We aren't here to cause you trouble. We're here to catch the man who did it. Outside of Lebanon, nobody will know we talked." She sat back down but said nothing. "This is Pike and I'm Jennifer." She looked at me, then at Jennifer, but remained mute. I would have liked to read her eyes, but was prevented by her large sunglasses. Jennifer continued, placing her hand over Fatima's on the table. "I know a little about what you're going through. I had a husband who beat me. I was able to get some payback, and I want to do the same for you." Fatima sniffled, then removed her sunglasses to wipe away the beginnings of a tear. Her right eye was swollen and purple, the white inside bloodshot. "That son of a bitch." She said, "My family won't let me talk. They won't do anything. My honor is more important than catching this monster." She spat the word honor with disgust. Jennifer reached out and grasped her other hand, squeezing tightly. I could see tears starting to form in her eyes as well, and I knew it wasn't an act. "Help us. Can you tell us anything at all? Did he talk about hotels, where he'd been, or where he was going? Did you see any receipts, anything like that?" "No. There was no time. I went back to his room for a cup of coffee and he attacked me immediately. He hit me, then he tore my clothes off. I fought him, but he threw me on the bed. He... She broke down sobbing with her head in her chest. Jennifer said, "It's okay. It's okay." I spoke for the first time. "How did you meet? Was this the only time you had seen him?" "Yes. I was at a disco with girlfriends from the university. My phone buzzed, and there was a text. It was from him. My girlfriends had given my number to him. And I thought it was cute for him to introduce himself that way. Imaginative, unlike the usual things I see. He was handsome, so I texted back. We texted back and forth for a while. Then he approached. He was charming and friendly at first. I wish I'd forgotten my phone that night. He would have picked someone else." I was trying to think of another line of questioning, when what she said sent a bolt of adrenaline through me. "He texted you? That night?" His Hezbollah phone had been dead for more than 48 hours, which meant it was another phone. "Yes." I asked, "Do you still have this text?" and held my breath. A sharp laugh escaped. "Yes. I was going to turn it over to the police when I thought anyone cared about justice." She pulled out her phone and showed me the text, with an international number tied to it. Bingo.
Chapter 45. "You were just here 2 days ago, and you're coming back?" Lucas Kane gave his most relaxing smile, knowing that no matter what he did, it would look insincere. He just couldn't get the smile to reach his eyes, as if he actually gave a shit. Which was fine with him. He could turn the smile into something that scared hardened men if it came to it. And he had nothing to hide at Dubai immigration. Yet. Yes, I was called away to Qatar, suddenly for business. A little emergency that turned out to be nothing. Now I'm back. The official studied his passport, as if he could glean the secrets of what Lucas had been doing during the past 48 hours. Lucas inwardly grinned. The man was trying to find something to stop him, some reason to harass him simply because he didn't like Lucas's shark teeth. He would shit his pants if he knew what I've been up to, and what I'm going to do. 2 days ago, he'd flown into Dubai just long enough to bribe the Hawaladar, giving him a briefcase embedded with a beacon. It had taken some work, but he had disassembled the GPS-enabled cell phone to its bare components, concealing it in a false bottom of an old leather hardside. He'd paid the guy handsomely to use the briefcase to deliver the money to the ghost. After that, he had only had 2 hours to spare before his flight to Qatar, and had used it to find a secure meeting site for his Hezbollah contact. Secure in the sense it would keep him alive. "What business are you in?" asked the official. "Pest control. I'm consulting with hotels here and in Qatar." "Where are you staying?" "The Al Bustan Rotana." The official had him look into the camera stalk for a picture and stamped his passport, grudgingly giving it back. "Man, they've got more photos of me than the Enquirer does of Angelina Jolie. Last time I'll set foot in this country." He passed through customs, collected his rental, and took the short drive to the Al Bustan Rotana Hotel just east of the airport. The midday sun was blistering, causing his sunglasses to fog on the brief walk from the parking garage to the lobby. Inside, he could see the early preparations beginning for the envoy's visit. Metal detectors were in place on the front door, but not yet operational, and one bank of elevators was undergoing some sort of inspection. Checking into his suite on the 4th floor, he played stupid when the receptionist directed him to the south bank of elevators, asking why. He acted surprised when told of the arrival of the U.S. delegation, saying, "I hope it won't cause too big a disruption." She said, "As long as you stay on the south side, you'll be fine. The delegation has the entire northeast wing of the 4th floor. Please avoid it for security reasons." He hadn't purposely asked for a room on the same floor, but was pleased it had worked out that way. If the ghost planned an attack here, it would be better to be closer, although he didn't see any way that could happen. The hotel would be a fortress in 2 days. Inside his suite, he immediately connected to the internet on a tablet computer, bringing up the track of his beacon. The ghost had taken the briefcase earlier this morning, and the track showed him inside the spice souk in Dira, Old City, right on the banks of the Dubai Creek. The beacon had remained there for 6 hours. Clearly, he didn't have the briefcase with him, which was expected. All Lucas wanted was a start point. He had plenty of time to work with. The ghost surely had a plan and would begin implementing it. But the envoy wasn't due for 3 days. Plenty of time to develop a pattern of life and eliminate the threat. The souk posed a problem, though. It was a place that would prevent him from conducting surveillance for any length of time. He'd be able to blend in with the usual jerk-off tourists, but couldn't hang around without drawing attention. He knew from experience that areas like this were transitory in nature, with a constant flow of people. Tourists wouldn't get a second glance, as long as they moved on. Attempting to maintain surveillance on the stairwell of the beacon location would invite scrutiny that would be remembered by the locals manning the stalls. He shut down the tablet and thought about his options. The kill would have to be quiet. some place that would allow him to escape Dubai before the body was found, which, given the enormous number of cameras all over the damn city, meant jerking the ghost into a van or some other vehicle. It also meant he'd need help, but that was okay. He'd already planned for that and alerted the Hezbollah contacts here. He just didn't know if they were still on his side. He'd had no trouble in Qatar getting explosives from a Hezbollah cell that was eager to help. But that had been more than 24 hours ago. No telling what had come about during that time. He had 2 hours before the meeting he'd established, but decided to go early to see if he could catch anyone setting up. Better to be prepared. He left his rental in the garage and took a cab to the Dubai Mall, a monstrous shopping center that housed everything from high-end jewelry stores to an indoor aquarium. In order to ensure his safety, he needed a meeting spot in a crowded location that allowed him to blend in, some place where the preponderance of people weren't Arabic. On his reconnaissance 2 days ago, the Dubai Mall had fit the bill. Frequented by tourists and expats from Europe and Asia, he would have no trouble wandering around without drawing attention. Finding the operational setting, he had begun to search for the tactical components he needed. A place that had a single choke point, allowing him to identify his contact before the meeting. He had found it in the indoor aquarium. Like everything else in Dubai, from the towering Burj Khalifa next door to the indoor ski slope a few miles away, the aquarium had its own best pedigree, with the largest plate of acrylic viewing glass in the world. Lucas didn't give a shit about Dubai's endless attempts to set another record, but he had liked the entrance of the ticket counter that channeled everyone into the aquarium. He took a seat at an ice cream shop across from the admission counter, ordered a sundae, and waited. 30 minutes before the meet, he saw 2 Arab men approach the ticket booth. Both were dressed in Western clothing, like everyone else entering the aquarium. They stood out anyway, as most of the patrons were Western tourists or Arabic families with children. They didn't talk to each other in line like the other patrons, but instead nervously swiveled their heads left and right, as if they were afraid a pickpocket was on the prowl. Strike 1. The instructions had specifically stated the contact should come alone. The fact that 2 men were together didn't necessarily mean that something was amiss, since Lucas had no idea what the contact looked like. But it certainly amped things up a bit. One of the men was rail thin with a long neck that showcased a large Adam's apple. The other had a pudgy gut held in by sweatpants, giving the man the appearance of a couch potato. Observing closer, Lucas saw long, powerful arms that belied the first impression, reminding him of a gorilla, sinister and simian. Lucas waited until the meeting was 2 minutes out, seeing 4 other possible contacts entering as singletons. It looked like he'd been wrong about the demographics, with more single Arabs entering the aquarium than he'd predicted. There was no way they were all out to get him, and one of them was the contact. Only one way to find out. Chapter 46. Lucas entered the aquarium. Ignoring the displays to his left and right, he wound around to the back, threading through the throngs of people. He saw 2 of the singletons gazing at fish tanks and discounted them. Reaching the rear, he glanced at his watch, then burned 30 seconds at a souvenir kiosk, pretending to look at trinkets, but really eyeballing a stairwell. Nobody went up except kids. Lucas's final tactical consideration for the meet had been a location that prevented anyone from closing on him while he was conducting it. A secure area that allowed him to observe those around him without announcing he was conducting any business. He'd located it in a rope bridge that traversed throughout the aquarium. Hanging just below the roof and connected to faux trees from a simulated rainforest, it facilitated unobstructed views to the pathways of the aquarium below and canalized anyone approaching by restricting them to the rope bridge itself. At 10 seconds out, he mounted the stairs, brushing past children bouncing up and down on the bridge. Ahead, at the first anchor tree, the skinny man with the Adam's apple leaned on the ropes of the bridge, looking down. He held a metro schedule in his right hand. Right time, right place, right bona fides. His chubby partner was nowhere to be seen. Lucas approached and said, "This mall is amazing." The man started, then in a stilted voice that spat out syllables like a metronome, said, "It is the largest in the world." Lucas grinned at his pathetic delivery and held out his hand. After they shook, he said, "I'm the infidel, and I understand you can help me." The contact nodded nervously, and Lucas returned to watching the mass of people below. In short order, he found the chubby man simply because he wasn't moving. Another reason Lucas had picked this location. Anyone conducting surveillance would be sifted as the rest of the patrons walked through the aquarium, standing out like a rock against the water of a stream. Lucas continued, not looking at the contact. "The mission for you is threefold but simple. 1, I need weapons. Nothing fancy, a pistol will do. 2, I need you to stake out a place in one of the dearest souks and alert me when a man leaves. 3, I need a van and you to drive it. Can you do this?" Yes, I can. In fact, I have a van right here at the mall. I would prefer to finish the discussion there." Lucas agreed. He didn't mind giving specifics of the mission. If the contact was truly going to help, he would have to know who he was hunting. If he wasn't, he would be dead. They walked to the parking garage exit, near the entrance to the Burj Khalifa observation deck. The chubby man nowhere in sight. They reached a dented white cargo van, no windows on the sides, and enough dust on the rear to prevent anyone from seeing inside. As they approached, Lucas studied the surroundings. The van sat by itself. Rows back from more convenient parking spots closer to the mall entrance. Looking at the walls and ceilings, Lucas realized the spot had been picked because it was outside of any surveillance cameras. Strike 2. Appearing as if he sensed nothing amiss, he entered the passenger seat. The contact circled to the driver's seat, his eyes wide, a thin film of sweat on his upper lip. He attempted to smile, but failed. He said, "Show me on the map where you wish me to find your target." He reached behind the seat, and Lucas considered killing him outright. He decided to wait. He needed the help and wasn't absolutely convinced the man intended harm. When the contact faced back around, he held an ancient revolver. Shit. Strike 3. Instead of fear, Lucas felt disappointment. His mission had just become much harder to accomplish. He said, "I suppose we're now waiting on your friend." The contact's face went white, his hand shaking so much the barrel of the revolver twitched. "I know about you. I was told of your skills. Get in the back. Now." Lucas said, "They're lying. I had nothing to do with any Hezbollah deaths." The man gripped the pistol with both hands, attempting to stop his tremors. "I didn't say anything about Hezbollah deaths. Get in back." Lucas did so, before the man cocked the hammer to punctuate his request. As it was, the revolver was in double-action mode, which meant a heavy trigger pull and little chance the contact would accidentally fire the weapon in his nervous state. With the hammer back, the trigger became much, much lighter. Something Lucas didn't want as he waited for the gorilla friend. He needed to kill them both. They waited in silence for 30 seconds. Then the chubby man entered the back of the van, leading with a semi-automatic pistol. The contact exhaled his pent-up breath and said something in Arabic. The gorilla answered, then turned to Lucas. "Abu Aziz wants you killed slowly, and after he told me what you did, I can't wait to get started." Lucas took the sentence as a good omen, as he had assumed they meant to kill him right here. It would give him time to think. The gorilla pointed the pistol directly at his face and barked at the contact. Lucas heard the ignition turn over, focusing on the weapon inches from his nose. It was an old Colt 1911, and Lucas found it ironic that he was being threatened by the distinctly American armament. The van began to move, and he noticed the hammer was down on this pistol as well. The opportunity popped in his head immediately. Unlike the revolver, the Colt was single action, meaning it couldn't be fired with the hammer down at all. It was nothing more than a paperweight. Dumbass. Lucas's hand struck like a snake, using the metal of the pistol itself to lock up the joints in the man's wrist. He rotated violently and heard the wrist crack, then lashed out with an elbow, crunching the Arab's nose. The gorilla bellowed and wrapped his good arm around Lucas's neck, squeezing with all of his might. Lucas felt his eyes bulge and his windpipe begin to crush. He slammed his head back, but hit only air. He drummed both elbows into the man's gut, getting little response. He attempted to swim a hand between his neck and the man's arm, but it was as tight as a python and strong. Very, very strong. Dimly, Lucas heard the contact shouting, attempting to drive and aim his revolver at the same time. The pain in his neck was blossoming out, strong enough to overshadow the lack of air. He threw a hammer fist between his legs, connecting with the man's genitals, the sweatpants providing no protection. The man jerked, and Lucas felt the air return. He snaked his hand low again and closed his fingers like a claw on the man's penis and testicles, attempting to rip his genitals from his body. He heard a high-pitched shriek, and the arm loosened enough to allow him to snake his other hand underneath it. Maintaining his grip on the prized possessions, Lucas rotated under and out of the arm. Like a thing possessed, he used his free hand to pound the man's face, not stopping until he was on top of the prostrate body and the head was bouncing lifeless with each blow. He was rocked forward as the van slammed to a stop. He rose up on his knees and saw the contact scrambling to rotate around, the revolver in one hand. He snatched the driver's side seatbelt, attempting to wrap it around the contact's neck while he was still in the seat. He missed, catching him across the face. He jerked to the rear, and the contact's head whipped back over the headrest, forcing him to bow his body out to relieve the strain. Lucas kicked the revolver out of his grip and jerked the belt with both hands, bending his spine backward. The contact began to scream, clawing at the belt. Lucas leaned in, watching the man's chest rise and fall, seeing the long neck in front of him, the Adam's apple bobbing up and down, an easy target. He cranked the belt a little tighter and leaned into the contact's ear. "You said you knew about me, about my skills, and they sent your skinny ass to take me out?" The victim's eyes were huge, wildly rolling around looking for help, some miracle to salvage his life. His arms ineffectually batted the air, trying to connect with the devil behind. Lucas said, "Time to meet the virgins." He hammered the Adam's apple with a closed fist. The contact thrashed, his destroyed throat desperately trying to gain life-giving air. Lucas hammered it again, then again. The contact stopped moving, and Lucas took stock of his status. The mission was more than likely screwed. He had no help to pinpoint the ghost, and had Lord knows how many men now hunting him. On the other hand, he could probably hire a local to trigger. Pay him simply to tell when the ghost left. He'd told the contact he had 3 requirements. He now had a weapon and a van. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Chapter 47. The ghost patted the briefcase and said, "Be very careful with this. The components are not shockproof." Hamid nodded. "I will, don't worry. Are you sure you can find the maintenance store?" "Yes, you said simply exit the mall and walk around the right side of the Burj Khalifa. Find the first stairwell, walk down it, and knock 3 times. Yes, I'll be there, with the detonators and the explosives. Don't forget your uniform." After settling into Hamid's flat, the ghost had spent the remainder of the previous day breaking out the explosives from the computer case and monitor, then constructing the detonators. All that remained was sticking the blasting caps into the explosives, then dialing the detonators into the Burj Khalifa's Wi-Fi network. He'd removed the Hawaladar money from the briefcase and built a makeshift nest to protect the delicate electronics of the detonators. The explosives themselves were in a different duffel bag, separated from the blasting caps to prevent a catastrophic event. The ghost said, "I'll meet you at 11. "Okay. Are you sure you don't want my car?" "Yes, I want the ability to use multiple methods of travel. I had some issues in Yemen, and there might be someone trying to find me. I don't want to make it easy on them." He picked up the knapsack containing his money and Hamid's uniform and left the flat. He reached the ground level and surveyed around him, trying to see if anyone paid undue attention. He saw nothing but men, young and old, hawking their spices. He exited the souk and walked northwest on Al-Kabir Street, paralleling the Dubai Creek, headed to a section of town that sold electronics. He still needed an initiation device, and hoped to find it there. Hitting the first street outside the souk, he moved slowly, as if to get his bearings, but really to take a snapshot of the vehicles parked near the exit. He saw nothing suspicious. The coolness of the morning was quickly burning off. In short order, he was sweating from the walk. He missed his turn in the congested maze of roads and was forced to backtrack until he reached Al-Sabka Road. Turning north, he walked for 2 blocks until the stores on his left and right began advertising cameras, watches, and cell phones. He saw a sign for electronic security and entered a tiny mall, seeing the store in the back corner. The shop seemed to specialize in alarms and surveillance cameras, but might have what he needed. He looked around the aisles for a few minutes and then simply asked a clerk, "I wish to purchase an IMSI grabber for cell phones. Do you sell them?" "Yes, but only to government or the police. I can't sell them to people off the street." "I need one that operates on batteries. It must have a lifespan of at least 4 hours, but doesn't need to do anything fancy. It must simply register the cell phone numbers and hold the phone. The only thing I need is an alarm when an identified number appears. I just told you I can't sell you the device. Sorry." The ghost leaned closer and opened his knapsack, showing the clerk a large wad of dinars. "I will pay you handsomely, both for the device and for the service you provide in selling it to me." The clerk glanced to the front door, then back at the knapsack. "It will cost you a lot of money. I'm supposed to register the sale, and I will be taking a risk." The ghost simply nodded. The clerk made up his mind and locked the front door, turning around the open sign. He went in the back and came out with a container a little bigger than a shoebox. He opened it, showing the ghost the device. "This has a range of about 100 meters in the open. Of course, it will be much less with walls or other things in the way." He spent the next few minutes demonstrating the workings of the device, showing him the battery indicator, the alarm settings, and the basic operations. The ghost listened for a little bit, then said, "I can get the rest from the manual. I need 2 more. 3? Why on earth do you need 3? I have 3 locations. It isn't your concern." The clerk hesitated, weighing the risk. The ghost dropped a bundle of dinars on the counter. "Get them." 20 minutes later, he was back on the street looking for a dry goods store. He found one and bought 4 scrub brushes, the metal bristles 3 inches long and mated to a steel handle. He stepped out and caught a cab. When he arrived at the Dubai Mall, he immediately searched for a restroom. He changed into Hamid's Burj Khalifa maintenance uniform and exited the mall on the south side, walking around the man-made lake until he reached the parking garage. The sidewalk ended, putting him in the drive for the mall itself. Following Hamid's directions, he continued around, keeping the Burj Khalifa to his left, towering over him like a giant metal obelisk. He reached the stairwell just as a white panel van came up the drive, forcing him to hop on the curb. He turned into the stairwell and did a double take. He couldn't be sure, but he believed the van driving toward the garage was the same one that had been outside the souk when he initially left. After Yemen, his survival instincts had become hyper-aware, and the van sent a subconscious alarm into his primal core. He watched it disappear, seeing a Caucasian male in the passenger seat. He continued down to the door, reflecting on its importance. Odds were it was nothing, but he didn't like playing the odds. He hadn't seen the driver, but if it was following him, it would be from Hezbollah. He couldn't afford to discount it, even if it was a Westerner. He banged the door 3 times and stepped back. Hamid opened and smiled. "The building is yours. The observation deck elevators are at the 124th floor, like you asked." "How long before they are used?" "The first tour is at 1 p.m., so you have 2 hours." "Perfect. Let's go." They took a service elevator with the first button marked 100. It took a full minute to reach that level. From there, they took the stairs to the 125th floor and the maintenance room for the observation deck elevators. The ghost left Hamid outside for early warning and entered alone. He'd done quite a bit of research on elevators in the past 24 hours and knew exactly what he was looking for. He needed to intercept 2 things: the cables holding up the elevator and the brake system that would cause it to stop if the cables failed. The bank of elevators to the observation deck consisted of 2 double-deck Otis systems, 2 targets that the envoy would have to use, a choke point that would cause his death. The only other way up to the observation deck was the stairs. He immediately moved to the roof of the first, nestled at the top with the edge of the elevator level to the shelf left and right. The cables from the elevator roof attached to the pulley above with a space of a few feet between them. He broke out the explosives, already configured to cut steel. Both elevators had 5 cables, all able to support the suspended weight of the cars by themselves. He would have to cut all 5. He affixed 2 small charges to each cable, slightly offset, one high, one low. When detonated, the opposite charges would cause a cutting effect and sever the cable. The trick was ensuring that the subsequent explosions to the cables left and right didn't counteract the very cutting he sought to achieve. Fortunately, he had plenty of cable to work with to ensure success. Within 10 minutes, he had the basics of destruction in place. He then attached the Wi-Fi detonator, but did not attach the blasting caps, leaving them dangling from the detonator like the legs of a spider. The detonators themselves were inert, waiting on a wireless signal to arm. Dropping to the top of the elevator, he pulled out the brushes he had purchased. He affixed one to the roof of the elevator, hanging out into the 4-inch gap between the elevator and the well. He placed the second brush to the shelf of the well itself, until the bristles touched across the gap. He then pulled out the IMSI grabber and set it on the roof of the elevator. Before he forgot, he turned off his cell phone. He attached a micro USB cable from the download hub of the grabber, then cut off the female end, exposing bare wire. He attached the wire to the steel of the brush on the elevator. He then jumped across the well, placed the Wi-Fi transmitter for the detonators on the shelf, and cut the USB cable for it as well, splicing it into the brush on the far side. When he was complete, he typed his cell phone number into the IMSI grabber alarm function and powered it up, waiting a minute until it was operational. He saw it sucking in numbers from all over the building. Having been on the receiving end of cell phone compromises in Lebanon, he'd made a concerted effort to understand their function. He knew that all cell phones constantly look for the tower with the greatest signal strength, switching back and forth seamlessly to the user. It was a distinctly modern weakness that he intended to exploit. The IMSI grabber acted like a miniature cell tower, causing any cell phones in range to register with it. Used by law enforcement and other unsavory types to collate data and potentially listen in to cell conversations. It would lock up any cell phone in range, rendering the phone useless. In this case, it would also trigger the explosives. All the ghost had to do was input the envoy's number into the grabber once he found it. He turned on his cell phone. Within seconds, his number appeared in the IMSI grabber. The phone duped into thinking it was the closest tower. A red LED lit up, signaling the alarm. He looked at the Wi-Fi transmitter and saw a green LED. The detonator on the cables lit up as well, calmly blinking on and off. The connection worked. Now, had he inserted the blasting caps, the system would be armed. When the elevator began to lower again, the connection between the brushes would be broken, and the explosives would go off, sending the envoy to his demise in a terrifying free-fall. He smiled at the thought, at the ingenuity of the plan. The grisly death would be perfect for propaganda, to show the world the might of the Palestinian people, no matter the ridiculous attempts at peace going on. He reset the IMSI grabber, zeroing out his phone number. He saw the green LEDs shut off and inserted the blasting caps. In 24 minutes, the second elevator was rigged exactly like the first. He had no idea which elevator the envoy would be in and wanted to ensure both fell to their doom. Finished with the primary, he searched for the brake cable of both elevators. Without cutting them, the elevator would fall for about a floor, then gradually slow by friction applied to the rails through specially constructed shoes. The brake itself was triggered by the speed of the elevator. If the cable attached to it reached a certain velocity, a flywheel was engaged, causing the brakes to be applied. For the first time, he noticed no other cable. The brake should have been on the side, away from the main cables holding the weight of the elevator itself, but there was nothing. He made a concerted search and came up dry. He exited the room, finding Hamid nervously talking to a businessman from one of the upper-floor suites. He waited until the man walked away, then approached. Hamid was sweating profusely, his skin sickly white.
"What was that about?"
"Nothing. He simply wanted to report a faulty bathroom." The ghost realized Hamid had no stomach for the work. He regretted showing his hand with the elevators, knowing Hamid would spill his guts if captured.
"He's not a fighter.
I shouldn't have placed so much on him." It sank home that he needed to eliminate the weakness, get rid of the link that would cause failure. He looked at Hamid's wilted face, slightly panting, and knew he couldn't. What was to come was to come. He didn't have it in him to kill a friend, and wished he had not drawn on him for help. Wished he'd used Hezbollah contacts instead, even given the risk.
"Where is the brake cable for the elevators? I can't find it."
"There is no cable. It's a new system that works on radar. It's computer-controlled and constantly monitored. A network continuously assesses the speed of the elevator, and if it reaches a certain velocity, it shunts the brakes."
"Where is this system?"
"In the basement we entered." In short order, they were back where they started, with Hamid showing the braking architecture. It consisted of a radar array aimed up into each elevator shaft, reading the speed of the cars, not unlike the radar guns used in a police speed trap. The ghost said,
"Can we just shut it off? Disable it?"
"No. The elevators go through a computerized self-test. If the brake system isn't in operation, neither is the elevator." The ghost opened his cell phone, enabled the Wi-Fi feature, and saw he had no signal, which meant there was no way to initiate explosives down here. He couldn't slave into the main on the elevators.
"Where is the last Wi-Fi node? How far does it extend?"
"I honestly don't know, but I do know the lobby for the Armani Hotel is right above us, and it has Wi-Fi." The ghost considered. He would have to return to the electronics souk and buy a Wi-Fi repeater, but it should work. If he placed one in the shaft of the elevator, it should be able to expand the signal from the lobby and allow his system to talk. He had to come back here tomorrow to input the American cell phone number anyway. The problem was he would have little time, risking the envoy setting off the trap while he was still constructing it. It was the best he could do.
Chapter 48. My cell phone vibrated with a single word. Jackpot. I dialed Decoy's phone. "Hey, man, you can't simply send a text like that. What do you have?" The phone grid was right on. It's his. He's sitting in a white panel van outside a small indoor shopping area. No movement. Doesn't appear to be doing anything in the van, just sitting. I thought about what Lucas could be doing. "What's in the shopping center, can you tell?" "Looks like electronics, cell phones, cameras, that sort of thing. He's got a local in the driver's seat, but they're not talking." So he has help. I didn't want to talk too much on an open cell phone, and let the rest of my questions drift away. We'd left our concealed radios and other kit in Lebanon, and until we could get more, I was stuck with a standard cell phone. Knuckles, Decoy, and Brett had their Taskforce phones, which allowed them to communicate together in real time. But I could only go point to point, which is going to be a pain in the ass as surveillance chief. We'd gotten the go-ahead to launch to Dubai last night. It was a little bit of good news, bad news for me. I told Kurt we had a lead, then how we'd found it. Saying he was a little pissed was putting it mildly. He'd about ripped the computer apart in front of him. In the end, I'd convinced him that I'd used my judgment, just like I was paid to do, and we'd found a solid anchor for Lucas. I knew he'd calm down, because he was smart enough to know that there was no sense yelling about it. What's done is done. He'd spent a little more time chewing my ass, then ran out of steam, turning back to the operation. He'd almost grudgingly ran the cell number we'd located, and it had pinged as active in Dubai. Even better, he'd already launched our equipment bundle to Europe the day before, and it was due to hit a drop zone in the desert south of Dubai later this afternoon. We'd landed mid-morning and established a base of operations in a local hotel, getting connectivity with the Taskforce via a VPN. We got a current grid to the cell phone and had immediately established a surveillance box to start tracking Lucas. My phone vibrated with another call. "He's moving, headed north to the Sheikh Zayed Road." "Did he ever get out?" "Not that we saw. He could have earlier." "Okay, remember, loose follow. Lose him instead of compromise." I was a little bit hamstrung because Lucas knew what Jennifer and I looked like. We were both targets he had tried very hard to kill in the past, which really left me with a three-man surveillance element. Even that was sketchy, because Knuckles had been with me when we captured Lucas the first time. Lucas would have seen him only briefly, if at all, because bullets and fists had been flying. I was willing to risk using him, mainly because even a three-man surveillance effort was not nearly enough manpower to conduct a proper follow. 2 men would be a bigger risk, and if it came down to it, we could afford to lose him instead of getting compromised, because we had his phone to fall back on. The problem was the phone would show us a location on a map, but not what Lucas was doing. We needed eyes on for that. I got both Knuckles and Brett moving ahead of the van on the other side of the creek on Sheikh Zayed Road, positioned to pick it up and allow Decoy to roll off. I decided to cross the creek myself, staying far back from the pack, not wanting to accidentally run into Lucas. Acting as the surveillance controller with just a cell phone was proving to be a challenge, since I couldn't hear what was going on with the team. I knew Knuckles, Decoy, and Brett were talking because they had Taskforce phones, but they wouldn't call me unless it was necessary, so I had no situational awareness. My phone buzzed and I snatched it up, seeing it was Jennifer. I felt a prick of disappointment and a flood of relief at the same time. When we got in the grid to the drop zone, I decided to send Jennifer on the recovery mission. I didn't want to send one of the clean guys, depleting my already small surveillance capability, since Lucas knew Jennifer on sight. I was a little worried about launching her out into the desert by herself, not because she was a woman, but because nobody should go out in such a harsh environment as a singleton. If she got stuck in the sand, or had any other issues, there wouldn't be anyone to rescue her. She'd seemed pretty confident, and I'd given her plenty of four-wheel drive training last year. She was no slouch at vehicle recovery. I'd decided to let her go after she'd given a pretty thorough brief back on her route in and out. She'd rented a Nissan 4x4 from one of the adventure travel services that dotted Dubai and headed out. Hearing her voice meant she was back in cell range and safe. "No issues with the equipment. Got everything we asked for." "No issues with the drop?" "Well, no, not really." I smiled. Something had happened. "What's that mean?" "The drop was off by about 1,000 meters. Idiots never waited for me to initiate before tossing it out of the plane. No signals, no commo, nothing. Like they had someplace else more important to be." "And?" "And I got stuck in the sand, okay? I'm still sweating like a hog from digging out." I started to rib her, just for fun, when my phone buzzed from an incoming call. "Gotta go, Brett's on the line. Go take a shower. See you tonight." Brett said, "He was just dropped off at the Financial Center Metro station. I'm on him. Knuckles is off." "Okay. See if he's meeting anyone on the train and give us a call when he gets off. We'll parallel on Sheikh Zayed Road." I confirmed instructions to Decoy and Knuckles, trying to piece together what Lucas was doing. Why leave his vehicle on a major thoroughfare and take the metro? What's he up to? Brett called 20 minutes later. "He's off at the Internet City stop, talking on a cell phone. He did nothing but ride. I see his van approaching. Knuckles is coming to get me." "What the hell?" "Stay on him, something's up." We lost him for about 10 minutes, forced to conduct a lost contact drill of trolling the neighborhood he had last been seen entering. The next call came from Decoy, and did nothing but muddy the waters even more. I got him. He's parked in a section of hardware stores just sitting still, like he was at the electronics store. Isn't getting out. He gave his location, and I asked, how long was he unsighted? Could he have gone inside? I don't know. I suppose he had time to get out and purchase something. It was Brett who broke the code on the strange activities. I see him. Got him from the north. He's looking through binos at a store entrance. He's following someone else.
Chapter 49. The ghost exited the taxi outside a hardware store and slowly turned around as if to get his bearings. In reality, he was looking for the white panel van. He was now sure he had seen the same van at both the Burj Khalifa and the electronics store. And while it might have simply been a coincidence, he had decided to run a surveillance detection route to see if he could flush out anybody on him. He'd entered the metro, hoping to see the white van disgorge a passenger, knowing if he was under surveillance, that's what would have to happen or risk losing him. The van didn't appear, and he had ridden for a few stops before getting off again, spotting nothing suspicious. Nobody on the train paid him any undue attention. He had attempted to memorize anyone getting off with him, but none had spiked or done anything that indicated they were interested in what he was doing. He entered a rustic hardware store with a large front window. Perusing a shelf of tools, he maintained observation on the front door, waiting to see if anyone entered. After 5 minutes, he began to believe he was imagining things. He dropped a hammer back on a shelf and proceeded toward the exit. Before he opened the door, he saw a car directly across the street, a long scratch in the paint on the passenger side. The damage held no interest to him, but the man in the passenger seat sure did. The black man from the metro. He stared hard through the window, trying to convince himself he was wrong. But the more he studied, the more he was sure the man had been in his metro car and had exited with him. Now he was in his own vehicle, driven by someone else. Why take the metro for 2 or 3 stops if you have a car? But the man hadn't entered the metro with him. He'd come on at the next stop and hadn't given him a second glance. And he wasn't giving him or the store any attention now. He was looking down the street. If he were following me, why would he be so stupid as to park out front? He decided to find out once and for all, and take the fight to them if it proved true. He had a small wad of explosives left and 1 detonator. He'd thought about simply cramming it all on the final radar array in the elevator shaft, and was now glad he hadn't. He walked the aisles until he found a small spool of soft soldering wire, rated to melt at 300 degrees. He continued and purchased a roll of electrical tape, a metal funnel, and a package of magnets. Moving to the checkout counter, he glanced again at the front door. He saw the vehicle was gone. He exited the store and hailed a cab. He told the driver to head downtown, rapidly assessing a plan of action. He needed to separate the followers from their vehicles, which meant he would need to dismount in an area that contained at least some Westerners. He knew they wouldn't risk raising attention by trying to penetrate a locals-only area. He also needed the ability to wash himself, to lose the surveillance and let him execute his plan. He gave the driver directions to the Bastakia Quarter, an ancient Persian merchant center that was now a pseudo-cafe art area. It would have both tourists and locals, and was big enough, with winding walkways between 2-story buildings, that the surveillance would be forced to follow on foot. It also had limited parking areas, few choices for them to leave their car, and few areas he would have to survey. Most important, it was anchored on the west end by a mosque, a place no Westerner would dare enter. The cab dropped him off in one of the two parking areas, and he rapidly moved into the labyrinth of ancient buildings, weaving through swarms of tourists and locals alike. He saw an open double-wood door and entered, finding himself in a courtyard with men smoking water pipes and women drinking coffee. He ran to the east wall and peered out, seeing the parking lot and the roundabout that led to it. Within a minute he saw the white panel van coming through the roundabout. He had been right. The van didn't stop at the parking area, but kept going until it was headed south on the eastern edge of the village. The ghost saw brake lights flash, then lost sight of it. Dropping off his man. He didn't want the surveillance to think they'd lost him. He wanted all of the men out and tracking him. He left the building and headed south, cutting toward the eastern edge. He could recognize only two of the surveillance team who were on him, but that didn't cause any concern. He was fairly sure the rest would find him and pick up a follow, especially since he planned on being very visible. He traversed back and forth, entering cafes and galleries and stopping at various historical sites, acting like a tourist, all the while giving anyone the best opportunity to spot him without acting in any way that said he believed he was under surveillance. He finally began moving west with a purpose. He reached the front steps of the mosque and hesitated, giving the surveillance a final opportunity to see him enter. Climbing the steps, he took off his shoes, but instead of placing them on the floor, he carried them with him, walking at almost a trot to the back. He went to the nearest men's restroom, glad the time was in between prayers, leaving the room deserted. He swiftly pulled out the metal funnel and began cramming a baseball-sized lump of explosive into it. He formed it in the same shape as the funnel, using the metal as a guide, building up an inch-thick layer around the circumference and leaving a cone-shaped space in the center. When he was done, it looked like the funnel simply had a smaller capacity. His hope was to create an improvised shaped charge. He knew it wouldn't be perfect, but it should create enough of an explosive jet to accomplish what he wanted. He placed the electric blasting cap into the small end of the funnel, seating it in the explosives. He then flipped a switch on his final detonator, turning off the Wi-Fi function and making it work manually with a closed-loop electric circuit. He attached both wires from the blasting cap to the detonator and taped it to the bottom of the funnel. Satisfied with the device, he exited the mosque and immediately entered a government building on the right side, threading his way north until he exited on the Dubai Creek. Now the walls and fence of the mosque itself would screen him as he went back to the parking area. Speed-walking back east down the brick walkway paralleling the Dubai Creek, he hit the end of the mosque wall. He wanted to remain undetected, so he swerved into a large group of swarthy men waiting on a water taxi to take them across the river. Once through them, he could see the parking area, and had to assume he'd left all surveillance staked out on the mosque. He quickened his pace, scanning for the white panel van. He was sure it had dropped off a passenger, then parked to await further instructions. He reached the parking area and saw no vans, white or otherwise. He walked between the cars, giving the area one more glance, then began moving swiftly toward the eastern road that bordered the village, intent on checking out the second parking area. If he saw nothing there, he'd simply leave the surveillance behind and consider his options. 2 rows from the traffic circle, he saw the black man's car, sitting empty. He went to the passenger side to be sure, and recognized the scrape on the passenger door. He glanced left and right, then scuttled underneath the back bumper. He found where the gas tank came closest to the exhaust pipe and placed 2 magnets on the tank. He affixed the metal funnel to the magnets, knowing the gap created enhanced the shaped charge effect. Satisfied, he attached one end of the soldering wire to the electronic trigger. He wound the wire around the exhaust pipe in a single loop, then attached the other end to the second lead of the trigger. He ended by pushing the arming switch. It would take some time, but the soldering wire would eventually melt from the heat of the exhaust. When that happened, the flow of electricity in the trigger would be interrupted, and the charge would go off, penetrating the gas tank and destroying both the car and its occupants. In the end, it didn't really matter how much destruction he caused. The explosives alone would cause a police response, and anyone associated with the man would be investigated. It would tie them up for at least 24 hours, and that's all the time he would need. He rolled out from underneath the car, surveyed the area from his knees, then joined the flow of pedestrian traffic back to the water taxi stand. He glanced back at the car and could see the tip of the funnel hanging beneath. It was definitely out of place, but wouldn't draw any undue attention, especially if the driver simply entered the car from the front without circling the trunk. He bought a ticket on a water taxi and sat with a group of day laborers all waiting to cross the creek.
Chapter 50. I got the third no-change call from Brett and realized that Lucas was going to wait outside the mosque for whoever he was tracking. I knew I was missing some type of opportunity and hated sitting there on my ass. I should be using the time for something else. We confirmed that Lucas was a one-man surveillance effort, with the local acting as driver to simply pick him up and drop him off, which meant he had no one at the rear of the mosque. I thought about it, toying with the idea of trying to locate his target. Initially, I'd restricted our surveillance box on Lucas to trailing behind, which also restricted our ability to react. In a perfect world, you'd have operators around him in a bubble, so that no matter which way he turned, if the eye lost him, he'd run into someone else in the bubble. Once we'd confirmed he was conducting surveillance as well, we didn't want to spook the very target he was after. And since we didn't know who that was, we couldn't prevent him from identifying us over time and distance. Simply staying with Lucas would inadvertently confirm to the target that he was under surveillance, in effect blowing the operation. In truth, we'd been on Lucas for more than 3 hours, and there wasn't any way to determine if we hadn't already compromised him. I decided to press someone to the far side of the mosque and get a snapshot of anyone who exited. Might get us nothing, but sometimes little things like this ended up paying off big time. I'd leave Brett and decoy on Lucas and send Knuckles, since he was the easiest one for Lucas to identify. I could always pull him back around if it came to it. I gave him a call, telling him the plan and asking him to relay it through his Taskforce phone to everyone else. He rogered and said he was going to reposition to the western parking lot. Out of nowhere, I experienced a deep sense of déjà vu, the feeling bringing with it a tendril of dread. A year ago, almost to the day, I had repositioned Knuckles and another team member for this exact same purpose, and they had run into a vehicle-borne IED. Knuckles had been ripped apart. The other team member had been killed. Before I realized it, I had unconsciously hit redial on my phone to cancel the mission. I hung up before Knuckles could answer, physically shaking my head to clear the ghost feelings. Get a grip. Dubai is not Cairo. No Arab Spring here. I inched my vehicle out of the alley I was hiding in anyway, wanting to see the route Knuckles would take. I reached the intersection and scanned left and right. Parking wasn't allowed along this road, so if I saw a stationary vehicle, it might be a threat. I exhaled. It was nothing but moving traffic. I put the car in reverse just as Knuckles passed me, heading west. He kept his eyes to the front, but gave me a one-finger wave from the steering wheel. As he passed, I caught a glimpse of something hanging from underneath his left rear quarter panel, just behind the tire. I leaned forward, trying to identify if it was my imagination or real. He kept going, but it wasn't a trick of my déjà vu. Some small piece of metal was sticking out from underneath his car. I hit redial, and it went straight to voicemail. Shit. I dialed Brett. When he answered, he was whispering. Pike, can't talk. Lucas is moving my way. Fuck him. Dial Knuckles right now. Tell him to stop his car, now. What? My phone buzzed with an incoming call from Knuckles. I hung up on Brett without another word and switched over. Knuckles, stop your car. Get out of your car. I think it's rigged with something. Huh? Get the hell out of your car. Okay, next intersection, I'll pull into an alley. I can't stop on this road. No, get out now. It might be an IED. Jesus Christ, I thought you meant a beacon. I heard a car door slam, then the sounds of him breathing as he moved away. I'm in an alley now. Vehicle's shut down. I'm out. Now, tell me what the fuck's going on. I told him about the left rear quarter panel, leaving out the premonition that made me look. He'd think I was nuts. While he checked it out, I called Decoy. You near your car? No? When you get to it, do a thorough scrub for IEDs. Knuckles has something he's checking out now. Whatever you do, don't just get it and crank it up. My other line buzzed with Brett. What's up? Lucas is on the move and I can't stick with him. My heat state's getting bad. Forget him. Let him go. Link up with Decoy, but don't start the car. Why? He'll let you know. Lucas may have set us up. I hung up thinking about the implications of an IED placed on Knuckles' car. If it was real, then this whole day had been a charade. We thought we were the predators, when we'd been the prey. And Lucas had much more help than a simple driver. I prayed it was just my overactive imagination, with the biggest cost being me getting reamed at the after-action review and knowing a case of beer for stopping the operation. Knuckles called, and I found out I wouldn't be driving all over Dubai searching for alcohol. It was an improvised shaped charge, pretty ingenious. Most of it is homemade parts, but the detonator's pretty damn sophisticated. No anti-tampering on it, though. Couple of snips and it was rendered safe. You got a plastic bag or something you can put it in? Yeah, why? We should have a biometrics kit in the equipment bundle. I want to print it and see if it's Lucas who built the thing. And if it is, I'm done pussyfooting around. I'm putting a bullet in his head. Chapter 51. Decoy looked over my shoulder at the computer screen and said, Who the hell is that guy? I have no idea. It had taken about an hour, but eventually we determined that all cars were clean, with me scrubbing mine just to be on the safe side. On my command, we'd let Lucas go, intending to find his bed down sight through his phone. After coming back to the hotel and helping Jennifer smuggle in the kit, we'd printed the funnel, sending everything we could back to Taskforce. There ended up being 4 sets of fingerprints, 2 complete unknowns, Knuckles, and this guy, who had pinged in the database. I unmuted the VoIP, with the entire team hovering around me. Okay, one of you 50-pound heads tell me what this is. Give me his history. Is he Hezbollah or what? Well, he's a complete mystery. He came up in a bat sweep in Yemen 3 days ago. He was in an AQAP torture house getting brutalized, along with 14 or 15 other guys. The house was hit by an American-trained CT force looking for Khalid al-Asiri. It was a dry hole, and they scanned him just as routine SOP. He wasn't the target, and he didn't pop after the scan as anyone of interest. Is he Yemeni? Or Lebanese? Saudi. And we ran an airline data search. Nobody by this name and nationality has left Yemen since the hit. Saudi. What in the hell is going on? Any chance of a mistake? 0. I glanced at my Timex and saw it was closing in on 4 p.m. So it would be almost 7 a.m. there. Kurt would be working out right now, and I needed some guidance before I did something that caused serious heartburn. Go to the gym and find Colonel Hale. I need to speak to him ASAP. I heard nothing but silence. I switched windows on the computer, hiding the picture of the Saudi and bringing up the camera. I saw two analysts looking at each other, neither of whom I recognized. New hires since I'd left operational status. "What are you doing? Did you hear me?" One said, "Yes, but the station chief told us we had to go through him before seeing Colonel Hale. We aren't allowed to hit up the boss directly." Behind me, Decoy said, "Who hired that ass clown?" "I don't know," I said, "but he's working on a short career." I knew Kurt very well, and there was no way he would want to be cut out of the loop like that. Filters were fine and even necessary, but a blanket edict was stupid. That's how bad things slip through the cracks, because decision-makers don't have the information they needed. "One of you go to the damn section chief, and the other one get Colonel Hale." "He's not at work yet. He'll be here in a couple of hours, 8:30, along with the day shift guys." "Look, I know that most of your stuff is slow burn, but I have a crisis going on. I realize I'm far away from you right now, but I'm a much bigger threat than your stupid-ass section sergeant. Now go get Colonel Hale, or I'm going to rip off your fucking head." The threat of violence seemed to do the trick. One of them scurried off, while the other looked sick. I blacked the camera and microphone on our side, grinning at the results. I turned around and saw everyone else grinning too. Until I got to Jennifer. She was scowling at me, shaking her head. "What? Come on. It was a little bit funny, wasn't it?" "Nobody likes a bully, Pike." That comment hurt a little bit, because I really did get along great with all the support folks. I just didn't like little Napoleons preventing me from doing my job. I started to say something back to her when the computer squawked. "Pike, you there?" I saw Kurt and opened the mic and camera. "Yes, sir. And I have a little issue I need some guidance on." "Yeah, I got the rundown from the analysts. So you think Lucas has a posse over there?" "What else could it be?" "And not an amateur one either. That IED was well constructed. He's had training." "What do you want to do?" "It's not what I want to do. It's more what you'll let me do. I've got a mega authority for Lucas, but I'm not sure he's the primary threat. He could just be the handler, and taking him out only cuts the leash on this Saudi guy." "So, you want Omega for an unknown, a target we can't identify?" "I agree on the threat, but I don't think that'll fly. The Oversight Council will see right through this request to the next one. Worried about the precedent?" "Yeah, that's my point. I hope they do. Remember when we set up the task force? Your initial take was for a primary target and the authority to flex to a secondary target on any perishable intel we got from the first hit. That thought was right then, and it's right now. No telling how many unknown bad guys Knuckles could have rolled up once he had Krusty. But he had to send all that bullshit back to the rear, then go through this huge vetting process. It's not the best way to run a railroad, especially after you've put in all the time and effort into developing the cover to get in country." Yeah, but that's all water under the bridge. I didn't get what I wanted, and now we operate within a different framework." "That's what I mean. This is the perfect opportunity to show them you were right, the perfect justification. Well, maybe perfect on the enemy's side because of the envoy's visit. But they're not going to be keen on turning you loose to dig around, especially you." "What the hell does that mean? Me? I put more terrorists away than anyone, without any compromises." Kurt laughed. "Calm down. You just tend to scare people." "Bullshit. If they think my operations are scary, they can sit on their hands and see what's really frightening. A YouTube video of this unknown terrorist standing over the body of a dead American envoy."
Chapter 52. The director of the CIA started the rock-throwing first. "Colonel Hale, do you really expect us to give you a blank check? You brief that you think there's a bad guy in Dubai in addition to Lucas, and you think he's working with Lucas. And that's enough? I've seen no evidence at all to indicate that, either in your brief or through my station assets in UAE. This was stupid. No way am I going to win this fight." He'd called the emergency session right after hanging up with Pike. Only the third time he'd ever done so. He knew he had little chance of getting a quorum, but he had hoped the president would override the veto. Unfortunately, the president was unable to break away from a previous engagement. Before he could respond, the Secretary of Defense cut in. "Last time we met, you said I knew you, and that you never cried wolf. That may have been true a year ago, but lately it seems you do that every few days." "Sir, I can't control the threat. I don't make this stuff up. It's real, and it's in Dubai. I understand the need for vetting so we don't go off half-cocked. I'm the one that asked the president to create this body for that very reason. But sometimes you need to throw out the rules. I'm not talking about setting a precedent. I'm talking about saving the envoy's life. Get Lucas, and I think you'll be doing that. Get him into interrogation, find a new thread, then come back to us to assess whether we want to go Omega again." "Sir, the envoy's going to be in Dubai in less than 24 hours. There's no way we can do that swiftly enough to protect him." The DCIA addressed the Secretary of State. "John, what are your thoughts? It'll be your mess to clean up if this goes to shit." The Secretary of State leaned forward. "I talked to McMasters last night, and he's completely comfortable continuing to Dubai. He said he didn't even care if we let Lucas run free. He's sure that the Dubai authorities can protect him, and I tend to agree." Kurt said, "With all due respect, I don't think he's got the same information we do. He's not the man that should be making judgments on whether Dubai can protect him. He has no idea how dangerous Lucas is." "Not the man to make judgments on Dubai? He spent 4 years there as the ambassador. If anyone should know, it's him. Anyway, Dubai's not Yemen, or some other country going through a volcano. They're wired pretty tight." Kurt started to say something else, and the sextate held up his hand. "Look, Lucas I'm still okay with. If there's any fallout from taking him down, I'm sure we can contain it. I'm not so sure about this unknown. We have no idea who he's connected with or how it will unravel. I'm not willing to risk it."
I awoke before dawn, having gotten little sleep. The impending operation against Lucas had run continuously in my mind, with my subconscious trying to assess where the curveballs would come from, when we'd have to flex. Lucas was no ordinary target. He was a predator at the top of the food chain and deserved respect. He'd come close to killing me a couple of years ago, something that few men could claim. I'd decided to keep the plan simple, assuming risk on compromise instead of risk on him turning the tables on us. It wasn't the usual way an Omega operation went down, because we'd ordinarily place Taskforce exposure above all else. But in this case, we were pressed for time, and I could only leverage the few facts we had. We knew 2 solid things about him: the make and model of his vehicle, and, thanks to his phone, his bed-down location, which is where we would take him down. Not much of a surprise, he was staying in the same hotel as the envoy. I'd sent Brett and Decoy out on a recce, and they said the place was now a fortress, leading me to believe he wouldn't strike there. He just wanted to get close for surveillance purposes. The hotel gave him a perfect staging point, complete with a parking garage that, as a registered guest, he could use without raising a signature. The plan was a template we used as an in extremis solution. a battle drill we called a mugging. Basically, we'd simply hide in the shadows waiting for our prey. When he arrived, we'd thump his ass, giving him a little wood shampoo with some clubs, like a couple of muggers from New York. It wasn't imaginative, and was usually used as a last resort, snap decision thing when the original plan went to pieces. In this case, I liked the simplicity. Fewer things to control, like the variables on Samir's rescue, so fewer things Lucas could manipulate. The key to the template was getting him to come to us. I didn't want to crouch in a corner like a peeping Tom, only to have him head the other way. In this case, I figured we would have an ace in the hole with Jennifer. Lucas had tried very hard to kill her a couple of years ago, and would recognize her on sight. An irresistible lure. She would position in the lobby, with eyes on the elevators. When he appeared, she'd simply get up and walk through his cone of vision. I had no doubt whatsoever that her appearance would cause a reaction. He'd either beeline to his vehicle or try to follow Jennifer, assuming she had something to do with the envoy's visit. I was betting on the follow Jennifer option. He'd want to know what the hell she was doing there. A complete wrench thrown into his operation. He'd want to interrogate her, then plug the holes in whatever plan he had created. Decoy and Brett would position in the lobby to give early warning of his intentions, since Jennifer couldn't look behind her. She had to act like she didn't know he was there. Knuckles and I would take him down. The choice wasn't random. We hadn't drawn straws. Lucas had come close to killing both Knuckles and me, and had tortured and killed a friend of ours, along with his entire family. His capture was a little personal, to put it mildly. I rolled out of bed and turned on my laptop, logging into the hotel's internet. Lucas was the 25-meter target, but he wasn't the endgame. We still had the Saudi to contend with, a threat that would have to be removed as well, like stomping out all the embers in a fire to prevent a flare-up. I pulled up our encrypted company email and saw a message from Kurt. The first part was something I should have expected, especially since Kurt had said me running around loose gave the Oversight Council irritable bowel syndrome. Blaine and support package on the way, ETA 18 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Blaine Alexander, the element leader for Omega operations, was a pretty good man. He'd been working Omega for a few years, and we got along fine, although I hadn't done anything with him since I'd left the Taskforce. He'd probably wonder how I would act. Since the last time he'd seen me, I was literally a catatonic mess. He was the one who had the job of telling me my wife and daughter had been murdered. The one who brought the stalker to my dreams. The second part of the message I had to read twice before the words sank in. No Omega for the Saudi. Lucas only. Work it, then send back status. I'll re-engage for further operations with what you find out. I couldn't believe it. Wondering if they got the sitrep about the shaped charge IED. If they understood the implications of that little device, whoever made it was imaginative and ruthless. The fact that he hadn't pinged on any databases until now told me he had been very, very successful. He didn't wake up with the knowledge of how to create that IED. He'd done it before, probably many times, and in such a manner that he hadn't ever come up as a threat. The Council was playing checkers against a man who was a wizard at chess. And they were betting the envoy's life on the outcome.
Chapter 53. The room's mounting heat caused the ghost's thin veil of sleep to dissipate. He fought it, knowing he needed the rest. He threw off the threadbare sheet in a final attempt, but it did little to help. The seedy hotel had no air conditioning, and the fan in the room was doing nothing to overcome the swelter of the rising sun. Yesterday afternoon, after getting across the river on a dhow, he had returned to his friend's flat and waited to hear the news of the car bomb. After 4 hours, he'd heard nothing, either on the television or on the streets outside. He'd decided to relocate. He knew that simply because he hadn't heard anything didn't mean there wasn't an explosion. But he was taking no chances. If he had been under surveillance, they probably knew where he'd been sleeping. He'd found a small hotel nearby and urged his friend to move as well for the next 48 hours. Hamid had said he'd think about it, but then had gone to work, apparently unconcerned, showing the ghost how little experience he really had. He padded barefoot to the small sink in the corner of the room and splashed water on his face, then peeked out between the shutters of the window. He could see an alley below him with various wholesale stores selling dry goods. Nothing appeared to be out of place. No one standing around without a purpose. He placed the batteries in his final IMSI grabber and turned it on. Within seconds, it began registering dozens of numbers. He shut it off immediately, knowing he'd just disconnected quite a few phone calls. He was pleased that it worked as advertised, but didn't need any anomalies in the cell system to generate suspicion. He placed it and the Wi-Fi booster he'd purchased yesterday into his knapsack and glanced at his watch. In 2 hours, the envoy would be landing. If all went well, in 5, he would be dead.
Getting Jennifer in place inside the lobby of the Al Bustan Rutana turned out to be the easy part. Dressed nicely, she blended in well, drinking coffee at a small table next to an espresso bar that afforded a view of the entrance and both banks of elevators. Finding a place to conduct the ambush had been damn near impossible. The hotel itself looked more like a high-end prison, with metal detectors on all doors and roving men in suits wearing sunglasses and wired earbuds. This, in addition to the cameras all over the place. Initially, I'd planned for Jennifer to walk to the parking garage, getting inside to some corner that was dark and scary, where we could thump Lucas unimpeded. When we arrived, we saw the garage entrance had been converted into a search and quarantine section, with every vehicle getting inspected bumper to bumper. I was pretty sure they wouldn't be very pleased with the armament we had brought. This, coupled with the fact that Lucas's phone had been stationary outside a spice souk and Dira for the entire morning, had almost caused me to change my mind and simply execute the mugging using the vehicle. Just follow and rip him off the street at the first opportunity. I really didn't want to do that given the variables of location and time. I needed to control the kill zone, so we kept looking. Eventually, we ended up behind the hotel at a back entrance that led to several attached restaurants. The restaurants were only open for dinner, and the hallway between them ultimately ended up back in the hotel lobby. Even better, the hallway had a single camera at the lobby entrance for the hotel and a single camera at the exit outside the door. The kicker had been that instead of a metal detector at the exit, it was simply locked. The hotel had decided to shut it down for the duration of the envoy's visit. Sitting next to me in the van, staring at his Taskforce smartphone, Knuckles said, "Target's on the move." I looked at my own phone, brought over in the support package Jennifer had received, and saw Lucas was crossing the Dubai Creek and headed to us, or the airport. Moment of truth. The envoy's party was due to land in about 30 minutes. If Lucas bypassed the hotel and made any indication that he was headed to the airport, we would be forced to take him down with the vehicle whether we liked it or not. I was betting he wouldn't, though. He'd had the time to come up with something ingenious, and with the Saudi unknown helping him, I didn't think he'd do some ghetto drive-by. He'd want to get away clean. I keyed the push-to-talk on my radio. "Everyone set?" Brett said, "Roger. I got the line of sight down the hallway." Decoy said, "Yeah, I got the front door and the roundabout outside." Jennifer said, "I'm still good, no change." "Remember," I said, "he doesn't bite on the way in. We recock and try again on the way out." Knuckles did a functions check on the new EMP gun we'd received in the drop, making sure it was ready to take out the camera above the door. I busied myself with the electric lockpick gun, mentally rehearsing in my mind the sequence I would go through. Our part of the mission was the one big risk to discovery. I had to get the door open before Jennifer reached it, which meant Knuckles would have to kill the camera before Lucas committed to the trap. If he didn't, we'd have to cross our fingers that someone wouldn't come out and investigate why the camera wasn't working while we waited on round 2. Knuckles said, "He's made the turn on the road to the hotel." I felt the adrenaline rise, knowing we were about 2 minutes out. Knuckles shut off the phone, slid open the door to the van and said, "Decoy, your target." "Roger." Decoy was the trigger. The minute he saw Lucas, we'd be in motion. Sooner than I expected, I heard, "Target at entrance. Held up with security. They're searching his backpack." That was one good thing about this location. We'd know positively that Lucas had no firearms. Knuckles handed me his radio and cell phone, then exited the vehicle, me right behind him. We slid down the wall of the hotel, doing whatever we could to stay out of the camera's field of view. He reached within 40 feet of the ball hanging above the door and began sighting. I backed up a few yards to prevent any backsplash from destroying our electronics, especially my lock gun. The EMP hummed, and Knuckles said, "Go." I raced to the lock, taking a knee and sliding in the thin needle. I inserted the tension wrench and began pulsing the lock gun. It rattled like crazy, much louder than I remembered. Decoy said, "Target's passed. Jennifer, your show." I continued to work the lock and told Decoy to give me a play-by-play. Jennifer had done a timing run, and I knew the hallway was 2 minutes from the lobby to the door. Unfortunately, the last bend, right in front of a Chinese restaurant, was only 1 minute and 30 seconds away. From it, someone would have a view of the door and me behind it through the plate glass. "Jennifer's up and looking sexy, giving Lucas an eyeful. Come on, baby, show him some skin." Asshole. I grinned in spite of the seriousness of what we were doing. Decoy was busting my balls because of a fight we'd had last year in a similar situation involving Jennifer. He'd made some inappropriate comments, and I'd about taken his head off. Now he was poking me in the eye for the fun of it. "Okay, Lucas has lock on, and he definitely recognized her. He stopped for a second. He's now staring at her back, but headed to the elevator. Target unsighted. Brett, it's your ball." "Shit, come on, follow her." Brett said, "I got him. He's at the elevator. Jennifer's about 50 feet from the hallway. He's still looking." I continued working the lock, having trouble getting the pins to the shear line. One seated, then another, but slower than my rehearsal earlier in the van. "Bingo. He's coming her way, walking fast. Jennifer, pick it up or he's going to catch you." I heard Jennifer acknowledge, and I started to sweat. "Time?" I asked Knuckles. Knuckles said, "Easy. You still got over a minute. Slow and smooth." I felt another pin reach the shear line, realizing I was going to make it with half a minute to spare. The next call popped that illusion. "Shit! He just started running. Jennifer, get moving. He's not going to follow. He's coming hard to take you out. Jennifer, you copy." I heard silence for a second, then, "Target unsighted. I say again, target unsighted." I looked through the window but saw nothing. At a sprint, my time went from a minute and a half to about 20 seconds. I returned to the lock, the tension wrench having moved about 45 degrees, which meant I had about 2 or 3 pins to go. I seated another pin and heard Knuckles say in a monotone, "Got her in sight. You're out of time." I looked up to see Lucas right behind her, bearing down like a bull in full charge, both running flat out. Jennifer caught my eye, and I shook my head left and right in an exaggerated motion. She glanced over her shoulder, and Lucas struck, attempting to wrap his arms around her in a full-body tackle. She rotated and drove her foot straight into his stomach, his forward momentum increasing the power of the strike. I heard his grunt and exhale of breath all the way outside as I frantically stroked the remaining pin. "Come on, Pike!" Knuckles shouted. "He's getting back up!" Jennifer was in a fighting crouch, dancing out of his way, slowly using up her remaining space to the door, attempting to give me time. He swung a roundhouse at her head, hard enough to knock her out completely. She parried and redirected the energy away from her, then slipped inside his reach and gave him a palm strike to his nose, snapping her hip and driving her body behind it. His head popped back like he'd run into an unseen pole, and she danced back out of his reach. I could see the look of shock on his face, her skill completely taking him by surprise. He bellowed and rushed, wrapping her in a bear hug and trapping her arms. He slammed her full force into a wall, and the last pin broke free. I ripped open the door, knuckles flying through and running straight at the pair. Lucas heard the movement and turned, still holding Jennifer. Knuckles hit him full force on the side of the head with a closed fist, rattling him enough to lose control of Jennifer. She rotated out and kicked him hard in the genitals. He shrieked and fell to his knees, attempting to control the pain and continue to fight. He started to rise, and Knuckles gave him an uppercut to his face, knocking him back into me. I put him in a rear naked choke, and in 10 seconds, his arms quit windmilling. He was out. Panting, I said, "What the hell happened to using the taser? I didn't have a clean shot with him holding Jennifer, and he deserved a little punishment." "Jennifer, you all right?" Leaning against a wall and breathing heavy, she said, Yeah, I'm okay. Let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 54. Staring down at Lucas's battered face, I radioed Brett in the follow car. "Any activity?" "None. We're clean so far." I'd left him in decoy within sight of the rear door to give me a feel of whether we'd been compromised or not, while Knuckles, Jennifer, and I had tossed Lucas in our van and driven a couple of alleys away from the hotel, giving Blaine and our makeshift hotel tactical operations center a sit-rep. Satisfied we were good to go, I addressed Lucas for the first time. "Been a while. I'll bet seeing me walking around was a big fucking surprise." He said nothing, his face a blank canvas showing neither fear nor anger. "Look, I appreciate how tough you are, so I'm not going to go through a bunch of threats. Here's the deal. The United States Middle Eastern envoy is landing in minutes. I can afford to talk right now, but once that envoy hits the ground, I'll be out of time. I know you're out to kill him. I just don't know how. Tell me that, and you'll spare yourself some pain later, I promise." I expected all sorts of stalling tactics. What I got completely surprised me. Looking relieved, he said, "Pike, I'm on your side. That's what I'm doing here. I know there's a hit planned on the envoy, but it's not me. It's another guy from Lebanon called the Ghost. He's the one targeting the envoy. I'm trying to stop him." Surprised or no, I lightly slapped his face twice, saying, "Cut the crap. What's the plan? The clock's ticking, and I'd rather not destroy the envoy's itinerary by putting him back on a plane." Which of course was a lie. I had no control over McMaster's activities, but I didn't want Lucas to know that. "I have no idea. That's the truth. I was tracking the assassin, but I haven't been able to figure out what he's up to. I have a bed down site I was using as an anchor, but he didn't sleep there last night. Or if he did, he found another way out of the souk. If you guys can stop him, so much the better." He saw me starting to get pissed and said, "Look, I don't expect you to believe me, but I'll tell you everything I know. I work for pay, but I don't kill U.S. government officials. I have my limits, and that's one. Up until a few days ago, I was working for a group in Lebanon. I found out about this hit, and we parted ways. Ever since then, I've been trying to track this guy down. He went to Yemen, then came here." Despite myself, I found his words credible. I could confirm everything he had just said, to include the slaughter of the Hezbollah guys. Bullshit. This guy's nothing but snake oil. "Why the hell did you try to blow me up then? In Lebanon with that computer bomb? If you were so fired up about protecting the envoy, you had to know I was doing the same thing. Blow you up? I didn't even know you were in Lebanon. I gave an IED to a Hezbollah contact. They thought it was a camera to record a planning meeting about this hit. But I intended for it to kill the assassin. Somehow it missed, and he's still running around loose. I took that in and said, "So I suppose you thought Jennifer was part of the assassin's master plan as well? That's why you were about to kick her ass?" "I wasn't going to hurt her. I recognized her and was trying to make contact. I was just going to talk to her. Yeah, I had to subdue her to do it, because I know you guys want to kill me. It wasn't like I trusted her for a nice sit-down conversation. I'll admit, I was going to prevent her from getting me in the crosshairs. But if I'd have hurt her, I wouldn't have been able to get any help on protecting the envoy. Shit, she's the one who kicked me first. What about the vehicle IED you emplaced yesterday, on a member of my team's car?" "I have no idea what you're talking about. I spent all of yesterday following the ghost, trying to figure out his plan. I lost him at a mosque. There's no way I could do that and go around building car bombs." He looked genuinely puzzled by the question, as if he thought we were testing him, and he knew his answer would fail. This is sounding too crazy. I put a double pillowcase on his head and motioned Jennifer and Knuckles out of the van. I positioned myself so I could see his body in the back and spoke over my shoulder. "What do you think?" Knuckles said, "I don't know. He's a slimy bastard, but everything he's saying makes sense. It answers the question of why there'd be a bomb from Hezbollah targeting the very assassin they were looking to hire. And we did see him kill the Hezbollah leadership cell. As insane as it sounds, he might be telling the truth." "Jennifer," I said, "I don't trust him. This could just be a stalling tactic. He's pure evil. I find it hard to believe he'd do something that was morally just if no money were involved. He's not built that way." "Yeah, I'm with you. But distrusting him doesn't solve our current problem. That Saudi is still running around." Knuckles said, "Well, see what he can tell us about that guy. The minute he says something we can refute, we start getting rough." Back in the van, I pulled his hood off. "Tell me about the ghost. What's he look like? Where was he bedding down? What was your plan to remove him?" "I need my tablet." I dug the computer out of his backpack and handed it to him. He held out his hands and said, "This would be quicker if you cut these flex ties." I cuffed the back of his head. "Nice try. Get to work, or I'm going to assume you're stalling." In seconds, I was looking at a passport photo of the same guy from the Yemen biometric scan, the one who'd built the improvised shaped charge. The lighting was different in each, and in the passport photo he was wearing thick glasses. But there was no mistaking him. The name on the passport was the same as well: a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Lucas said, "This is the guy. I don't know his true name, but he's called the Ghost for other killings he's done. He's been here for a few days, but I haven't been able to get a handle on his plan. I followed him most of the day yesterday. Then, like I said, I lost him at a mosque. He went to electronic and hardware stores but didn't develop any pattern, as if he was rehearsing a vehicle hit or anything. I also never saw him conduct a recce of anything else I would consider a kill zone. The only thing out of place was a visit to the Dubai Mall and the Burj Khalifa. By the time I parked, I had lost him, so I'm not sure what he was doing." "That's not a whole lot. What can you give us to work with?" He manipulated his tablet, pulling up a map with icons embedded. Most were of the locations we'd already seen the previous day. He pointed at a new one. "I had a beacon installed into a briefcase he used. It hasn't been much help, but it did go to these two locations. The first is the bed-down site he used until last night. The second is inside the Burj Khalifa. Those are the only two anchors I have, which, since the briefcase, only moved once during this entire time, I'm assuming are important. He's going to do something at the Burj Khalifa. What were you going to do to prevent it? I was going to hit the bed-down site and see what I could find out. From there, if I got nothing, I was simply going to stage at the Burj to intercept him. He's going back there, I'm sure of it. It sounded like as good a plan as I could come up with right now. I went through his pockets and pulled out his hotel key. Jennifer, head up to his room and search it. See if Mr. Goody Two-Shoes here is feeding us horse shit. Let us know what you find. Where are you going? The bed-down site. Knuckles squinted and motioned me outside the van. I bagged Lucas again and exited. Pike, you need to let Blaine know what's up before we do anything else. Shit. I had forgotten Kurt had sent me some personal oversight. I'd grown used to operating on my own. I liked and trusted Lieutenant Colonel Alexander, but I was sure he'd simply side with his orders and the council. Well, it's worth the call. Worst case, you're going to ignore him anyway. Best case, we get barbecued together when we get home. I got him on my secure Taskforce phone and relayed the situation. As expected, he balked. Pike, we're a jackpot. We've accomplished our mission. Let's get Lucas on the skyhook and call it a day. We don't have Omega authority for anything else. Are you kidding me, sir? His information changes everything. He's confirmed another assassin, and the Omega was predicated on the hit being stopped with the capture of Lucas. Shit, taking him down didn't alter anything at all. You're assuming he's telling the truth. No, I'm worst-casing it. If he's not telling the truth, then we have nothing to fear because the assassin's in the back of our van. If he is, we can't afford to ignore it. Let me get this information to Kurt and the task force. He'll get Omega and make this whole thing legal. I looked at my watch, feeling a chill. Too late. Envoy's on the ground. We either go unilateral or he dies.
Chapter 55. The Ghost watched an attractive Westerner walk by him to the elevators. She had come from the back, and he wondered if they would bring the envoy's party in that way. He hadn't seen any metal detectors and assumed it was blocked off. No matter. They'll still have to pass within range to reach the elevators themselves. The itinerary he'd been given showed that the envoy should already be on the ground. The Ghost knew they would check into the hotel prior to going to Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid's palace for a personal visit. After that, the royal tour of the town, to include the Burj Khalifa. A flurry of activity out front attracted his attention. 3 Mercedes limousines wheeled up, and out sprang 8 men, 5 in Western suits, 3 in traditional Gulf Arabic attire. He surreptitiously snaked a hand into his knapsack and turned on the IMSI grabber. The men were met at the front door by a receptionist and led around the security in place to the northern elevators, manned by 2 large security guards. In seconds, they were lost from sight. The Ghost killed the power to his device. He had to wait less than 15 minutes before the elevators opened and the entourage spilled out again, walking at a fast clip. Caught off guard, he dropped the coffee he was holding and powered up the grabber again. The men were out the front door in a flash, and he wondered if he'd managed to catch any of the numbers the second time around. He waited until the limousines were out of sight before exiting himself and flagging a cab. He went back to his hotel and examined the clutch of numbers inside the grabber. Each cycle was stored by date and time, allowing him to filter the results. Since the grabber drew in every cell phone within range, he had collected over 36 numbers in the short span of time he had powered it up. No way could he tell which number was the envoy's by simply looking at the list, which is why he had cycled the grabber twice. All he had to do was identify the cell numbers that were in both cycles. Those phones would have been within range of the grabber each time the envoy passed by. and thus would more than likely be part of the entourage. He found 12 that were duplicated in each cycle. Undoubtedly 1 or 2 were from the receptionist or even security, but that didn't matter. He needed only 1 number associated with the entourage. 1 cell phone to seek out his IMSI grabber in the elevator and trigger the alarm. He'd simply plug in all 12, knowing that somewhere in the batch lay the envoy's own phone. The only way it would fail was if the receptionist or some other false number took a trip to the Burj Khalifa's observation deck before the envoy, and that was a small chance. He packed the grabber, seating it next to the Wi-Fi repeater, then changed into his borrowed Burj Khalifa maintenance uniform. He patted the pocket to ensure he hadn't lost the key card for the basement entrance. Now that he was at an end game, he didn't want to rely on anyone else, even his close friend Hamid. He checked himself in the mirror, seeing the same frail man that others discounted, his thick glasses adding to the disarming effect. The reflection brought the start of a smile. He was invisible to most people looking, a person not worth a second glance. A wisp of a man who others ignored, he had found his calling in not existing at all, and becoming a wraith without substance. The talent had allowed him unprecedented success in the past. And so it would be here.
As Knuckles and I walked into the spice souk, I could see we were going to have a tough time trying to get anyone out of there in flex cuffs, especially since it would more than likely be a brown guy carried by a bunch of white guys. Well, 3 white guys and a black guy who spoke English. Decoy came through my earpiece. "Got the bed down, and you're not going to like it. 3rd floor room. Only entrance is a very narrow stairwell. Rooms on each landing with people selling fake Rolexes and Coach bags on the 1st floor. So we can't get in without being seen. No way. We can't get in without being accosted to buy something." Figures. After exhausting every option he could think of, Blaine had finally blessed off on letting us crack the bed-down site. I have to admit, I was impressed, because he would eventually have to brief Kurt, and it would cost him his job, if not something more permanent. He had, of course, demanded a sit rep after the fact before giving authority for anything else. We'd flex-cuffed Lucas to an anchor point in the van, purchased a set of noise cancellation headphones, and taped them to his ears, gagged him, and then put the hood back on. Finally, Knuckles had used a rear-naked choke to render him unconscious. I didn't want to leave him alone, but I only had 4 people and needed everyone for the bed-down site. While Knuckles and I came up with a half-baked plan, I'd sent Brett and Decoy to pinpoint the location using the beacon Lucas had emplaced, which was still pinging strongly. I said, "Give me a grid." Seconds later, a text message came with a photo attached. I loaded it into the GPS software of my phone and started walking in the direction of the arrow. After winding through the souk for a couple of minutes, I spotted the stairwell from the photo Decoy had sent. He was right, it was very narrow, and sandwiched between 2 different shops selling handmade tourist crap. I pulled up short and called him back, looking at Knuckles as I spoke. "Got any ideas?" Decoy said, "Not really. I'm thinking we blow off the clandestine side of things and just go on up there like we own the place." "Yeah, but if the guy hawking the Rolexes is friends with whoever lives there, he'll know we don't belong." Knuckles interjected. "Send Brett up first. He engages the Rolex guy and gets inside the apartment where they're selling the stuff. Once we have that guy out of the way, then we walk up like we own the place." Even though he was standing right next to me, he had said it on the radio. I nodded my head, liking the plan. "You guys copy that?" "Yeah, we got it." "Let's execute. Decoy, you got the lock. Knuckles, first in. Brett, when you're done, take up early warning at the bottom." "This is Brett. Roger all. I'm moving. I'll take the mic when I'm inside." I saw him turn the corner, then advance up the stairs. We waited for about 30 seconds, then heard Brett saying, "Do you have a gold Submariner?" Followed by a muffled response. Knuckles and I walked straight to the stairwell, meeting Decoy at the entrance. We sprinted lightly up the stairs, taking them two at a time, no weapons drawn yet. The landing to the apartment was just as narrow as the stairwell, with room for only one person. Decoy took a knee and began working the lock manually to prevent anyone from hearing the noise of the electric gun. 3 minutes later, he looked over his shoulder and gave an exaggerated nod. Knuckles and I pulled our Glocks from their concealed holsters and nodded back. Decoy turned the tension wrench, then pulled down on the door handle, swinging it open. He leaned over backward, and we went by him into the room. The first room was tiny, about 10 feet by 20 feet, with a desk holding a 13-inch television and a makeshift pallet on the floor. It was empty. Knuckles continued on into the second room, and I followed, bumping into him because the room was even smaller than the first. It contained a bed and a sliding door closet, but no human beings. I backed out and found Decoy. He said, "Bathrooms behind the entrance door. Clear. Start searching. See what you can find." 5 minutes later, we had all we were going to get. There was very little to exploit, no computers, cell phones, or other electronic devices. But we found enough evidence to say that Lucas hadn't been lying about the bed-down location. Knuckles had discovered several maintenance uniforms for the Burj Khalifa building, and Decoy, spraying an aerosol can on various items in the room, had turned a backpack splotchy pink. The can held an explosive residue reagent, and the color meant the backpack had contained plastique of some type. I was coming up with how I could use what little evidence we had to convince Blaine to let us continue fishing when Brett called. "Man entered stairwell. Unknown on the way up." Chapter 56. The radio caused everyone to perk up. I remembered where the tenant worked and said, "What's he wearing, traditional dress?" "No, he's wearing some sort of maintenance uniform." The words hung in the air as we each stared around the tiny room for a place to hide an ambush, looking like we were in a 70s sitcom. There wasn't even a lampshade to put on our heads. Decoy, bathroom. Let the door open, then close it behind him. Knuckles, other room. When he enters, let's get on him quickly. No tasers. The threat is him screaming. Don't let him make any noise. Just as we got situated, with Knuckles facing me on the opposite side of the bedroom entrance, I remembered a potential giveaway and whispered into my radio, "Decoy, lock the door. I say again, lock the door." I heard a whispered, "Roger." Then the distinct click of the old lock, hoping the man in the stairwell was either deaf or too stupid to recognize the sound. 30 seconds later, the lock snicked again. Then I heard the door creak open. What I didn't hear were any footsteps entering the room. No shuffle, no keys thrown on a desk, nothing. I gave Knuckles a quizzical look. He just shrugged, both hands on his weapon. The man spoke in Arabic. I didn't understand the words, but it wasn't too hard to figure out what he was saying. "Anyone in there?" We'd left the room a mess, and he'd seen evidence of our search. I held my breath. All we needed were 3 small steps, just enough to clear the door. I strained my ears, trying to determine if he'd entered or not. He said the same thing in Arabic again, clearly suspicious. Then I heard what sounded like a piece of lumber hitting a wall. I breached the doorway and saw Decoy dragging an unconscious man into the room from the landing. He said, "He was about to leave. I clocked him with the door. I didn't think it would knock him out, but it did. Luckily, he didn't fall down the damn stairs." I closed the entrance door while Knuckles and Decoy searched him, finding key cards and identification for the Burj Khalifa, but little else. I radioed Brett and gave him a status, asking him to check out any reaction on the lower landings. He came back moments later. "You're good to go. But I'm claiming this fake watch. Had to buy it to support my reason for being in the stairwell second time. Let me guess. You got the gold Submariner?" "Hell no. Omega Seamaster. That's what James Bond wears. Chuckling, Decoy and Knuckles tied up, then gagged the unconscious man. I filled a glass with water from the bathroom sink and splashed it in his face. He woke up instantly, whipping his head left and right. Seeing white boys, he attempted to leap to his feet and found he was trussed like a pig for slaughter. His eyes grew wide, the terror clearly evident. His hands began to tremble in the flex cuffs like a man with Parkinson's disease. It wasn't the reaction of a master terrorist. He's never been in the arena, never done any operational acts. I changed my approach. I'd planned on using the information we knew to try to elicit more data from him, tripping him up with my supposed omniscience. I figured there was no way he would freely give me anything, and I would have to outwit him using trickery. He had no idea what I did or didn't know, and I hoped for him to give me something new because he thought I already had it, as a stalling tactic. That interrogation plan had been based on a hardened terrorist, someone who understood the risks and the pain that would come if he were captured. A terrorist like that could resist pressure for a great while. We only had about an hour to figure out what was going on, not nearly enough time for any sort of physical threat or action to sway a man who's prepared and has the strength of will to resist. Now seeing the man cower, I decided to go full bore as the mean guy, see if he would crack. I put on my best Shrek face and leaned in close. Tell me you don't speak English, and I'll rip out your tongue. Understand? He nodded his head vigorously. We've been hired by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid to track a man called the Ghost. He's here to kill an American. We know he's using the Burj Khalifa for the attack. We've watched you for days and know you are also involved. Hell, might as well throw a little omniscience in there as well. He shook his head violently. Time for the bad guy. Hand me the pliers. Knuckles gave me a pair of vice grips he'd found in the back. I held them up to his nose, so close he could smell the grease on them. Don't shake your head again. What I told you is fact. Denying it doesn't make it go away. I'm first going to crush your toes with these pliers, then your fingers. Eventually, I'll work my way to your genitals. The duration is up to you, but I assure you that you have enough appendages to keep me busy for quite a while. You understand? His eyes grew wet, and a single tear tracked down his cheek. He squeezed them shut and nodded. Success. To solidify it, I went to good cop. Tell me what I want to know, and I won't harm you at all. I have no desire for that. I simply want to stop the attack. You work with me, and you walk away with your life, your limbs intact. Understand? He opened his eyes, wanting to believe what I said, but unsure. I could see the walls breaking inside him. He nodded again with more force. I returned to bad cop. Lie to me, even once, and the pain will be immediate. I know quite a bit of what's been planned. You people have been sloppy. You say something wrong, and I might start with your penis. Decoy removed his gag, and the man began talking. A fountain of information that we couldn't have shut off if we tried. Within 6 minutes, I was sure we had everything the man knew, and the information wasn't pretty. After he grew quiet, I said, You've done well. I'm going to untie you now. You'll be coming with us. He looked confused and said, I thought you were going to leave me if I told you everything. I'll leave when your information pans out. If it doesn't, I'll be your personal nightmare. Hold out your wrists. He did so, and I saw his brain working, wondering why we would uncuff him if we really worked for the Sheikh of Dubai. I'm setting your hands free because I can't have anyone talking about this in the souk. I don't want word to spread that you've been taken. You must act naturally all the way to our vehicle. If you don't, you will disappear, understand? He nodded. I cut his wrist ties, and Decoy pushed him to the door. I said, Get him to the van, I'm calling Blaine. Bundling him out the door, Knuckles said, You had me convinced he was in for some pain. What were you going to do if he clammed up? Nothing, just bag him. I let them get down the stairs, then dialed the talk. Sir, I've got most of what's going on. The attack's at the Burj Khalifa like we thought. But it isn't any frontal assault. They're using the elevators. The guy doesn't know how. He's really a maintenance man. But he helped the ghost get access to the elevator shafts. I'm headed there now. Can you defeat it before they get there? I don't know. I don't have an accurate itinerary. Just call Kurt and tell him to relay not to use the elevators in the Burj Khalifa. Doing it now. Get your ass moving. According to what I have, he's either there or en route. I made it to the van without issues, seeing all three of my teammates outside arguing. What's the problem? We need to move. They all looked at me sheepishly. Then Knuckles cracked open the sliding door, allowing me to see inside. One man was trussed on the floor, a bag on his head. It was the guy we had just captured. Where the fuck is Lucas? I knew the answer even before I asked the question. Knuckles held up a carbon fiber knife with a broken blade. Gone. Like the last time we had him. I knew we shouldn't have left him alone. Jesus Christ, that guy's Houdini. I remember Jennifer was in his hotel room and immediately dialed her phone. It went to voicemail. Decoy said, "We already called her, no joy." Every fiber in my body was screaming to get back to the Bustan Rotana, to get her to safety. The men were all waiting for a decision, wondering which way I would go after my call in Lebanon. McMasters was on the way to the Burj Khalifa, and the ghost was already there. But Jennifer was in real danger. Lucas, while he had apparently told us the truth about his mission, was a psychopath, a threat on the loose. The mistake in Lebanon surfaced in my mind, when I'd almost compromised the mission because I'd been afraid for her welfare. She's trained, she can handle herself. He's probably not even going back to his hotel. Load up. We're going to the Burj Khalifa. Keep trying to call her while we drive.
Chapter 57. Seeing that Lucas had wiped the history of his internet usage, Jennifer powered down the laptop and inserted a thumb drive into a USB port. Turning it back on, the forensics device began to troll for random bits of data in the BIOS and hard drive of the computer. Within minutes, she had a list of websites used in the past 24 hours. 4 were for hotels around the main train station in Frankfurt, Germany. 3 were for different travel websites. She clicked on one, bringing up a search for airlines and flights to Frankfurt, Germany from Dubai, all for the following day. She minimized Explorer and began searching his hard drive, looking for anything related to the envoy's visit. She found the envoy's itinerary, then the same passport information for the ghost that she'd already seen. Looking at her watch, she decided to simply image the hard drive and study it later in the TOC. She pulled out the original thumb drive and inserted the same type system she had used in Lebanon. 2 clicks later, she had a bar saying 10 minutes until download complete. She moved to his luggage and began sorting through his clothes. She found nothing of interest. Lucas apparently had very good operational security, leaving little to be found by a snooping maid. She found a leather satchel and zipped it open. Inside were small knickknacks that she found odd. A kitchen magnet with the picture of a couple embossed inside. 2 separate keychains, one with a bottle opener from a hotel in Reno, the other with the name Danny dangling from it, and 3 driver's licenses. Finally, his alias documents. She looked at the first, seeing it was for a woman of about 60. No way could he use that. She looked at the second and felt a shock so great it made her knees weak. She made the connection with Lucas and sat heavily on the bed. She stared at the picture, then the name, making sure she wasn't wrong. She wasn't. She slipped the license into her pocket behind her phone and stood up, thinking through the ramifications. She didn't realize someone had entered the bedroom until he spoke. Well, well.
Looks like my day isn't going to be all bad after all. She whirled around and saw Lucas between her and the door to the living room of the suite. A flex cuff still attached to one wrist, the other wrist raw and bleeding. She eyed him warily, but he remained where he was. "Come on, I'm not going to do anything. You can leave. Right through the door there." She said nothing, keeping her distance. He shuffled to the left and glanced at the closet. She followed his gaze, and he struck, closing his hands on each of her wrists in a steel grip. Reacting instantly, she windmilled both arms in a circle, breaking his hold. She slid into his body and hooked her right leg behind the one bearing his weight. She jerked upward with her leg and pushed as hard as she could against his chest, slamming him to the ground. She turned to run to the door, only to have him kick it closed from the ground. She whirled around and moved into a fighting crouch as he leapt to his feet. He grinned at the stance, then swung a slap at her face. She parried it with her left arm and lashed out in a jab, popping his head back. When he returned her gaze, he was no longer grinning. He touched his nose, wiping a wisp of blood with his finger. A fighter. I like that in a woman. He launched into her, throwing a flurry of combinations in an attempt to knock her down. For several seconds, the only noises were the slapping of skin and the panting of the combatants, Jennifer furiously protecting herself against every blow. Lucas backed off, having failed to harm her. Jennifer reached behind her, blindly trying to find the door handle. Lucas saw the move and came in again. This time, having gotten a feel for his technique, Jennifer not only stopped his attack, but she landed 2 more jabs to his face. Lucas backed off again, breathing hard. You fucking bitch. You're just making this hard on yourself. She said nothing, reaching behind her again for the door handle. Lucas feinted in, and she returned to a crouch. Instead of closing the distance, he grabbed a lamp and hurled it at her head. She ducked, feeling the porcelain shatter against the door above her. Lucas was on her before she could recover, slamming his shin into her thigh, drawing a cry. He followed the kick with a left cross to her head. She raised her arms and took the blow harmlessly, but opened up her left side in the process. He shot a right hook to her kidney, causing a blinding pain to radiate beneath her rib cage. She felt him close his hands around the back of her neck, controlling her head, and knew she was in trouble. She threw her arms down low to ward off what was coming, but it had little effect. Lucas speared his knee through her feeble attempts at protection, hitting her in the solar plexus and driving the air from her lungs. She threw jabs at a body she couldn't see, connecting in one way or another, but doing little damage. Maintaining control of her head, Lucas placed her back against the wall and drove his knee into her stomach 2 more times, the wall itself increasing the force of each blow. She screamed, the pain causing her to double over. Lucas let go of her neck and she fell to the ground, gasping in a shallow pant in an attempt to draw in air. She felt Lucas loop the lamp cord over her wrists and jerk it tight, her strength to resist gone. That little bit of work is going to cost you some foreplay, he said. Chapter 58. Jeff McMasters pasted on an interested smile and ignored the man droning on and on about all the wonders of the Burj Khalifa. Could you cram one more record in there? Tallest building, highest observation deck, longest elevator, highest swimming pool? My God, give it a rest. He'd relinquished his ambassadorship in 2009 at the crest of Dubai's heady days of expansion. Months later, the world financial crisis had left Dubai facing epic debts that threatened the very stability of the state. Its neighbor, the oil-rich state of Abu Dhabi,
had ridden to the rescue, providing an infusion of much-needed cash. The very building he was standing in highlighted Dubai's meteoric rise and subsequent rapid descent. An architectural marvel unrivaled in the world, its name had been changed from Burj Dubai to Burj Khalifa after the bailout, in deference to the ruling sheikh of Abu Dhabi, Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Following the tour guide around the 8-foot plastic scale model in the anteroom, he thought the rattling off of statistics and record-breaking feats sounded a little desperate, as if the tour guide was trying to convince him of the building's greatness and, by extension, Dubai's worth. McMasters let the voice fade into the background, the ever-present mission in Qatar creeping forward to his conscious mind. He was due to arrive at the peace conference the following day, and the closer it got, the more he thought about what could go wrong. He'd agreed to become the new Middle East envoy before they'd told him what that entailed, namely a covert action involving passing money to the Palestinian Authority. As an ambassador, he'd been privy to various covert actions conducted by the CIA, but none had involved his embassy, and he'd certainly never participated in one as a player. In truth, as a diplomat, he found the whole notion of covert action distasteful. Lying and sneaking around simply wasn't in his makeup. Or so he had thought. Now that he was a primary actor, he found it exciting. True, he was just the catalyst and not the agent who would actually transfer the money, but it was still a thrill. When first told of the mission, he had balked, asking how he was going to travel from country to country toting around a suitcase full of cash. He'd been told that the money would be coming separately, brought by 2 members of the CIA during the conference, and that it wouldn't be dollar bills, but diamonds, much smaller to haul around. The actual transfer plan had been withheld from him, using sources and methods known only to the CIA. He'd toyed with the idea of demanding the information, since it would be his head on the chopping block if something went wrong. He knew it was simply because he wanted to satisfy his curiosity, wanted to feel more a part of the mission. He was brought out of his thoughts by the tour guide walking toward a long hallway past an incongruous picture of Tom Cruise hanging on the outside of the Burj Khalifa for some movie. He nodded at the aides with him and followed, finally reaching 2 double-decker elevators after several minutes. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid pointed at the one to the right, leaving the remainder of the strap-hangers to ride up in the elevator to the left. The ghost exited the elevator's maintenance room on the 125th floor and saw 2 females dressed in Burj Khalifa uniforms scurrying down the hallway, animatedly talking. When they were abreast, he asked what the excitement was about.
"They are here. His Highness is here with the American. They'll be on top shortly."
He thanked them and headed in the opposite direction toward the service elevator. 4 minutes later, he exited in the basement. He paused for a second, listening for anyone else working. Hearing nothing, he jogged to the radar brake array for the observation elevators. He used a stepladder to place the Wi-Fi repeater as high as possible into the left elevator shaft, giving it the greatest possible chance of hitting the network. He turned it on, watched the lights go from red to green, and returned to the bottom. He placed a Wi-Fi sniffer he'd purchased near the detonator. He smiled when he saw 4 out of 6 bars. He turned on the detonator, holding his breath. The light flashed red, then went to green. It was armed. He moved to the right elevator shaft and powered its detonator. It flashed red, then began to blink red and green over and over again. He was unsure what that meant, but knew it wasn't good. He placed the sniffer next to the detonator and saw he had no Wi-Fi signal.
"So much for the advertisement on the box about the repeater range,"
The shaft itself was blocking the signal. He held the sniffer at eye level and walked slowly toward the repeater, feeling the press of time. In 3 steps he had a single bar. 5 more steps, and it went to 3 bars. When he reached the wall between the 2 elevators, he saw 4 bars. Good enough to trigger. He somehow needed to get the detonator to this wall. He glanced around the room looking for loose wire. He saw paint buckets, spare pieces of crown molding, and a tarp, but nothing remotely that he could use. Frustrated, he ran to the keypad for the door leading outside. It was encased in metal, with the wiring running up the wall inside a pipe. No good. He wondered where the entourage was located. If they were already on the observation deck. If they weren't about to trigger the explosives, with him standing next to them. To the left of the keypad was a speaker, presumably an intercom that allowed communication to other maintenance personnel inside the building. It had no apparent wiring leading to it, meaning the wiring was behind the speaker and ran inside the wall. He found a flat piece of scrap metal and jammed it under the plate. He levered the speaker away from the wall, pulling out a mess of spaghetti. Not wanting to shock himself, he identified the power line, then the wire used to transmit from the speaker. He separated the 2, then gave a hard yank to the speaker wire, drawing out 3 feet. He began pulling hand over hand until he had no slack. He glanced back at the elevator shaft. Still not enough. He looped the wire around his hands and jerked with all of his might, the wire slicing into the fleshy part of his palm. He tried a second time and fell backward as the anchor gave way. Several minutes later, he had the detonator separated from the explosives by about 30 meters of speaker wire. He affixed the detonator to the wall between the elevators and powered it up. He saw the flash of red, then a steady green. He wiped his brow and hurried to the exit door. He swiped Hamid's keycard, opened the door, and took the stairs up 2 at a time. He slowed as his head crested the top of the stairwell. He surveyed the drive to the mall parking garage and froze, his stomach clenching. The black man he had tried to kill was walking toward him, another man at his side.
Chapter 59. Knuckles shut off the van and pointed at the hooded man from the souk. We going to leave him behind like we did Lucas? Getting Jennifer's voicemail one more time, I stabbed the keypad and hung up. No, you're going back to the hotel. I can't get Jennifer, something's wrong. Get over to the hotel and find her. He started to say something, and my phone rang. I stabbed the call button and heard Blaine. Damn it, where is she? I listened, then said, We're there now. I can see limos roped off. What the hell's going on? Why did they come here? On the other end of the phone, Blaine said, Pike, we didn't get to them in time. We had too many layers to go through to get the phone number. We have it now, but it goes straight to voicemail. Call someone else. There are 3 limos here. Someone's got their phone on. They all go to voicemail. We don't know why. Maybe the building is shielding the signal or something. But the bottom line is we didn't get the warning to them. So much for doing this slow and methodical. How long are they going to be in there? Less than 10 minutes on the upper deck. The clock's ticking right now. What are your courses of action? Shit, sir, I have no idea what trap he's built. He's been all over the damn building planting explosives. It's going to take time to get to the maintenance room on the upper floors. It's above the observation deck. On top of that, he apparently placed explosives in the basement as well. Blaine said, What can I do? What do you need? I need someone to tell them to stay out of the damn elevators. I calmed down and continued. I'd like to target the ghost because I'm sure he's going to command detonate whatever he's got. But we don't know where he is. I have no doubt he's around here, but I can't waste the time looking. Second COA is to enter the building and see if we can render safe whatever trap he's laid. But it's the basement only. I have no idea if that'll be enough. Brett and Decoy are headed there right now. What's the risk to the Force? Can you protect them? I watched Brett and Decoy cross the street, both carrying a small duffel bag full of tools. No, I said. There's no way I can mitigate the risk without the ghost. Blaine said something else, but I was no longer listening. A man with a Burj Khalifa maintenance uniform had just popped out of the bushes, wearing thick glasses, right next to the basement entrance.
The ghost ducked back into the stairwell, considering his options. Clearly, it was no coincidence that the black man was here. It was because of the envoy. The only mystery was how they'd penetrated his plan. They hadn't followed him here, or he would have been interrupted installing the phone numbers and arming the detonators. It must be the building itself. They don't know I'm here. They weren't looking for him, they were looking for his trap. He couldn't let them explore for any length of time. He hadn't placed any booby traps around his explosives, and they could be disarmed fairly easily. He thought about hiding in the basement and attacking them, but didn't like the odds. 2-on-1 would be hard to pull off. Somehow he had to prevent them from entering the basement. But he had nothing, no way to distract them, no means of pulling them from their goal. Except for myself. It hit home that he would be irresistible bait. They were following me earlier. They know what I look like. He could prevent them from stopping the attack, but he would be caught, chained and tortured, then killed. He wouldn't be able to utilize his false jihadi website group to claim credit. Wouldn't be able to put the Palestinian cause on the world stage. He would be walking to his death. He peeked over the top and saw the men were less than 70 meters away. If he waited any longer, he would be trapped anyway. He jumped up and grabbed the railing on the left side of the stairwell. Swiftly scrambling over it, he hid in the shrubbery beyond. He thought again about his options, but came up blank. It was either him or failure. He felt a sadness seep inside. He steeled himself, shaking off the melancholy. He would need to remain out of their grasp for several minutes, leading them on a chase. From there, it would be up to Allah. Maybe he could get them to kill him here before they started in on the torture. He kept his eyes on the two men, waiting until just before they reached the stairwell. When he was certain they would sense his movement, he slipped over the side, walking behind them at a fast pace, purposely scuffing his shoes.
Chapter 60. I dropped my phone and keyed the radio. Brett, Decoy, turn around. The ghost is behind you. Look behind you. I saw them whip around, then the man take off running. He circled around the back side of the building, running along a promenade that fronted a giant artificial lake. Knuckles was already out of the van, waiting for me to give him the word, unleashing the hounds, as it were. Instead, I said, "No, you go to Jennifer. Go get her. We'll handle this." He gave me a sour look, not liking at all that he'd be sitting out the chase, but he nodded and moved back to the door. I took off at a sprint, panting into my radio. Hit him with the EMP gun. Take out any electronics on his body. I was about 70 meters behind the target and 40 meters behind Brett and Decoy. Brett was pulling away, running like a linebacker for the end zone, moving at astonishing speed. The ghost flipped a glance over his shoulder, and I was close enough to see the shock on his face when he saw Brett closing the gap. He veered toward the water, and Decoy took a knee, aiming the EMP gun. I saw him track the target all the way to the water's edge, presumably firing his body full of electromagnetic pulses. hopefully scrambling whatever remote detonation mechanism he had. The ghost cleared the railing and dove into the lake right at the juncture of a false stream. He started swimming to the far side, looking like a child who had fallen out of a Disney ride, a dark cork in the impossibly blue water. I saw a bridge crossing the stream, letting tourists continue their promenade along the false sea, and sprinted to it. I reached the far side, and we had a little bit of man in the middle, with Brett and Decoy on one side, me on the other, and a bedraggled terrorist now treading water between us. When he didn't move to either side, Decoy jumped in after him, forcing him to choose. He came my way, trying to climb up a maintenance box and jump back onto the promenade. It was easy to beat him to it. I grabbed him by the lapels and swung him violently onto the ground, surprised at how light he was. His Coke bottle glasses flew off and he hit the ground hard, knocking the air out of him. I ripped through every crevice and pocket of his body, trying to find whatever he had that would trigger the explosives in the building. I came up empty. Brett reached me saying, "Did we fry the device?" "There isn't a fucking device." I slapped the ghost's face. "Where's the threat? Where is it?" He looked at me with a sense of calm and satisfaction, as if he'd just won a contest of skill. "You're too late."
Chapter 61. Jeff McMasters saw the end of the lap around the observation deck to his front and gave a silent thank you. The drone of the official tour guide had endlessly echoed with bits of trivia of the city, no matter which direction they looked. He did have to admit they weren't kidding about the height. They were so far up in the air that the ordinary skyscrapers of downtown Dubai looked like toys. So far up that there had been no vertigo at all. It was like looking out the window of an airplane, the earth so distant that his mind couldn't compute the effect as being above it. They reached the elevators, and the guide asked if he'd like to go outside to the tallest open-air observation deck in the world. He, of course, expressed keen interest, wondering what else the man could blab about. Blessedly, the tour guide simply said, "Enjoy yourself and let me know when you're ready to return to the bottom." He nodded as if he was having the time of his life and pulled out his international BlackBerry. To his surprise, he had not a single email or missed call. The damn thing rang endlessly, and he'd been out of contact for at least 30 minutes. He looked closer and saw he had no signal. Must be something to do with this building. Like a man addicted, he felt the need to get his phone back on the network. He nodded at Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid and said, "Let's continue our tour of your fabulous city." The sheikh smiled. "Of course. Today is your day."
As soon as the words came out of the ghost's mouth, I knew he'd tricked us. Delayed us to execute his plan. I wanted to scream at my stupidity. I should have hit what I knew, the elevators in the building. I'd gotten tunnel vision when I'd seen him, and now it would cost us. I wasted no more time on him, knowing there was no pressure on Earth I could bring to bear in the short time I had to get him to talk. He was prepared to die. Unlike his accomplice, my ace in the hole. I started snapping orders. "Brett, target's yours. Get him back to the van. Decoy, get the EMP gun recharged and ready. Knuckles, what's your status?" "Still on the parking garage road, about to enter the highway. What's up?" "Turn around, come back. Get that little weasel in the van to the basement door. He needs to lead us to the explosive set he saw the ghost in place." "On the way, 10 seconds out. What about the shit on the 125th floor?" "Nothing we can do about it. We're going to disable what we have." "You think that'll be enough?" "I have no idea. Just get him moving." Sprinting back the way I had come, I saw Knuckles leap out of the van, rushing our captive forward, holding the back of his neck, the man's feet barely touching the ground. We met up at the stairwell. "Lead us directly to the location your friend placed the explosives. If you deceive us in any way, I swear to God I'm going to kill you." His eyes bugging out of his head, he simply nodded. I swiped his card, and we entered in a rush. We stood inside for a millisecond before I slapped his stomach. Where, damn it, where? His hands cuffed in front, he took off at a trot. This way, to the shafts. He led us through a maze, finally pointing at the gaping holes of 2 large elevator shafts, and the explosives inside each. Don't touch them. Find the detonators. They'll be electronic. Knock them out with the EMP gun. We fanned out, and I saw a snake of wire leading from the explosives in the right shaft. I followed it with my eyes, winding and curving on the ground like a child's maze. Eventually, I ended up at the wall between the shafts themselves, and saw a blinking light. Decoy, there! Between the shafts, hit it with the gun! He immediately took a knee, aiming the EMP. I heard a distinctive hum, then saw a blinding flash, followed by a shock wave that launched me backward. I sat up, attempting to shake the ringing from my ears, looking to see if anyone on the team had been injured. Another sound penetrated the stillness. Something like a freight train loose on the tracks, coming from the shafts themselves. The elevators! I rolled backward as fast as I could, and another explosion rocked the basement. This one from the kinetic energy of a double-decker elevator hitting the earth from over 10,000 feet in the air.
Chapter 62. Lucas began dressing himself and said, "Now Pike and I share something else in common." Her wrists strapped to the top of the bed frame. Jennifer said nothing. Her panties and bra had been ripped off, but her pants remained wrapped around her lower legs, her shirt bunched up to her neck. Lucas continued, "I'm sorry it has to end this way, but I've got a plane to catch, and I can't have you messing anything up. I mean that. You and Pike are the closest thing I have to friends, and it pains me to do this." Jennifer tested the lamp wire around her wrists. During the assault, she'd fought like a wild animal, to no avail, but had felt the wire loosen. It wasn't the best for holding knots, and she thought she could work it to her advantage, especially since Lucas hadn't bothered to tie her legs down. She continued to act catatonic, defenseless, simply staring at him with large eyes. Lucas picked up a pillow from the floor. "I wish I could have simply talked to Pike. Let him know that it was all professional, just like the targets he attacks. There's nothing personal in it at all. In a way, I'm glad I missed him 3 years ago." He held up the pillow. "Someday he'll come to grips with what he is, and he'll see that he's just like me. It's taking him a little longer, but it's true. He and I are the same." He leaned over her. "I've heard that suffocation is the most painless way to go. Once you pass out, you feel nothing. Of course, I can't prove it, since no one I've done this to could give me an opinion when it was over. It's the best I can do, given the circumstances." He brought the pillow to her face and hesitated, staring into her eyes. She rotated her body, bringing her legs into her stomach. She lashed out with all the strength she had in a mule kick, hitting him in his upper chest. Caught off guard, Lucas flew across the room into the far wall. Jennifer yanked one arm free, then frantically began working her hand out of the second loop. Lucas sprang up and rushed her. She snapped out with a side kick, connecting again, and felt the hand slip out. She jumped off the end of the bed, putting Lucas behind her, the door to the living room to her front. She yanked her pants up with one hand and clawed at the door with the other, getting it open. She almost made it out before he tackled her, bellowing in rage. They bounced off the table in front of the anteroom television, then hit the floor. She rolled onto her back, Lucas straddling her body and trapping her left arm. She whipped her right elbow up and caught him on the chin, stunning him enough to allow her to snake out of his grasp. She leapt to her feet and he followed suit, slamming her into the wall. Rattled, the blow cutting her ability to think, she felt herself rotated around until her back was to the wall, her arms trapped in his grip. He leaned into her face, the spittle flying out. "You fucking bitch. Never want to make it easy. Always want the fucking pain. So be it." He reached his hands up to the base of her neck to repeat the pummeling she had endured earlier. She stared into his snarling visage and felt his hands close. She knew she was done. No way out. She thought of Pike, of how he wouldn't quit, never ever quit. Never, ever quit. She whipped her head forward, catching him just above the bridge of his nose with the bony part of her forehead. He shrieked, and she did it again, feeling the nose crunch underneath the blow, feeling him back up to escape. She turned and ran, reaching the door to freedom a millisecond before him. She felt his breath on her neck, his hands grabbing her shirt. She launched a leg backward, felt it connect, and heard him grunt. Then she was outside. She sprinted to the north elevator bank, the one with the envoy's security. She got within sight of it and started walking, checking her appearance. Her shirt was back in place, but she had abrasions on her wrists, and her hair, she knew, must look wild. She glanced behind her and saw Lucas scowling from the entrance to his room. He pointed a finger at her like a weapon, then blew the tip as if he was clearing smoke before shutting the door. She continued past the elevators until she reached a stairwell, ignoring the stares of the security men. She sprinted down them and ran to her car. A minute later, she was out of the garage and pulled over to the side of the road, throwing up on the shoulder. She collected herself, sitting in the front seat and panting, unable to fully come to grips with what had just happened. She felt a simmering rage. Pulling out her phone, she saw several missed calls from the team. "Out chasing a terrorist while I was raped." At that moment, she decided to keep the attack a secret, to pretend the abomination was nothing more than a bad dream that had never happened. She had helped the team find and capture Lucas, then watch him get the Taskforce version of justice. For the first time, she understood fully what that meant. Embraced the reasons why. Wanted to be the one who dropped the hammer. She texted Pike, telling him she was okay and on the way back. She put the phone away without calling, not caring what had transpired with the ghost. She drove to their hotel and went to her room. She stripped out of her clothes and went straight to the shower, letting the hot water beat her body. She began scrubbing furiously as if she was covered in poison, doing whatever it took to cleanse her skin of Lucas's touch. After an initial flurry, she stopped. She clinically surveyed the damage to keep her mind off the implications of the assault, wondering how she could keep it secret. She had vicious bruises to her abdomen and a bite mark on one breast, but all of that could be hidden. Lucas had never struck her in the face, so nothing obvious would show. The biggest issue was the abrasions on her wrists. It would be hard to hide them. She thought of how she could bandage them, what she would say to the men of the team, when the enormity of the entire attack came crashing down, flooding her, drowning her. She curled up in a ball in the bottom of the shower and wept.
Chapter 63. The makeshift TOC was a flurry of activity, with all hands either deleting computer files, packing up equipment, or talking on the phone. I reached Jennifer's voicemail yet again and felt a trickle of dread. I'd received a text from her saying she was inbound, but all I really knew was that it had come from her phone. So far, the entire mission had been a debacle. Like we had been painted with a curse, and the lack of contact with her was beginning to go beyond the worried stage and into the screw the mission stage. Not that I could mess things up any worse. We had barely made it out of the Burj Khalifa intact. with seemingly every first responder in the country rolling into the alarm calls. The bottom of the basement had looked like someone had detonated a car bomb in it, with the elevator shafts completely destroyed. I would have been happy with simple mechanical damage, but that wasn't the only thing left behind. When I'd cleared my head enough to take stock, I'd seen the remains of quite a few people. Torn arms and legs, heads smashed beyond recognition. It was hard to tell how many people were dead. Not that it mattered. Only two counted, the Sheikh of Dubai and McMasters. I was pretty sure they would be found in the pile and returned my focus to getting the hell out of the country. Someone else's problem now. There'd been a rumor that someone had survived, and Blaine had raced out of the talk to see if he could run anything to ground. I knew he was just wishing. I'd seen the damage. No way anyone lived through a fall like that. The television in the back of the room, on an English-speaking channel, was going on and on about the disaster. I'd eventually tuned it out, focusing on getting everything sterilized, but Decoy hadn't. He got my attention. What? They're saying an elevator has failed in the Burj. Okay. I don't need to watch the news for that. I saw it. No, they're saying an elevator, not elevators plural. I stopped what I was doing, now paying attention. Did you see 2 elevators come down? He asked. Before I could answer, Blaine entered the room, smiling. He should have been morose as hell, having given the order for a unilateral hit without Omega authority from the Oversight Council, then having it backfire in his face. He was done and should know it. I wondered if maybe he hadn't cracked. What? We're okay. You did good work. Save the day. I flip-closed the computer in front of me and said, Mind explaining? The Ghost placed explosives on both the cables holding the cars and on the emergency brake systems designed to prevent a catastrophe if the cables failed. Your EMP stopped one single charge from going off. The brake system that contained the Sheikh and the Envoy. They got a wild ride for a few floors, but no permanent damage. So only one elevator came down? Yeah, it's not pretty. Probably had 10 to 15 people in it, half American. Not good, but certainly not the worst we could be facing. I sat back, no longer worried about packing up, letting the relief wash over me, enjoying the small victory, and feeling a little guilty about calling this a victory when so many had died. Okay, I'll chalk this up as a win. What's Kurt saying? You going to jail? He grinned again. No, the council's okay with it because of the end result. If we hadn't executed, the Envoy would be dead. Kurt's just a little pissed that I didn't call him beforehand. I'll get my ass chewed, but that's about it. I was surprised. You didn't call him at all? Even for a sit rep? Nope. I figured he'd tell me to stand down and that it would be easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Now that was a gutsy decision. What if I screwed up? Turn this into an international incident? Why ask the question? You didn't. I couldn't believe he'd risk so much solely on my actions. It altered my opinion of him, raised it exponentially. I said, well, there's always next time. He smiled and said, we've got to get the detainees out to the desert. Skyhook's on the way. Kurt wants this wrapped up quickly. Get us out of here before someone connects the dots. I'm flying home tomorrow with the support package. You guys switch hotels, stay for one more day, then head out. The door opened and Jennifer entered, sending a flutter to my stomach I wasn't used to feeling. I ignored Blaine. Jesus, what the hell have you been doing? I've been worried sick. She gave me a wan smile and said, I had some car trouble, flat tire. I noticed her hair was wet, and she was now wearing jeans and a long-sleeved shirt rolled down to her wrists. You changed clothes? What's up? You took the time to take a shower before contacting us? She shifted back and forth and said, I sent you a text. I sweated like crazy changing the tire. I just wanted to freshen up a little. She looked around and said, What's going on? Where do we stand? I explained the situation, then said, As for where we stand, I was just asking that very thing. Blaine said, What else is there? I told you what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. What about Lucas? He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. Pike, hey, I get the guy tried to kill you, but he's not a security threat. His information panned out, he's gone, and the task force isn't going to hunt him. I saw Jennifer's jaw drop. I said, Are you serious? He killed Ethan Merriweather, along with his entire family. He's still designated as a DOA target. DOA stood for Dead or Alive, and was a task force designation that was rarely used. Almost 100% of the time, we wanted the information inside the terrorist's head. DOA meant the target was a distinct and urgent threat to national security, and we deemed the loss of information through interrogation less important than neutralizing him. Very few targets met that definition in our little world. Most terrorists like that were vaporized by a predator drone in areas within which we couldn't operate. I'd never had a DOA target, but the teams that did jokingly said it stood for Dead on Arrival, since nobody in their right mind would continue trying to capture a guy when it was authorized to kill him. Much, much easier to do. Lucas had earned the title when he'd murdered the family of a task force member. Pike, I get that. If it was up to me, we'd go hunting right now, but we've worn out our welcome on this op. Orders are to get everyone home and let things cool down. No more overt actions, period. Before I could answer, Jennifer blurted, You can't let him go. He's a murderer. We need to catch him. Both Blaine and I jerked our heads to her, startled at what she had said. An uncharacteristic outburst from someone who was as close to a bleeding heart as the task force had. Blaine said, I hear you. I really do. And we'll get him eventually. He's just not a strategic threat. I have to agree with Kurt on this one. Yeah, he's a shithead. But he's not a task force shithead. He's someone else's problem. I saw Jennifer clenching her jaw so tight, the muscles rippled in her cheek. She said nothing else, and honestly, I was good with it. So get these guys to the skyhook and call it a day? Yeah, can you handle that? No issues at all. We'll use the same DZ that the equipment came into. Jennifer can find it easy. Then get moving. I'll send the alert and the L-100 will be there 3 hours after nightfall. 30 minutes later, we had 2 4-wheel-drive Nissan Pathfinders loaded up. Decoy and Brett in one with the 2 terrorists bundled in the back, and Jennifer and I leading the way to link up with the L-100, the sun setting on the horizon. The skyhook was an extraction technique invented in the late 1950s. Used operationally only a few times, it had remained in the U.S. inventory until the 1980s, when the Department of Defense decided it was easier to fly in a helicopter than risk the damage to a human using the extravagant system. I'd done a lot of borderline things in my career, but testing this capability was at the top of stupid, which is why we only used it for terrorists. The system had actually been used by Hollywood more than by the CIA or DoD, appearing in multiple movies, and had eventually been phased out when helicopters began to do aerial refueling that gave them the ability to reach over great distances. It still worked for us because our problem wasn't reach. It was explaining what the hell we were doing in the country. Thus, having a plane conducting an overflight on a registered flight plan, then dip for a span of seconds to intersect the package before returning to flight altitude, solved a lot of extraction problems for folks who couldn't get through immigration. Bouncing through the desert, Jennifer did nothing but steer and navigate, never once asking me about anything that had happened. That and her demeanor told me something was different. She had an aura melting off her that permeated the entire vehicle. Maybe something only I could sense, but it was there, filling the cab with its stench. I said nothing, waiting for her to open up. Eventually she said, What do you think about Lucas? You going to let that go? What do you mean? I don't really have a choice. He's an asshole, but I'm not going to chase his butt all over the world. She looked at me for a long pause, reading my face. When she returned to the road, she said, What about Ethan's family? Isn't that enough? Where was this going? Yeah, that's definitely enough. but I don't have the team or the intel to chase him. He'll turn up.
What if I told you I had the intel? That inside his room I found where he's going. Would that be enough?
What kind of game are you playing? Why are you asking? She looked at me again, and I saw a door slam closed. Nothing. Just asking. It doesn't matter to me either. Chapter 64. We reached the pickup grid without speaking again. I knew something was wrong, but was genuinely unsure of what to say or how to act. I let it ride. Decoy and Brett unloaded the two prisoners while I laid out the kit, consisting of nothing more than a specially constructed rope and a helium balloon. Jennifer attached the battery wires for what looked like an ordinary pocket calculator to the antenna lead of the radio, giving us the ability to hear the aircraft's encrypted transmissions through the stereo in the Pathfinder. It was a simple decryption device that translated the radio calls of the aircraft, transmitted using a standard FM frequency on the radio dial. The hitch was we couldn't speak back verbally. That didn't mean we couldn't communicate. Both of the terrorists had been sedated with a special drug that was not unlike controlled substances used on every college campus in America. It gave a sense of euphoria while inhibiting conscious thought. They were coherent, but just barely, looking around with glazed eyes like they were trying to understand what was happening. They had enough coordination to put on the special jumpsuits for the ride, completely oblivious as to why they were doing it. 10 minutes out, Jennifer fired up the Pathfinder and dialed the radio to the correct frequency. I stood by with an infrared pointer, barely able to make out the terrorists 30 feet away in the dark, sitting back-to-back in orange jumpsuits. We heard nothing but static for 4 minutes, then a clear break. Prometheus, this is Stork. You got a baby for me to deliver?" I fired up the IR pointer and began doing slow loops in the sky. "Roger, Prometheus, got your rope. Stand by. Be on target in 10 minutes. That was the call to release the balloon. I attached 2 infrared chem lights to the rope, separated by 100 feet, then turned on the helium. Within seconds, the rope began to rise in the air. Ordinarily, the plane would be able to see the line in daylight, driving right into it and capturing the rope with a special little V attachment in the nose. Since nothing was easy enough for the Taskforce, we did the capture at night, blacked out, which called for the pilot to literally find the 2 IR chem lights while wearing night observation goggles and steer his nose toward them, keeping one high and one low, hoping to snag the line. There was one other difference the task force had to heighten the adventure. The old MC-130s used to have a cable running from the nose to the outside edge of the wings to protect the propellers if the pilot missed the rope, in effect, preventing it from snarling in an engine. Since that setup would look decidedly strange on a commercial airplane, we didn't use it. Scary shit I would never do. Task force pilots were borderline insane. We waited, giving no indication the plane was approaching, since all lights had been dashed, and it was now diving from a commercial altitude to 800 feet. I kept my eye on the 2 passengers, making sure they didn't do anything stupid like try to jump up and run. We didn't flex cuff them for the same reason we didn't give them a drug that would make them unconscious. If something went wrong, we wanted them to be at least somewhat capable of helping to save their lives. Out of nowhere, I heard the 4 engines of the L-100, a stretch, commercial version of the venerable C-130 cargo plane. It raced overhead, and I watched the terrorists, knowing what was coming. 2 seconds later, they were ripped from the ground and flying out of sight. It looked violent as hell, but I knew from experience it had less of a shock than a simple parachute opening. I waited for the radio call, not wanting to go racing through the desert for a crashed airplane towing terrorists. The stereo crackled, and I relaxed from what came out. "Prometheus, this is Stork. Baby's in the crib, and we're moving to delivery." We high-fived for a moment, then packed up. Shortly, I was back in the tomb with Jennifer, only she was now in the passenger seat. We went for 10 minutes. Silence getting so dense it was like cotton in the cab. surrounding us both and starting to smother. Eventually, she broke it.
Do you think letting Lucas go was right?
What is the damn fascination with him? She couldn't stand the way I acted in Bosnia when I captured him. Now she wishes I'd smoked him when I had the chance? I turned, seeing her face illuminated by the lights of the dash. Jennifer, what's going on? Why do you keep asking about him? She paused, then said, Nothing, I was just wondering. Bullshit. You remember on the boat when you said you could read me? You were right. But it works both ways. Nobody else sees it, but I do. Tell me what's going on. She stared at me for a moment, then snaked her hand over mine on the bench seat. I have to tell you something. Okay. I'm ready, I think. It's personal. You can't tell anyone else. I mean that. What the hell? Yeah, sure. You going to let me in on a big secret? I'm finally getting to see the real Jennifer or something? She said nothing, and I saw her eyes tear up. Holy shit. What is going on? Lucas did something. Something I want you to know about. I waited, only hearing sniffles, finally saying, What? When she looked up, her eyes were still wet, but clear, and her voice was now firm. You know what? He murdered Ethan, slaughtered his whole family. We need to get him. We shouldn't let it go. The change in tone raised a flag. She'd known about Ethan and his family when I had Lucas in Bosnia. Why get bloodthirsty now? Jennifer, you heard the boss. The Taskforce isn't going to do anything about it unless he becomes a threat to national security. We don't chase murderers. I'm not talking about the Taskforce. I'm talking about us. Huh? What do you mean? She reached into a pocket of her pants and brought out a card, an ID of some sort. She said, Pull over. Why? Please. I did so, getting a radio call from Knuckles behind me. I told him we were fine and to continue on. He protested and I barked at him. He slowly disappeared ahead of us. Jennifer turned on the dome light and handed me the card. It was my friend's driver's license. Ethan, with that same goofy grin. Now gone, tortured to death by Lucas. The picture caused a spike of anger at his loss. She said, I found that in Lucas's luggage, along with other things from people he's killed. I also found out where he's going and what hotel he'll be staying in. We can do this. I wanted to. It felt right, but I knew it wouldn't work. Jennifer, I'm with you, but Lucas knows both you and me on sight. There's no way we can get this done. He's a hard target, not like some of the losers you've seen us take down. Shit, just look at what he did in Dubai. She said, So convince the team. They'll listen to you. They'll help. Why do you want this so much now? She looked out the window at the stars, saying nothing. I was about to ask again when she said, I realize this isn't like me, but I knew Ethan. I caused his death by showing up at his house. The ID made it real, and I need to make it right. I looked at the license again, seeing Ethan alive in my mind's eye, then running through implications of a non-sanctioned hit. The logistics involved, and the repercussions. I thought we could do it, but only a DOA mission. There would be no way to exfiltrate a live prisoner, and no one to transfer him to if we could. I knew that would end the operation for Jennifer. Her sense of fair play wouldn't allow it, but I'd let her come to that conclusion. Okay, I'll talk to the team, see if they'll go along. But we're going to be limited on our options. We'll have no support team to take custody. I get that, I understand. But what do you want to do with Lucas when we find him? She locked eyes with me, her teeth clenched together, the muscles in her jaw vibrating.
I want you to fucking kill him.
Chapter 65. Lucas Kane searched one more news story just to be sure and read the same results with a sense of relief. The peace conference in Qatar was going ahead as scheduled, which meant the money transfer would go ahead as well. When he'd arrived yesterday afternoon, the news had been full of reports about the failure of one of the Burj Khalifa's elevators, with sensational stories about the excruciatingly protracted length of time that people floated inside, knowing they were going to die, screaming all the way down until they impacted at terminal velocity with the force of an out-of-control freight train. The fact the Sheikh of Dubai and the United States Middle East envoy were in the building made it that much more salacious, with newscasters breathlessly repeating what little they knew over and over again, adding nothing to the knowledge of what had occurred, but driving the story to a fever pitch. He'd assumed the worst, but finally the Dubai government lifted its censorship blanket, and the news began reporting that both men had lived. Not really caring about their corporeal status, Lucas focused on the political results of the attack, trying to find the standing of the envoy's mission in Qatar. He'd checked back online several times during the day until he had finally found the story in front of him. It made him both relieved and a little jealous. While all news outlets were reporting a simple mechanical failure, he knew for a fact what had happened. No wonder I had such trouble killing Pike. That guy's a fucking predator. He couldn't help but be impressed with the operation, precisely because it hadn't made the news. With a pang of envy, Lucas realized that Pike and his team were better than anyone he had ever served with. He would have liked to recruit the man as a partner. We could really clean up. He wondered if Pike had reflected on how he'd been able to prevent the deaths of the Sheikh and the envoy, if he'd given a little thanks to Lucas for his help. Probably not, after talking to Jennifer. He smiled at the memory, then reflexively moved his hand to his broken nose, the light touch bringing a stab of pain. Serves that bitch right. Now, sure his own mission hadn't been sabotaged, he typed a different address into the computer. After it loaded, he typed in an administrator's password, then began scrubbing the list. He knew the envoy himself wouldn't be trudging around the Middle East carrying a suitcase full of cash, no matter how much VIP treatment he got. It just didn't make any sense. The risk of loss or discovery was simply too great, and he knew it wasn't coming from the State Department's budget in the first place. If the envoy was truly transferring black cash, it would be coming from the CIA. Nobody else had the architecture or experience to bury a large sum of money from the scrutiny of Congress, which meant a separate flight for the escorts, most likely ground branch case officers from the Special Activities Division. Whoever was coming, he knew they'd be traveling as State Department employees. That being the case, they'd be using the State Department's travel website to book their tickets in an attempt to blend in with the myriad other moves State did on a daily basis. Before he'd had to flee the United States, he'd developed a solid business solving problems for various people, including a man named Harold Standish on the National Security Council. Standish had passed him administrative rights to the state travel website, and they had proven useful on several different operations. In the end, Lucas had ended up killing Standish, but had kept the administrative privileges. He sorted the listing of travelers by date, then location, working backward from Qatar. He came up empty. The site listed nobody as traveling to Qatar from the State Department in the next 4 days, probably because they're all on that private jet the envoy's using. But that didn't explain the lack of the escorts. Surely they aren't on the plane as well, flying all over the Middle East protecting a suitcase of wealth.
Don't get panicked. Maybe they just haven't bought a ticket yet.
The conference was due to last for 5 days, starting from today, so they could be flying at any time. He decided to simply wait here in Frankfurt, checking back each day. At the end of 5 days, he'd just have to figure out something else to do for a living. Maybe the Far East. In the meantime, there was plenty of female companionship 1 block from his hotel, and the Frankfurt red light district near the Hauptbahnhof.
Chapter 66. I was finishing up in Lucas's hotel room when Decoy called to tell me no change. Still banging the keys in the internet cafe. Can you see what he's working on? Not without sitting next to him. But I'm close enough to see that someone really thrashed him. Both his eyes are black. I placed Lucas's shirts back in the suitcase exactly as I had found them, then saw the leather satchel Jennifer had mentioned. Keep your distance. I'm almost done here. When he clears out, give us a call. Jennifer and I'll take a look. You guys stay on him. Where is it? Underground at the Hauptbahnhof. There's a little shopping area here. Middle of the concourse, opposite the S-Bahn entrances. You can't miss it. Which box? 3rd one from the left, bank along the north wall. Got it. Opening the satchel, I flipped through the trinkets until I found a keychain from Reno. A keychain I recognized. It was Ethan's wife's, who had been killed at the same time as Ethan. No way was the keychain a coincidence. Lucas had been there, had murdered them. I dug around a little more and pulled out the other driver's license Jennifer had mentioned. Someone else that bastard killed. I wrote down the data, then zipped the satchel closed. I hadn't found much about his future intentions. No receipts, ticket stubs, anything like that. But that was just gravy anyway, because I'd confirmed where he'd be sleeping tonight. Before exiting the room, I disabled the chain and the deadbolt, not wanting Lucas to be able to prevent my key card from working. Satisfied, I jogged down the stairs to join Jennifer in the lobby, wondering if what I was doing was just. Out in the desert, it had seemed right, even easy. Jennifer agreeing that he should be killed had been the icing on the cake. It had to be the correct path, if even she thought so. Now, I wasn't so sure. I would be the one pulling the trigger, nobody else. I lied to Blaine and let him fly on home, then broke the news to the team, attempting to convince them to assist. I'd told them it was strictly voluntary and strictly outside the Taskforce. This was personal, and I'd be the one doing the killing. Conducting surveillance was one thing, but there was no way I could ask the men to help me in the actual takedown of Lucas. When it came down to it, it would be a one-man operation, with the others long gone. In the end, Jennifer had been right. They all came on board fairly easily. Knuckles was in immediately, even stating he didn't mind the killing part. Decoy came on board as well, but Brett balked. I understood his reluctance, especially since we hadn't ever been teammates. He didn't know Ethan or his family, couldn't understand the pain their loss had caused. Eventually, the peer pressure got to him, and he agreed to conduct initial surveillance, but wanted nothing to do with the killing. Now, after 24 hours and a night of rest, the feeling of righteousness had dissipated somewhat, and I was going through the motions of tracking Lucas mechanically, tamping down the passion of the act. I didn't like how it was affecting me. I thought killing him would be just like any other combat action I'd been forced into, but it wasn't. And the difference was starting to seep in. I'd never taken a life in cold blood, purely for personal reasons, and a part of me was having a tough time coming to grips with the undertaking, even given the loss of Ethan's family. Not so much because of the killing, but because of the repercussions. Killing in combat, for defense of the nation or simply self-preservation, was something I could do and had done. Killing in cold blood was something else entirely, and I was fearful of what it might do to my psyche. I wasn't guessing about the damage. I had a lot of experience in that arena.
I had lived in a cesspool of guilt and rage after my family died, and knew intimately how powerful the subconscious mind was.
I had no desire to return to that cancerous place, and feared I was now freely volunteering to do so. Another part of me, prehistoric and reptilian, relished the opportunity, the scar tissue that had covered it beginning to break down, giving it room to blossom. That part didn't give a rat's ass about the consequences. I could hear it chanting in the background, yes, 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 and it was growing louder. The bloodlust was unsettling. I found Jennifer in the lobby and said, "Your information was spot on. It's his room." We started walking across the lobby and she said, "So, what are you going to do?" "Kill him tonight, when he's back in it." I said it like I was talking about getting takeout. She nodded her head vaguely, coming to grips with the fact that the information she'd provided was now going to be used to take a life. I don't have time to go back and forth on this. We only have another day before we're missed by Kurt and the Taskforce. We'd flown out right behind Blaine yesterday, him thinking we were going to hang around for one more day. After spending 24 hours in Frankfurt, we were now going to send a sitrep describing aircraft troubles, as if we'd just arrived from Dubai, and a subsequent layover. It bought us 48 hours and that was it. I was just happy we'd managed to find Lucas in the city in such a short amount of time. He'd thrown away the phone we'd originally tracked him with, so that was no help. Luckily, Jennifer had the 4 hotels she'd discovered from his internet search in Dubai. Finding the one he was in, using his Canadian ID, had been easy. Finding his room without Taskforce hacking help, however, had been a different matter. We had to do it the old-fashioned way, by distracting the guy behind the reception area. I'd first positioned Brett as a trigger for Lucas in the lobby, then had both him and Decoy begin the surveillance of him, using Knuckles as nothing more than a taxicab to drop them off and pick them up during the operation. As soon as Lucas had cleared the building, I'd thrown Jennifer into the breach to use her wily female charms to get the reception guy to leave his counter. I don't know what she said, but off they went to the business center, leaving me with plenty of time to find Lucas's room and imprint a separate keycard. She had come back glaring at me, with a young man in tow practically drooling. Now, with everything in place, the operation became real. I was going to kill him, in cold blood. I was no longer going to try to kill him, and I wasn't looking for him in Frankfurt in the hopes of killing him. I'd found him, and he was dead just as surely as Ethan's family, tonight. Decoy called as we exited Lucas's hotel. "He's moving. Out of the cafe and up the stairs." "Got it. We're headed that way now. Give me a call when he's clear." "Roger." I hung up my cell and said, "We have a little mini-mission. I need you to drop me off at the Hauptbahnhof, then circle the block until I call." "What's up?" "Apparently Lucas is using internet cafes, and I want to see what he's up to. I need the forensics thumb drive you used in Lucas's room in Dubai." She gave me a quizzical look, then I saw her brain make the connection of what I was asking, and she literally grew red in the face. "I don't have it. I gave it to the support crew with the rest of our kit. I'm sorry, that was stupid of me." "Damn it." "Don't worry about it," I said. "I think Knuckles has one." We'd given all of our overt kit like guns, beacons, and radios to the support crew to dispose of, minus one suppressed Glock I'd hidden in my luggage. But things like thumb drives and our Taskforce cell phones were ordinarily kept, because they raised no suspicion. I was surprised that she'd given it up. Not like her at all. Before I could even dial, she was on the phone with Knuckles, getting directions to meet him. In short order, I had the call from Brett saying Lucas was clear, and I was walking down the stairs to the internet cafe. Luckily, the computer Decoy had described was still free. I paid for 5 minutes, then pulled up Internet Explorer, finding the history empty. I plugged in the thumb drive and gathered the websites for the last hour. The most recent were for strip shows here in Frankfurt, which would make our follow a little bit easier tonight, and might make it easier to kill Lucas since he'd probably be drunk.
Continuing, I found references to news stories about the Burj Khalifa, which confirmed that I was on the right box, then a site that confused me.
It was a State Department travel agency, and the request had been for State Department personnel on all flights going from Germany to Qatar for the next few days. Qatar? Why's he looking at that? What's he up to? In the end, I decided it didn't matter. He only had a few more hours on this earth anyway.
Chapter 67. Lucas returned to his room a little bored. He had toured just about everything he could around the city, and with the lack of information about the couriers, he had nothing to really work on. He'd thought finding an ARFID reader would be hard in Germany, but he'd managed to do that on the first attempt, even locating one that appeared like an ordinary computer. With inconspicuous antennae he could loop outside of his laptop bag when the time came. With nothing else to do, he powered up the new reader and checked if he could dial into the device he had planted in Qatar. Once online, he inputted the ISP address and smiled when it connected. The improvised explosive device was in place and online. All it needed was a trigger, and he would get that soon. Seeing it was 4 o'clock, past check-in time, he packed his bags and called the front desk. "Yes, this is Lucas Kane. I hate to be a bother, but this room is a bit stuffy. I'd like to switch." "I'm sorry, sir, but we're completely full. I can offer you a discount." "Damn it. I don't want a discount. I want another room. Don't you have any open for late check-in? Give me theirs, and they can have this one. I haven't been here all day, so the room's clean. Please hold." While he didn't feel it necessary to switch out hotels every single day, on the days he wasn't leaving, he liked to at least switch rooms after the check-in time had passed. He did it out of habit. Practice. He felt no danger in Frankfurt from Hezbollah or anyone else, but that didn't mean he needed to be sloppy. The receptionist came back on. "Okay, sir, I do have a room. When would you like to switch?" "Right now."
Chapter 68. I leaned against the headboard of my small hotel bed, remote in one hand and a Glock 30 in the other, the compact gun overshadowed by the large can on the end of the barrel. I stared at the television, the screen nothing but a bunch of jumbled images that didn't register in my conscious mind. Nothing was registering in my conscious mind. It was intentionally blank, like a Zen warrior guiding the arrow that is not aimed. At least, that's what I was trying to achieve. In reality, I'd blanked my mind because I couldn't take the conflict raging between my good angel and my bad. It was easier just to sit thinking of nothing. And so I did for hours, answering the phone occasionally to get an update on Lucas's night out. He was apparently a sexual dynamo, but he hadn't had a drop of liquor. At least he'd be sleepy from the workout, I hoped. I was startled out of my reverie by a knock on the door. Shoving the Glock under a pillow, I opened it to find Jennifer outside. "What's up? Is there an issue?" "Not really, just bored." "I take it the call hasn't come in yet?" "Nope, but it's only 10 p.m. He's probably not coming back until after midnight." "Can I come in?" I really didn't want her to. I didn't need the distraction. I needed to think. Or more precisely, I needed a still room so I wouldn't be forced to think. She saw my reluctance and said, "Please, I need to ask you a favor." I opened the door and pointed at the lone chair in the tiny room. I climbed back on the bed. "You got a preference on channels?" "An English one would be nice." "I got Doogie Howser in German. Will that work?" She smiled. "Sure." I flipped the TV, turned down the sound of bad dubbing, and said, "What's up?" "How are you getting to his hotel tonight?" "Taxi." You think that's smart?
Well, it's smarter than walking. Trains have quit running this late.
Yeah, that's my point. You'll be remembered when they find Lucas. I mean, you'll probably be one of 2 cabs who stopped there tonight. You and Lucas himself.
So you have a better idea?
Yes. Let me drive you.
The offer surprised me, but it was out of the question. No way. Nobody else is getting involved, especially you.
Why? You need the help. Why especially me?
I hadn't meant for that to slip out, but I meant it. We'd never had our big talk on where we stood in our relationship. Even though she'd threatened it a couple of times, scaring the hell out of me. So I'd never really told her how I felt about her. Truthfully, I was afraid of rejection, and I tricked myself into believing that I was content with a lesser connection of being simple business partners. A little Jennifer was much better than none. But that didn't alter the fact that I would protect her from harm, whether she felt the same way about me or not, especially since this harm was easily averted. Jennifer, you're not going with me, period. Out of the question. She came over and sat on the bed next to me, pulling up a pillow to place behind her back, and revealing the Glock. She stared at it for a second, a look of regret on her face, as if she'd caused it to appear. She said, "Pike, I want to be a part of this. I feel responsible. I'm the one who told you I want to help." I waved my hand. "Quit it. It's not going to happen. Just drop it."
"It is going to happen, damn it! I am going to be a part of this operation."
Whoa, where's that coming from? Before I could say anything, she continued,
"Pike, it's my fault. I'm the reason you're doing this. I'm the one who brought it about. I know you don't understand. I don't expect you to, but I need this. I need to be a part of the operation. It can't be all you. We both suffer the consequences. I can't have you doing this alone based solely on what I told you."
What the hell is she talking about? Because she found the hotel rooms, she should be culpable for his death? I decided to end this with a lie. Okay. Head on back to your room. I'll call you when I get the trigger he's back in bed.
She said, "Why don't I just stay here?"
"Because I want to be alone, all right?" She squinted at me, catching the whiff of dishonesty, but walked to the door. She opened it and said, "You'd better call." I said, "I will. Go." I lay back on the bed, thinking again of what I was doing. More and more, it didn't seem right. Maybe it was simply disingenuous mental gymnastics, but Taskforce operations were sanctioned at the highest levels of government. When we went out on a hit, we did so after a thorough vetting, always because the target was a distinct threat to American lives. Doing this on my own, simply for revenge, was beginning to eat at my soul. We operated with rules for a reason. I wondered if ignoring them made me no different than Lucas. Made me like the stalker of my dreams. A murderer. Time passed quickly, and when I looked at the motel clock, I was surprised to see it was now past 1 a.m. The call would be coming at any moment. I made my decision and felt a measure of peace immediately. Sorry, Ethan, but you know it's the right choice. I reached for the phone to call surveillance when there was a knock on the door. Jennifer stood behind it, causing a little thread of anger. "What are you doing here? I said I'd call."
"I couldn't sleep, and I figured it was getting close, so I came back."
She glanced away, refusing to look me in the eye. She can't lie worth a damn, but apparently you can't either. She knew you weren't going to call. "Well, you can go to bed for good. The mission's off."
She said, "Why? Did he get on a train or something?"
"No. It's me. I'm not going to pull the trigger."
Chapter 69. It took a moment before the implications of his words settled into Jennifer's mind. No. He can't get a conscience now. She said, "What do you mean? What happened?" Pike turned away from the door, saying over his shoulder, "I can't do it.
I'm going to call Kurt tomorrow, tell him everything we have, and get him on board. Make it legal. Jennifer said, Pike, you know that won't work. Kurt will flip out that we're even in Germany. He'll order us home and then rip us apart. Even if he agrees, he'll want a support team here. And we don't have time for that. He held up his hand. Let it go. I've been thinking about it for 2 days. I'm not going to do the hit unsanctioned. Either Kurt facilitates or he doesn't. But I'm not going off on a vendetta like a mafia hitman. It's eating me alive, and I don't like the damage. Jennifer heard what he said and felt shame for what she was putting Pike through. She considered letting it go when that day sprang forth. Lucas's hot breath, the lamp cord cutting into her hands on the bed as she tried to keep him away, the beating she had taken. That bastard deserves to die, and Pike deserves to kill him, she thought. Pike, I need to show you something. Jennifer, forget it. You didn't see me at my worst. It was a living hell, and this damn mission is bringing me back. Please sit down. He did. Jennifer said, I found more than Ethan's driver's license in Lucas's room. What do you mean? Jennifer pulled out an ID card and handed it to him. She watched him recognize the face, then saw him begin to change before her very eyes. The resignation of only a moment ago disappeared, replaced by a rising tsunami of violence rippling just underneath the surface. A rage vibrating the very air around him. She felt the threat from across the room and knew she'd made a mistake. His face twisted toward her, almost unrecognizable, the scar on his cheek standing out stark white against the mottled red of his fury. Where the fuck did you get this? What are you up to? Some parlor trick to get me to destroy myself? Why? He leapt to his feet, shouting now. Jesus Christ, I can't believe you'd do this. I don't even know you. I don't want to know you. Get the fuck out. She began to backpedal, holding out her hands, getting out of the danger zone while she still could. Pike, it's real. I didn't want to tell you before. I didn't know what to do with it. I found Heather's license with Ethan's. Lucas killed your wife and your daughter. Pike stopped, the violence beginning to crack the surface. He stared through her, saying nothing, his body beginning to tremble. The phone rang, and he snatched it up. He listened for a moment, never saying a word. He ended the call, picked up the Glock, and racked the slide. Let's go. She hesitated, frightened by the change. Unconsciously, she prepared to fight, to defend herself against what she'd created. He didn't attack her, just shoved her into the wall, stabbing his hands into her jacket pockets. She began to fight back when he found what he wanted, ripping the pocket open and removing the keys to her rental car. Fucking stay here, then. I'm not going to beg you. He slammed the door behind him, sucking the darkness out of the room. She collapsed into the chair. What have I done?
Chapter 70.
I parked illegally on the street, right outside the front door of the hotel. The traffic light enough that I could do so without drawing attention. Not that I gave a damn anyway. I stalked past the front desk, the woman behind it wishing me a good night. When I looked at her, she melted back, then glanced down quickly, pretending to become interested in something on her counter.
I sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time to the 5th floor. I glanced down the hallway, seeing it was deserted. I walked until I reached the elevators, then took a left. Shortly, I was standing outside Lucas's door, the Glock now in my hand. I felt the press of time, knowing someone could poke their head out at any moment and see me with the pistol. I gently slid in the key card, getting a green light. I popped open the door a crack and listened. I heard nothing. The dark room. I snaked my way inside, leaving the door propped open a crack, with the damaged deadbolt to give me enough light from the hallway to see. I made out Lucas in the bed, lying face down. I walked up to the foot and placed the red dot from the Glock right at the base of the skull, holding it in a two-handed grip. I'd already decided not to do anything stupid like waking him up and telling him why he was about to die. No, it would be a quick double tap and I would be gone, leaving the maids to clean up the mess and the devil to explain to him why he was now in hell. The barrel trembled, wobbling up and down, left and right, refusing to settle. My little corner of darkness wanted more than a simple bullet, wanted to slice his life away one cut at a time, drawing it out as long as his body could stand. I finally had a face to the stalker of my dreams, and the black corner of my soul wanted to kill him exactly the way he had murdered my family. Get a grip. Get a grip. Can't do that and escape. Clock's ticking, put a bullet in his head. I took a deep, slow breath, the crime scene photos shining in stark technicolor in my mind. I felt the darkness swallow me and saw my hands steady, my arms becoming twin rails with a thin blood-red dot at the center. I tightened my finger, the slack from the trigger safety gone, the trigger beginning its journey smoothly to the rear. I saw movement under the covers next to Lucas. Someone groaned, a sleep-filled little exclamation. A whore? He brought a whore up and Knuckles said nothing? The covers snapped back, and a boy of about 6 flipped to the floor, walking to the bathroom with sleep-filled eyes, completely oblivious to the storm of death standing less than 4 feet from him. A boy the same age as my daughter when she had been murdered. I waited until he closed the bathroom door, then backed slowly out of the room. I made it to the stairwell before the margin between life and death slammed home. A razor's edge that made me sick to my stomach, causing me to stop and hold on to the railing for support. 2 more pounds of trigger pull, and you would have killed an innocent man. Chapter 71. The sun burned my eyes, even given the dark sunglasses I was wearing. The rays felt like sandpaper against the dryness. I hadn't gotten much sleep, then had awakened at the crack of dawn to control the surveillance effort for one final try. I handled the radio while Jennifer drove, trailing the surveillance box yet again. For her part, Jennifer was treating me with kid gloves, unsure of what I would do, and I didn't blame her. I had touched the face of the devil, gone further into the abyss than I had ever known, and almost became the personification of evil. Almost became the man in my dreams. Now we continued the hunt, but I knew it was futile. I had only one more night before Kurt began asking questions, and there was little chance we'd get lucky with the Jennifer distraction to find Lucas's room one last time. Shit. You ended up not finding his room. Knuckles brought me out of my thoughts. Still eating breakfast at the Burger King, still got his bags with him. Lucas had gone back under the Hauptmannhof, wandering around, doing nothing until a Burger King had opened up, and was now killing time eating a hamburger. In my mind, I half wondered if he wasn't going to get on a train this time instead of a new hotel. I almost wished he would. It would make my decision much easier. I wasn't going to follow him all over Europe. I decided to pull the trigger anyway, not waiting to see what he did. Knuckles, go ahead and back off, let him go. Jennifer whipped her head at me, and Knuckles said, Come again? What was that? Break down the box. Get the boys on the street and let Lucas go. What the hell are you talking about? Because you hit the wrong room last night, you want to quit? We don't have the right equipment or manpower for this. Winging it isn't working. We're all leaving tomorrow anyway. And there's no way I'm going to crack into an unknown room again without intel. They've got no beacons, no tracking of him, no hacking capability, nothing. He can defeat us simply by changing rooms. On top of that, we've been conducting a full-up surveillance effort with the same 2 men. They're probably burned to a crisp. With Lucas planning some sort of ambush, it's over. Why don't I just keep the box until he's through eating? See what he does. You never know. He might go to the woods all by himself or something. Fucking let him go!
There was a pause, then a, "Roger." He hung up, and we sat in silence for a few minutes. Jennifer finally broke it.
I'm sorry I gave you Heather's license. I hadn't told anyone except her what had happened. I'd simply said that I'd entered, realized it was the wrong room, and left. I didn't want to relive it. Relive how close I'd come to slaughtering a complete stranger. A man who checked into a room, fully expecting to take his son to the zoo or something, only to have his son wake up with his father's brains all over the sheets. She saw me lean back into the headrest and said, "Are you okay? I've never seen you like you were last night. I thought you were going to attack me. You acted just like someone else. But I think I'm now more scared of leaving this unfinished. Of opening up your scars and leaving them bleeding. You sure you want to call it? Not that I'm pushing. If you're good with it, I'm good with it." I spoke softly, feeling the blackness wanting back in control, not happy with my decision. "Jennifer, I almost killed an innocent man last night in front of his child. I almost became Lucas. I'm not taking that chance again. Heather wouldn't want it, and I don't want it. I'll just have to wait for vengeance. Sooner or later, he'll cross Taskforce lines again. He's just not built any other way." She put her hand on my arm. "Hey, in the end, you weren't someone else. You're better than that. You wouldn't have killed him." She smiled and patted me. "I think I've got you trained just about right. The only man who would have died is Lucas. But I'm glad you're worried. It means you're still the Pike I know. Last night I wasn't so sure." I pulled off my sunglasses and looked into her eyes. I was squeezing the trigger. If his son hadn't woken up, I would have killed him. I almost did anyway. When I entered, I wanted to pull Lucas's body apart with my bare hands. The crime scene photos were in my head like an actual memory, living and breathing as if I had been there. They were so clear, so more than a memory. I could even smell the blood. There's one where Heather and Angie are laying on the floor, beaten almost beyond recognition. Tim in the background gutted, the room painted in red. Angie with her hand on Heather's leg. I stopped, the pictures springing back into my mind, causing a physical pain. I forced them away and continued. The blackness came, and I almost couldn't turn it off. Even when I saw the boy. I swear to God, for a split second, my brain was computing how best to kill them both. Kill someone just for the fuck of it. Bring a little of the pain I had to endure to the world.
Jennifer heard the words, the implications of what she had done sinking in. My fault, Jesus, I'm destroying him." She felt her eyes begin to water and quickly wiped them before he noticed, but it was too late. "What are you getting all teary for?" "Nothing. I'm just sorry about this. Sorry I told you. Let's go home. Forget about Lucas. It isn't worth your sanity." Before he could answer, his phone vibrated. She only caught one half of the conversation, but it was enough. "What the hell do you mean he's back in the internet cafe? I told you to back off." Pike listened for a second, then said, "Don't give me that shit. Back the fuck off. You copy?" He hung up the phone and said, "Lucas is using the cafe again. Apparently Decoy and Brett were stupid enough to break the box down and go get breakfast at the Hauptbahnhof, in view of the Internet Cafe. She said nothing, wanting to dial Knuckles and tell him to quit herself. Stop the torture she'd brought on for selfish reasons. Get Pike back to being Pike, away from the loss of his family, her need for vengeance overcome by her concern for Pike's welfare. He continued, "Let's head back to the hotel and check on flights out of here. I'm exhausted, and this isn't helping my attitude. I want to go home. Forget about this place." She said, "Me too. Let's get a seat in first class, do nothing but watch movies for the next 48 hours, go to some stupid bar you like. Forget about this whole damn mission." He smiled for the first time and said, "Maybe go back to the Blind Tiger, if you can keep from kicking someone's ass." "I could do that, if it would help you with this." He stared at the ceiling, saying nothing for a moment. She wondered what she'd said. His next words caused her more pain. "I was thinking it would help if we had that big talk you keep threatening, about where we stand. You know, last night I didn't want you to participate for different reasons than Knuckles. I protected him as a friend. Not the same way I think about you." She heard the statement and felt immediate loathing mixed with fear. She didn't want to go there. Not so soon after what had happened to her. The thought of intimacy alone made her physically ill. The mission and vengeance against Lucas had kept her feelings at bay. But Pike's words scared her, sickened her. If Pike found out what Lucas had done, he'd leave her for sure. She was now tainted goods, polluted from the man who had slaughtered Pike's family. If they talked, she knew she would crush him instead of telling him why, something he didn't deserve. She felt tears again, hating herself, hating Lucas, hating what he had done, feeling the overpowering need for vengeance spring forth again. "It's not supposed to work like this. It isn't fair," she thought. Pike said, "What the hell? Asking you out for a beer causes you to cry?" Before she could answer, his phone rang. He said, "You'd better tell me you're getting plane reservations." He hung up without saying another word. She said, "What?" "He's out of the damn cafe, and they want me to check it out." Jesus. Stick a fork in this operation. It's over and done.
Chapter 72.
Jennifer dropped me off at the nearest stairwell to the underground, on Münchnerstrasse.
I trotted down the stairs, wondering what the conversation had been about. Something was going on with her. I didn't know if I wanted to push to find out. Might not like the answer. Knuckles called and said, "He's getting on the S line, headed west. You want us to pull off?" Jesus. What the hell difference does it make what I say? You'll just ignore me. I hung up the phone and entered the cafe. I went to the box Knuckles had indicated, not wasting time with Internet Explorer. I shoved in the thumb drive and waited on the results. The first hit was simply an IP address, with nothing showing other than that the computers had talked. The second was the State Department travel site again, only this time 2 names were highlighted. Both had entered Germany 2 days ago through Berlin.
Now both were headed out on flights to Doha, Qatar, from Frankfurt in 6 hours.
What the hell is he doing? I racked my brain trying to find connections. Nothing here indicated anything, with the peace process he tried so valiantly to protect. Yet there was no way these 2 state personnel weren't involved in it. And the fact that he was even looking told me he was as well. I brought up the final website and saw a plane reservation. For one, Lucas Kane, to Qatar. I flipped to the state page and saw it was the same flight. I thought about the implications and realized something else. He just entered into the Taskforce crosshairs again, Officially. That fucker is mine. I shut the computer down, dialing my phone. Knuckles, get the men back to the hotel. Pull off Lucas now. Yeah, you sound like a broken record. No, damn it. Get them back before they get any more burned. We're going to need them. Lucas is going operational. Back in the hotel, I contacted the Taskforce through our company VPN. Before talking to Kurt, I needed additional evidence, so I had some analysts do a little research first. While they plugged away, I considered what I was going to say, how I could soften the blow of the team's location and current activities. I didn't come up with anything solid, and after getting my research answers, decided to simply tell the truth. Kurt was smiling on the screen, but I was fairly sure I would knock that grin off pretty quickly. Hey, Pike, good work the other day. Your usual high adventure, but the council was impressed. Great. We're going to need the love. Where's Blaine and the support crew right now? The Taskforce bird broke down in Shannon, Ireland. I know it's BS, but let it go. Why? Here we go. You need to get them to Cotter immediately. Lucas Kane is doing something operational. I don't know what, but he's headed there in 6 hours. There goes the grin. What the hell are you talking about? How do you know anything about Lucas Kane? I tracked him to Frankfurt. I'm on him now, and he's flying to Cotter on the same commercial flight as 2 State Department personnel. You did what? Jesus Christ, Pike! We have no authority on this. No Omega in Europe. What the hell are you doing? Trying to destroy the task force? I didn't reply, letting him get some steam off. He finally said, Well? You going to tell me why you've got a rogue task force team running amok? Give me some incredible reason why you disobeyed direct orders from the President of the United States. Lucas murdered my family. I came here to kill him. His mouth opened, then closed without saying anything. So I continued. Jennifer found Heather's driver's license in his room, along with Ethan Merriweather's. Lucas killed them both. She also found another license. I ran a check on the name through the task force law enforcement section. It was Meredith Madison, the senator's wife. Remember she was killed in a hit and run, never solved? And Senator Madison retired shortly thereafter? Lucas killed her as well, for God knows who. Nothing came from the computer, Kurt's face stunned. Reflecting on my statements, eventually he focused back on me. Pike, I honestly don't know what to say. Sir, that's water under the bridge now. I didn't kill him, and during the surveillance operation we found evidence that he's still got designs on the peace process. He's headed to Cotter, and I need to beat him there. Can you get me a plane? What? Slow down. This is coming a little fast. What do you have? I gave him a rundown from start to finish. When I was done, I said, I need to get to Cotter ahead of him. I'm sending Brett and Decoy on the flight, but I need to prep the terrain, and I need that support package with Blaine. It's 9 hours from Ireland to Dubai. Lucas will be there in 12. I don't have time to get them to you first. I don't even have oversight approval to begin. Sir, no offense, but Lucas isn't going to wait on the Oversight Council to pull their head out of the sand. He's on the hunt, and someone's going to pay. Kurt said nothing for a moment, coming to grips with the threat. Finally, he nodded and said, Make sure it's him. Yes. An evil grin slipped out. Trust me, I fucking intend to.
Chapter 73. Lucas arrived at the Qatar Airways counter a full 3 hours before the flight was due to depart, not knowing what time his targets would check in. He had no idea what they looked like, but he was confident he could pick them out when they approached the counter. His plan was fairly simple. Like he had with the investigator, he would use an ARFID tag to trigger an explosive device that would eliminate the targets. Only this time it would be the men alone killed, leaving their luggage untouched. Unlike the other hit, he wouldn't be using the baggage tag. Instead, he'd use the electronic tag built into the passports the men used. The idea came to him when he had tried to get another passport in Lebanon and had been told the modern ones were too hard to forge, precisely because they were now embedded with an ARFID tag that contained all of the information inside the passport. It was an electronic fingerprint that could be fed to his explosive device. The plan posed some significant challenges, not the least being stealing the information in the first place. To allay security concerns, each U.S. passport had a mesh shield embedded in the cover, preventing anyone from gleaning data when the passport was closed. This was the primary problem Lucas would have to overcome. The targeted identities could only be stolen, and the explosive device could only be triggered if the passports were opened in the respective ARFID reader's presence. He checked his watch and saw the flight was only an hour and a half from takeoff. Sad boys like pushing it, probably hung over. A second later, he watched two men in suits glancing at the airline names displayed above each counter. They were both dressed like businessmen, but they couldn't hide a bluntness, an edge that didn't fit in with the attire. When they walked past him, he saw both pulling ordinary suitcases and one toting a Zero Halliburton aluminum briefcase in his other hand. It was swathed in a tangerine-colored fabric and had a self-locking zip tie sealing the container closed. Very smart. The consulate had prepared the money as a classified diplomatic pouch, and now these two muscleheads would pose as simple State Department couriers, delivering it to the destination. Given the peace summit, the pouch would appear completely natural. Dip pouches, by international convention, were inviolate. No security post or government official could inspect the contents, provided the couriers produced the correct paperwork. What puzzled Lucas was the size of the pouch. No way could there be a hell of a lot of money inside a briefcase. The largest denomination the United States currently issued was the $100 bill, and that would fill the available space fairly rapidly. This had better be fucking worth it. Go through all the trouble only to get $100,000 and I'll be pissed. The men finally committed to the Qatar Airways flight, and Lucas pulled his luggage up behind them, flipping the switch in his carry-on backpack. He watched each man present his passport, praying the lady behind the counter would hold it above the counter. She didn't. He stuck with them, continuing the procedure through immigration and security, finally getting a chance to check the reader at the gate. He saw he had both identities. He raised his head, a grin slipping out. He found himself looking into the eyes of a passenger across the room. The man glanced away, now studying a blank wall. The guy's demeanor triggered an alarm. He looked vaguely familiar, an indistinct tickle saying Lucas had seen him before. Lucas bent down and pretended to dig through his bag, giving no outward indication that the man had caught his attention. But he was now a person of interest. An hour later, he was above 10,000 feet and allowed to use his computer, the two State Department personnel directly behind him, the unknown across the aisle and one row up. He connected to the in-flight internet and dialed the ISP of the device, holding his breath. He checked it at the internet cafe, and it had worked, giving him a shot of confidence that his hotel contact had emplaced the device correctly. But now was the moment of truth. If he couldn't input the data, the IED might as well really be a flower vase. The reader went through a self-test connected to the internet, then the ISP. He hit send and waited while the two readers talked. He saw the bar for the upload moving agonizingly slow, like an anchor pulled from the mud. He was about to reload, convinced the system had locked up, when it whipped to the end in the span of 10 seconds. The data was gone. He relaxed for the first time in days. It was out of his hands now. In 6 hours, the 2 men with the diplomatic pouch would either be vaporized, or he'd be flying to the Far East empty-handed, looking for a job.
Chapter 74.
Our aircraft pulled into the VIP terminal of Al Udeid Air Base, an hour southwest of Doha, and I wondered who would greet us.
The entire coordination had been hastily done, and chances were high that someone on the tarmac was expecting a 3-star general to march out and start handing out challenge coins. The only good thing about it was we were 2 hours ahead of Lucas, just enough time to get set. I'd given Brett and Decoy their marching orders to board Lucas's plane, getting them out the door, then had Knuckles and Jennifer pack up while we waited on Kurt. He'd eventually called and said he had a C-21 aircraft at Ramstein Air Base, an hour away from us. The C-21 was the military version of the Lear 35 business jet and was used to transport dignitaries and generals around the world. This one was hauling a 3-star around when it had broken down. It was in maintenance and due to continue its journey today. Somehow, Kurt had managed to cloak that it was ready to fly, and the general thinking he had another day of TDY in Germany. In the meantime, we'd stolen the plane. It was a one-way trip, with the general getting his bird back tomorrow morning none the wiser. Now was the tricky part, getting out of this aircraft and off a U.S. Air Force base in a foreign country without anyone remembering who we were, which would be tough, considering we didn't have any vehicles, and this base was treated as if it was in a war zone. I looked out the window and saw 2 men in civilian safari clothes, the kind CIA office clerks wore whenever they went overseas, zip-off cargo pants and multi-pocketed shirts. It was a good sign, especially since I didn't see anyone in uniform. The stairs lowered, and I went out first. A man walked up, and I prepared to roll with whatever came out of his mouth, a skill perfected over years of lying about who I was or what I was doing.
He stuck his hand out and said, "Channing Gray, I understand you're here in support of security for state and need a vehicle."
Wow, this is going to be easy. I shook his hand and said, "Pike Logan, and yes, we're behind schedule, so whatever you could do to expedite would be appreciated." He pointed at a white SUV and said, "That's yours. I just need the fund site to release it. My boss isn't willing to pay, so it's going on state's bill."
Damn it, it's all taxpayer money. I faked a number, adding in an occasional letter, and praying he knew less about fund sites than I did. He studied the number, and I began coming up with excuses as to why it didn't look right.
A second later, he handed me the key, saying, "Inspect it for damage before you go. If it's not noted, we'll charge the fund site when you return." I nodded my head, then completely ignored the request. We loaded up the SUV and headed out, seeing the massive search of inbound vehicles at the entrance gate, but we were free to go as a vehicle leaving.
Chapter 75. As soon as the wheels hit the ground, Lucas turned on his new cell phone and dialed the porter. If he wanted the remainder of his money, he'd be waiting outside. The phone began ringing, and he noticed the unknown 2 rows up dialing as well. That in itself wasn't suspicious, but Lucas really wished he could hear what the man was saying. He hadn't shown Lucas any interest whatsoever on the entire 6-hour flight, making him feel a little bit better about his paranoia. But Lucas had lived a long, long time precisely because he assumed everybody was out to get him, and he wasn't about to relax now. The plane reached its designated parking area, and everyone stood up to retrieve their carry-ons. Lucas ignored the men behind him, knowing they would all be in the same bus in a matter of minutes. Better not to show any interest whatsoever. They reached immigration, and as first-class passengers were all shuffled into the diplomatic line, with the 2 CIA men let through before anyone else. Lucas didn't mind that, since they still had to retrieve their luggage from baggage claim. Lucas was going to let his luggage spin around the carousel until someone picked it up and put it in storage. If all went as planned, he'd be back at the airport in under an hour. He'd retrieve his baggage and return to Europe, leaving while the officials here were still trying to sort out the disaster. He hadn't planned anything further than that. It all depended on what the dip pouch contained. He parted ways with the fake State Department escorts, heading straight for the exit, and the porter he'd paid to pick him up. He saw the original person of interest from his flight was doing the same. No luggage. Another spike. He decided to test it, swerving toward the bathroom. Inside, he dialed his contact, telling him he was on the ground. He exited the bathroom, looking to see if the unknown was waiting, knowing he would be if he was surveillance. A quick survey told him the man was not in the immediate vicinity. He relaxed, then caught another guy from his flight, a black man who had been in first class with him. He was now hanging out next to the baggage carousel, the belt no longer moving. The only luggage on it, Lucas's own. The man was leaning against the wall, doing nothing, the crowd swirling around him. No bags at his feet, no apparent reason to stay, but there he was. Another person to watch. Lucas ignored him and went through the exit, seeing his porter smiling like the Cheshire Cat. "Hello, sir. Luggage?" "It's coming later. Just get me to my hotel." They exited the airport, heading north on Ras Abu Aboud Street. Reaching the Doha port, the driver drove along the Corniche, passing by the Emiri Diwan presidential palace where the peace talks would be held. Lucas wondered how many of the diplomatic quartet, as the Palestinian-Israeli diplomacy group was known, were staying in the same hotel as the envoy. He hoped all of them, because his strike would generate that much more confusion as they tried to assess the political purposes behind it. The porter continued north along the Corniche, heading toward the diplomatic quarter. When they stopped at a traffic light, Lucas flipped his visor down, lowering the makeup mirror, and felt the adrenaline flow. The black man from the airport was directly behind him in a rented SUV. He said, "Don't take me straight to the hotel. Take a left at the roundabout by the Sheraton and stop at the city center mall. Drop me off quickly, then keep going." "Why? It's too hot to walk." "I need to buy phone minutes. I'll be okay. Once you drop me off, I need you to go back the way we came. Park at the Souk Waqif, then do some shopping." He held out a wad of Qatari rials. The porter looked at the money with suspicion. "Why? Why do you want me to do this?" "Look, I'm a businessman from America. I told you that. People over here don't like Americans, and I just want to make sure nobody is out to get me." The porter smiled, like he'd heard a child telling a ghost story, and said, "You have nothing to worry about here. This isn't Iraq." "Well, it's worth money to you if you'll do it." Lucas saw him shrug. "Okay. Your money is fine with me. I tried to tell you it wasn't necessary." They made the turn at the roundabout, and Lucas surprised the porter by bailing out of the door the minute the vehicle slowed to a safe speed. Lucas watched him continue on, then backed up into a pile of construction debris, squatting down and looking for the black man. What he saw was the Caucasian pass by, the one who had glanced away in the airport hours ago, and he was following the porter.
Not paranoid after all. All he needed was the time it took the CIA men to reach his hotel, 40 minutes max. He hoped the porter could pull off a goose chase that long. He took off at a sprint back toward the roundabout.
Chapter 76. Decoy called me as soon as the plane had landed, saying they were on the ground and moving. Lucas had shown no interest in the State Department weenies on the flight, but that was to be expected. It wasn't like he was going to slap a bumper sticker on his luggage saying, "I'm out to kill someone." Need more information on what those boys are doing. When his update was complete, I said, "Okay, both you and Brett have vehicles staged in the rental lot. Spots 35 and 46. Keys are in the ignition. We're staged out front and can trigger, but you need to hurry." "Roger, all moving." "Put your phone in surveillance mode. I want to know what's going on." Taskforce cell phones worked like every other phone in the world, but had the ability to do group conversations, like a conference call. Something that I'd been missing for the initial surveillance of Lucas in Dubai. The problem was it ran the battery down that much quicker. If we had to go dismounted, away from the car chargers, we'd only get about 2 hours before we lost all comms. I hoped that would be enough. I could feel the endgame coming, which was good, because Brett and Decoy had been conducting a two-man follow for days. Sooner or later, Lucas would pick them up, if he hadn't already. I had both Jennifer and Knuckles with me in the small pay lot right out front of the baggage claim exit. I would have liked to use them constructively, but couldn't see how, since Lucas would spot them. At least we could see everyone who left. My bet was Lucas would flag a cab, and the make and model would be crucial to relay to Decoy and Brett for the follow. I told Jennifer to keep eyes on and dialed Kurt on my Taskforce phone. "Sir, we're set, ready to go. Lucas has paid some interest on the two state guys. Can you find out what they're up to? They have a classified dip pouch with them. I'm wondering if that's the target. If Lucas plans on nabbing the information they're bringing to embarrass the U.S. or maybe sell it, I need to know what's in the pouch." I expected some delay, some further questions. All I got was, "They have a dip pouch?" I could almost hear the wheels turning in Kurt's head. "Yeah, a Halliburton case with the orange cover." There was another pause, then, "Holy shit! Pull off Lucas. Get on the state guys. Get some protection on them." "What? I can't do that. I'm already positioned to trigger Lucas. The couriers were met by diplomatic folks to transfer the pouch. I have no idea where they are, and I can't get through security at the airport with any speed. If I break down the trigger to find them, I'll lose Lucas. What's up?" "The pouch contains diamonds, a shitload of diamonds, for a covert transfer to the Palestinian Authority. This isn't about the peace conference, it's a fucking robbery." Jennifer's comment in Dubai came full force. He's pure evil. I find it hard to believe he'd do something that was morally just if no money were involved. "Sir, I can't get to the diamonds, but I'm on Lucas. I've got him. Pike, he's got a plan. Being on him may not be enough. Call the state guys. Get them to stay in the airport until I can resolve this." "Working that now, but I doubt I can get their cell numbers soon enough. The best I'll be able to do is warn them, but they're going to leave the airport." Jesus, Jennifer was right. There had to be money involved. No way would Lucas have prevented the assassination of the envoy for any greater good. Should have dug. The connection had been staring me in the face. Jennifer tapped my arm, and I saw Lucas exit the airport, moving to a beat-up Ford instead of a taxi. Great, he has help, too. "Sir, Lucas is on the move. I'll call you when I can. Pike, so you know, I didn't get Omega for Cotter. I didn't even try. I sent Blaine on my own authority. And? And I'm giving you Omega. If you can't capture Lucas, kill him. If it comes down to it, if it goes bad, you followed orders, my orders. You thought the council had approved, but I'd rather you didn't get compromised." Wow, talk about pressure. "Roger all, gotta go. But you'd better get the president ready for some drama in Doha. Either from Lucas or from me." I put the phone in surveillance mode and passed the make and model of Lucas's vehicle, getting a confirmation from Brett and Decoy that they were set. Knuckles said, "What was that all about?" Kurt thinks those guys are carrying diamonds worth a shit ton of cash, and Lucas is trying to take it. Jennifer said, "What? This all happened over money? He's trying to rob the U.S.? "Yeah, apparently." Her jaw clenched, and she squeezed the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. I pretended not to notice, feeling the same way. I said, "Get out into traffic. He's far enough ahead that we can leave. And I don't want to be forced to play catch-up if we're needed." We started shadowing the pathetic little two-man surveillance effort, monitoring the radio traffic between Decoy and Brett. We reached a roundabout, and Brett came on. "My heat stage just jumped. I was forced to get directly behind him or lose him, and he pulled the visor mirror down. He's looking at me now. I need to pull off." Decoy said, "I got him. I'm at your 7 o'clock. Let him go." I could feel the surveillance breaking down. With Brett burned, Decoy had about 2 turns before he'd have to pull off too, especially if Lucas was actively looking. I said nothing, letting them use their own judgment. We continued down the Corniche, getting a play-by-play from Decoy, with Brett shadowing one road over. They made the roundabout next to the Sheraton and continued west. I looked at my map and saw they were paralleling the diplomatic quarter. Here we go. I cut into the net. "Keep your eyes out. Keep him in sight. He's next to the diplomatic quarter. This'll be it." A minute later, Decoy came on. "We got a problem. I'm still on the car, but there's only one man in it. The driver."
Chapter 77. "You sure? Lucas is Foxtrot now?" I couldn't believe we'd missed someone exiting the vehicle. "Yeah, I was a couple of cars back, slowed down by the roundabout, and when I caught back up, he was gone. I didn't see him dismount, but he's no longer in the vehicle." "Damn it. Break off. Break off. Circle the block, pick him back up. Go north into the diplomatic quarter. He's probably trying to intercept the dip pouch." "Pike, our embassy is hell and gone from here. The state guys aren't hauling money to the Australian embassy. We don't know what the hell those guys are doing. How they're going to transfer the cash. Lucas does. Find him now. We'll take up the slack on the vehicle." Since Lucas was gone, we were fresh. The driver would have no idea who we were. Jennifer was already burning rubber to make up the ground, instinctively knowing what I would say, and that we were in the game. I vectored Brett one road over and caught the Ford passing in front of us. Knuckles shouted, "There he is!" And Jennifer jerked the wheel, cutting off traffic to get behind him. He said, "Whoa, keep it steady. We're still in a follow here. Don't burn us." Jennifer looked at me for guidance, understanding the situation even before Knuckles, already knowing what I was going to say. "Brett, we're headed north on Al Asmak Street. Cut over to Grand Hamid and box him in. Get ready to take him down." Knuckles realized the problem a split second after he'd opened his mouth. Okay, I got the right side, passenger side." This guy was the only anchor we had to Lucas, and we needed the information in his head. It would be quick and dirty. I said, "I'll take the left. Brett, you pin him in. Don't let him escape to your front." "Roger all." The vehicle never made it to Grand Hamad, pulling into the parking lot for a shopping area. I looked at the moving map on my phone and saw it was the Souk Waqif. Great, a rat maze. The vehicle stopped outside a hotel, and the man exited in a hurry, looking over his shoulder. He was wearing Western dress, a uniform of some kind. He saw us coming and took off running, straight into the souk. Brett parked at the far end of the lot and came sprinting our way. I said, "Jennifer, get this thing ready to roll out of here. Knuckles, go left, block the left." I knew it was a ridiculous order. The souk would have 40 different exits, and there was no way Knuckles could block them all. I started the chase, pounding across the parking lot and watching the target disappear through a door. Then I remembered Dubai and Brett's track star speed. "Brett, you got him?" He was behind me, still catching up. "Yeah, I see him." "Catch his ass." I was running flat out toward the door he disappeared through when Brett passed me like I was standing still. I was able to see Brett jerk right and struggled to keep him in sight. The souk was narrow, using only natural light, making it hard to run full bore for fear of slamming into something. I was knocking folks out of the way trying to keep up when I broke out into an alley that wasn't covered. Brett was 40 meters ahead and right on the guy's heels. He leapt through the air and hammered him just below the shoulder blades, slamming the guy into a stall full of parakeets. I caught up a split second later, hearing the stall owner screeching just like his birds. A crowd gathered, and the screeching grew louder. I looked around and saw birds all over the damn place. We'd caught him in some aviary zoo, with stalls left and right jammed with all manner of fowl, the owners now raising their arms and squawking louder than the goods they were selling. By the time I'd reached them, Brett had the guy in an armbar. The man's teeth gritted in pain. I turned around and pointed at the gathering crowd, telling them to back off in English, but using my tone and stance to convey what the language barrier would not. They got the point and quieted down, content to watch the circus. I knelt down next to Brett. What's he saying? Nothing. He was hired to drive Lucas. He dropped him off next to the city center mall. Nothing we don't already know. I leaned in close. Crank his arm. Brett did so, and the man shrieked. Listen to me, I said. The man you carried is going to kill someone. I'm trying to prevent it. If you don't want to help, you'll die as well. What was his plan? The man moaned, his eyes rolling, and I could tell he was making connections he hadn't before. He'd done something more than just drive for Lucas, and he was now realizing it might be bad. He said, I don't know about any plan. He said he was a businessman, here on business. All I did was drive him from the airport. I don't know about any plan. Where is he staying? Where were you going to take him? To the mall, I swear. He told me to take him to the mall, that's it. Lying through his teeth, I jerked his collar tight, cutting into his throat. Tell me more than that, you asshole. You didn't pick him up as a cab fare, and he didn't have you meet him at the airport to take him to the mall. Where was he going? The man's eyes flicked wildly left and right, and he shouted in broken Arabic to the crowd around us. They began to react, closing in. I jerked his lapel again and felt something cut into my hand. His name tag, from the Four Seasons Hotel. I shook him hard and said, Is he going to the Four Seasons? Is that it? He moaned again and nodded. He's trying to get special favors from the American delegation there, for his business. I'm not supposed to say anything. Don't tell him I told you. He owes me money. I stood up, telling Brett to release him. When I turned around, we faced a hostile crowd, angry at the way we treated the man. I ignored them and continued to work the problem. Knuckles, call Kurt and find out what you can about the Four Seasons Hotel and the peace conference. See who's staying there. Jennifer, back the SUV right up to the door we entered. Knuckles acknowledged, and Jennifer said, I'm already there. What's up? The mob had gotten tight around us, allowing the driver to flee out the back of the bird souk. Two men closed on Brett and began shouting inside his personal space. We'll be coming out hot. Keep the engine revving. Brett pushed one back, and the other threw a pathetic roundhouse. Brett dropped him with a straight punch, and the throng went wild. I wasted no time trying to reason with any of them, even though most were still doing nothing but yelling. I hooked the legs of the nearest guy and jerked him to the ground, then popped the man behind him in the mouth, causing him to crumble. My intent was to open a path, not hurt anyone. Someone grabbed my shoulder from the front, and I clamped my hand over his, trapping it. I leaned forward, rotated down and away, and heard the wrist break. The guy screamed and dropped. Someone flew into the wall to my right, his head snapping back and making contact with the stone. He fell like a sack of wheat, and I saw Brett running back the way we had come. I took off after him, thinking of the old proverb about running from a grizzly. I don't have to be faster than the bear, just faster than you. Brett apparently knew the proverb as well, running like a scalded cheetah and leaving me to the crowd. Luckily, while there was no way I could catch him, I could certainly outrun a bunch of wheezing souk stall owners. I jumped into the back of our SUV seconds after Brett. I glared at him and said, "Jennifer, get the hell out of here." She hit the gas, driving to Brett's vehicle on the far side of the parking lot. I turned to Knuckles. "What did you find out from Kurt?" "Nothing good. I vector decoy, but we're probably already too late." "What?" "The Four Seasons is where the entire quartet is staying for the Peace Summit. Lucas is at Ground Zero."
Chapter 78. Lucas saw the line snaking out the door to the Four Seasons before he even began walking up the drive. The security had become extremely tight, with everyone waiting until each piece of luggage was checked and they themselves had been wanded by a security guard. It would have been more efficient to have two lines, one for people checking in and one for people already staying. But apparently that idea hadn't occurred to the management. He took his place at the end and slowly shuffled forward. He glanced at his watch, knowing the two CIA escorts would be here at any time. Just as he reached the front and handed his backpack over, he saw a Westerner exit the hotel and speak in the ear of one of the security personnel. After that, he positioned himself at the head of the circle in front of the hotel. He's going to meet the couriers to get them past security. A horrendous thought crossed his mind. What if they bypass the check-in? He takes them straight to their room. The plan would fail. They had to check in. The security guard snapped him out of his thoughts by poking him in the shoulder. "Sir, raise your arms and spread your legs." He did so, watching the Westerner as the wand ran up and down his body. A minute later, he was told he could enter the hotel. He walked into the lobby and took a left toward the reception counter, glancing over his shoulder to the security at the door, trying to see the courier's car pull up. What he saw instead caused him to freeze. The Caucasian from the airplane was now in the security line, patiently waiting to enter the hotel. Jesus, how the hell did he know where to find me? Options were flitting through his head when the receptionist said, "Sir? Sir, can I help you?" Yeah, I'm checking in." He handed her his passport and turned to the right while she tapped on the computer. There, situated at chest height, was his vase. A large, expensive-looking vessel containing real, fresh flowers. The positioning was perfect. The men would leave their baggage on the ground below the countertop, where the marble would protect it, while their upper bodies would be shredded. Provided they checked in at all. He glanced back out the door and was shocked again to see the two CIA men coming through the lobby, led by the escort out front, bypassing the security line. Jesus Christ. If they checked in now, he'd be in the blast radius. They did so, marching right up to the counter. The lady helping him asked something else, but he wasn't listening. He saw one of the couriers pull out his passport and hastily said, "Where's the bathroom? I have to go." "Sir, sign here and you can use the restroom in your room." The clerk helping the CIA man took the first passport in her hand. Dropping the subterfuge, Lucas snatched his key without signing and fled across the lobby to the far side. He reached the concierge desk, ignoring the stairs and watching the receptionist desk. The clerk opened the passport, and nothing happened for a split second. Then a violent explosion erupted from the vase. The embedded ball bearings came searing out in a radial arc, decapitating both CIA men and the escort with them. The bodies toppled over, one on top of the other. The receptionist helping the CIA men had fallen behind the counter. Lucas had no idea of her status. The one who had helped him was shredded from the pottery shards of the backblast and was shrieking. The orange-covered briefcase was in pristine condition, still standing next to the fallen men. Lucas ran to the site of the blast as if to aid the downed men. When he crossed back through the lobby, he saw the unknown from the plane fighting his way through security and staring right at Lucas. Lucas had planned on simply taking the case to his room, using the confusion of the blast to cloak his activities. He'd been in many such situations and knew that the initial response was always fractured, and nobody would question him walking away with the bag. They'd all be either catatonic because of the attack or rendering first aid to the fallen. Now, though, there was one man who was neither, and was slicing his way through the crowds like wind through a dandelion. Need to get out of here, into the city, then back to the airport. Lucas snatched the handle of the dip pouch container and took off running, away from the elevators and toward the stairs at the back of the hotel.
Chapter 79. We were at the roundabout a block from the hotel, within striking distance of ending this whole thing, when Decoy called. "Explosive device just went off inside the lobby. I'm working my way through the usual hysteria and some tight-ass security. I'll give you a call when I get inside." "Damn it, that son of a bitch." "How bad? How many dead?" "I can't see shit. I'm still outside the security barrier, and the place is definitely turned into—" I heard nothing but shouting through the line. "Decoy, you still there?" "I got Lucas. I can see him. I can see him through the door. Get the fuck out of my way. He's got the case and he's moving to the back of the hotel." I heard muffled cursing and the shuffling of bodies, then what sounded like someone slapping leather. Decoy came back on, a little out of breath. "He's going out the back. I can't get to him. Too much bullshit panic going on. There's a bunch of Barney Fife security guys, and I can't be sure someone doesn't have a gun. I can keep pushing, but I might get myself killed." "We'll track him. Take your time and get inside. Give me an assessment of the damage. I need to know who he killed. What he's done to the Peace Summit." I looked at the map. The Four Seasons was right up against the ocean. If Lucas headed out the back, he was pinned in. He could go either north or south, running parallel to the coast, but unless he started swimming, that was it. North led to the diplomatic area, which meant security. South led to the Sheraton Resort, and beyond that, the Corniche Promenade. He's going south. I called Brett behind us. "Stop where you are and dismount. Lucas is probably on the grounds of the Sheraton by now. We're at the Trade Center roundabout. Jennifer's going to let Knuckles and me off here. You take the south end of the resort. Get into the park. We'll box him in." "What do you want me to do if I find him?" "Just get eyes on and call. We'll get to you for the takedown. But if he starts heading into the city before we can close, he's your target. Keep him on the coast. If he gets across the Corniche Road, we'll never find him again."
Lucas sprinted down the circular steps to the restaurant below, then plowed through the throng that had gathered, all staring at one another as if their neighbor could explain the explosion, the women holding their hands to their mouths. He reached the back door and burst out of it like a horse at the Preakness. He ran flat out for about a minute, then slowed when he realized he was not being chased. He thought about his options. First and foremost, he needed to get into the city. He'd seen the Caucasian at the front door, but not the black man. There was at least one unaccounted for on the loose, which meant there were probably more. He racked his brain, trying to remember who else had been in first class with him. It was unlikely the men had forces already on the ground, so whoever was after him would have either been on the same plane or flying in behind him. It had only been about 30 minutes since he left the airport, so that left the plane he was on, at least for now. Removing the couriers and taking into account the two men he knew were after him, he could come up with 4 other men. Say just one at the front door right now, that leaves 5 on the loose. 5. And he could recognize only one. But they would have to cover both avenues of escape, so he was facing 3 at most. Which way? North was the quickest route back into the city. If he went fast, he could probably beat whatever box they were setting up. But it was also the diplomatic quarter. He had no idea who the men chasing him were and didn't know if they had contacts with other government agencies. He didn't want to risk the proximity of the various embassies within the quarter, all stuffed with security. South was longer, but he could get inside the Sheraton Resort and really move out. He ripped the tangerine fabric off the briefcase, stuffed it in a trash can, and began jogging along the water toward the huge pyramid of the Sheraton Hotel. He entered the gardens surrounding the pool and hugged the shoreline, acting as if he were a guest. He saw nothing out of the ordinary, no men speaking into their sleeves, moving rapidly, or other telltale signs. He reached the far side of the garden and was faced with a man-made lagoon. It had a single footpath extending out into the bay before rejoining the shore farther south at the base of the Sheraton Park. It was a barren kill zone. If he got on it, they could block both ends, and he'd be done. His other option was to enter the hotel proper, something he didn't want to do. He had no idea if the Four Seasons and the Sheraton maintained communication with each other, and didn't want to enter another security zone. No choice. Before opening the door, he put his hand to the window to cut the glare peeking inside. The hallway was packed with people streaming out of a ballroom. He caught a commotion deep in the interior. He placed his other hand next to his head and saw Pike Logan barreling toward him, knocking people out of the way like 1,000 pounds of bull ripping loose in a rodeo. He snapped his head back. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is he doing here? Without thought, he leapt onto the walkway for the artificial lagoon and started sprinting like his life depended on it. And he now knew it did.
Chapter 80. I ran through the lobby of the Sheraton, looking for the quickest route to the back door. Some sort of convention had just taken a break, and a steady stream of people was flowing out from the main ballrooms, clogging up the hallway. Knuckles took a right and shouted, "This way!" I saw the pool area ahead and fought to keep up, pushing people out of the way. "Head to the gardens by the pool. We'll sweep toward Brett in the south." We exited, and I took a quick glance around, seeing an expansive landscaped area with multiple paths meandering through it. Jesus, he could hide anywhere in here. Knuckles took the first path he saw and started moving at a light jog, peering into the bushes. I stopped at a map on a bulletin board. The quickest way around the hotel and into the city was the south, but that had a choke point of a lagoon. He'd have to go across a causeway with no cover, something Lucas wouldn't do unless he was driven to it. No, he's in here. I looked at the map again and saw that the lagoon path ran right into a parking lot next to the tennis courts at the north end of the park. From there, it was a straight shot to the Corniche Road. It was too big a risk. "Knuckles, I'm headed to the lagoon for a quick look. Brett, what's your status?" "I'm in the park to the south of the lagoon moving north." "Close in quickly. He hasn't had that much time. And if he's across the lagoon, we're about to lose him." I broke out of the landscaping on the south side of the hotel, seeing the expanse of the artificial lagoon. I traced the pathway around it, focusing on every human I saw. Most were couples. None were running. I saw a threesome of 2 men and a woman at the apex of the path, right before it began to curve back to shore. One of the men was carrying a brushed aluminum briefcase.
Lucas had stopped running as soon as he realized it was drawing attention from everyone else on the path. It would be a beacon attracting Pike when he got outside. He sidled up to a couple slowly walking down the promenade. When they stopped, he stopped. Eventually, the man glared at him, pulling his wife and walking at a faster pace. Lucas began walking again, a little farther back, but still close enough to irritate the man. Lucas glanced back and saw Pike at the edge of the lagoon. "Keep cool. He's not running. He hasn't seen you." He turned his head around and walked right into the man, who'd stopped walking and now stood with legs spread, hands on his hips. The man said something in French and poked Lucas in the shoulder. Lucas said, "Hey, look, I don't want any trouble. Sorry. Please move out of the way." Speaking with a heavy accent, the man said, "Why don't you just stay here? Wait 5 minutes before you start following us again." Lucas looked back and saw Pike had now stepped onto the walkway, coming toward him and talking into a cell phone. "Shit. I'm going to get boxed." Without a word, he punched the man hard in the stomach. When he bent over in pain, Lucas whipped the briefcase into his face, dropping him like a stone. The woman screamed, and Lucas hooked her legs, getting her off balance, then shoved her hard in the shoulder, throwing her into the lagoon. Her splash caused several people to orient on the scuffle. 2 came running toward him from the direction of the hotel. Right behind them was Pike, now sprinting and no longer talking on the phone. Lucas took off as well, scanning the far side of the lagoon for other men, knowing they were coming. He needed to beat them to shore, or he was done. He had 50 meters to go when he saw rapid movement deep in the park. It was the black man, coming on strong but not yet seeing Lucas. He was running on the edge of the park without orienting on the lagoon path. Lucas redoubled his efforts, leapt off the path to the shore, and began sprinting to the tennis courts and the parking lot beyond. He saw salvation, a mere 100 yards away. A taxi, with its on-duty light illuminated.
"Brett, he's on the lagoon path. Get your ass north." Before I even put the phone down, I saw Lucas punch the man he was with, then toss the woman into the lagoon. What the hell? At first, I thought Lucas had help, and was glad to see the violence. I took off after him, rounding the apex and ignoring the pleas of the female treading water. I saw him reach the shore and head to the road running parallel to the tennis courts. He was getting closer to making it into the city, but I was confident we'd catch him, especially with Brett's speed. Lucas left the road, running across a primarily empty parking lot. I followed his line of march and saw his intent. "Brett, he's heading for a taxi. Get on him. Don't let him reach it." I saw Brett round the corner to the tennis court road and knew he wasn't going to catch Lucas in time. "Jennifer, what's your location? Come south to the tennis courts, block in Lucas." I got no response and kept running, now on the tennis road myself. I was 30 meters behind Brett and 70 behind Lucas. He ripped open the back door of the taxi and threw in the briefcase. I saw the door close, and the cab began to roll. It circled around, getting onto the tennis court road, and freedom. I stopped running, disgusted. We'd need a miracle to catch him now. "Jennifer, what's your status?" "He's in a cab about to head north on the Corniche Road. I need eyes on." I received no response. Instead, an SUV jumped the curb from the Corniche Road. It raced across the grass, chewing up the perfectly coiffed landscaping, and exploded into the parking lot, reaching a speed of 40 miles an hour. It veered right at the cab, honing in like a laser-guided missile. The cab swerved left to avoid an impact, to no avail. The SUV collided head-on into the rear passenger door, both vehicles grinding to a stop. Through the rising smoke, I saw Lucas crawl out the far side and drop to the ground. He rose unsteadily, grabbed the briefcase, and began jogging across the parking lot. The SUV door opened, and Jennifer sprang out, moving much faster. She leapt across the hood of the cab, closed the gap to Lucas, and threw herself into his body, hitting him in the backs of his thighs, and bringing him to the ground. Sprinting as fast as I could, I saw Jennifer wrap her legs around his waist, and her arms around his neck in a submission hold. I saw Lucas's arms swinging wildly at the demon on his back,
to no avail. Brett reached them first, and I heard him shouting something. He then began to pull Jennifer's arms away from Lucas's neck. I was close enough to see that Lucas was already unconscious, his tongue lolling to the side, eyes half open, and still Jennifer torqued her arms back, bending his neck farther and farther. Brett shouted again, and I realized what was happening. Jesus, she's trying to kill him. Chapter 81. The doorknob to the conference room rattled, and we all snapped our heads toward it. Blaine Alexander entered and went from face to face until he saw me. He wants to talk to you. Me? What the hell for? Don't know, and you don't have to do it. I thought for a minute, about the costs and the rewards. Would it help with the interrogation? Yeah. We give him something, now he has to give back. He knows a ton about Hezbollah operations, but he's playing coy. We'll get it out of him eventually, but this would make it easier. So far, it's his only demand. I looked at Jennifer. She said, I don't think you should do it. It's not worth the price. It'll eat you alive, and you might not be able to hold back. I'm okay with that. I won't kill him. I'm just not sure I want to hear what that fuck's got to say. Blaine said, I'll be there as well. I'll make sure Pike stays cool. You don't want to go. I'll take your place, Brett said. Give Mr. Kane a little love. Which was a damn sight different from what he was spouting in the SUV headed back to Al Udeid Air Base. Decoy had rolled into the parking lot as Brett and I were wrestling Jennifer off of Lucas. He'd monitored the radio transmissions and had abandoned the bomb damage assessment to help us apprehend him. Jennifer had fought like a wildcat, but eventually given up. We'd thrown Lucas's ragdoll body into the back and hauled ass out of there. I called Blaine, giving him the situation as I knew it, and telling him we had the diamonds and Lucas. After I'd hung up, I'd given Jennifer a questioning look. Her wild eyes were gone, now filled with what looked like shame. I said, What was that? I don't know. I didn't want you to get near him, to be forced to kill him. I was afraid of what it would do to you. So you were going to kill him? From the driver's seat, Knuckles said, It's not too late. Brett in the back, watching Lucas, said, Nobody's going to kill him. Not with me in the vehicle. It's not what we do. Knuckles said, He's a DOA target. Doesn't matter. It sure as shit does matter. It's dead or alive. We've got him alive, and that's how he's going to stay. Knuckles looked at me, and I said, Let it go. Blaine had managed to set up a no-search entrance onto Al Udeid Air Base, using a back gate. From there, we'd taken over a segment of the CIA station on the airfield, and were now locked in a conference room until we could fly out. The first thing we'd learned was that the two State Department couriers were actually CIA operatives from Brett's old organization, the Special Activities Division, which had caused him to have a change of heart on the whole DOA thing. Blaine said, Nobody's going to give Mr. Kane any love. He's a detained asset like any other. Get your emotions out of it. He looked at me. Can you do that? Yeah, I can do it. Jennifer reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Don't talk about your family. Don't go there. I gave her what I hoped was a look of reassurance and left the room with Blaine. To keep my mind off of who I was facing, I asked him where we stood. So far, not too bad. The bombing at the Four Seasons has pretty much consumed the entire police force here. We fed them the porter, and he's now in custody. Odds are he doesn't know anything, but he makes a pretty good scapegoat since he worked at the hotel. What about the chase and the wrecked vehicles? Well, luckily you were smart enough to rent them with Knuckles' ID. That thing's been no good since Beirut anyway. We'll pay for the damage through a cutout the ID's tagged to and burn that company as well. It's a hole. But given the mess going on with the bombing and the peace conference, a hit and run isn't going to get a lot of police attention. I'll be here playing cleanup for a while, but I think we'll be good. The key is getting your party out of here and on U.S. soil. The sooner the better. When's that? The bird I came in on is gassed up and ready to go. The trick is working it into the flow without drawing attention. CIA has 2 aircraft leaving in a couple of hours to Iraq. We'll insert into their package to confuse the issue, using false tail numbers until we get to Germany. We reached a single steel door at the end of the hallway. Blaine said, "You sure about this?" "Yeah. Let's get it over with." He swung open the door, and I saw the back of a man sitting in a single chair. No other furniture in the room. No pictures on the walls, no windows. The room illuminated with harsh overhead fluorescent lights. The only thing in view besides the man was a digital video camera on a tripod to his front. I circled and saw they had Lucas flex-tied tightly to the chair. Each wrist and ankle cuffed to the metal arms and legs with a thick plastic zip tie. The chair itself was bolted down. "Looks like we've learned a lesson." Lucas saw me and said, "Well, well, Marshal Dillon finally gets his man." "What do you want?" "Just to talk. That's it. I've missed talking to someone who knows what it's like, but I want to talk alone. That was the deal. No cameras and nobody else in the room." Blaine said, "Tough shit. Here's Pike, you have 5 minutes." I said, "I'm good with it. I'm okay, I can do this." Chapter 82. Blaine gave me a hard look, trying to determine if I was a loose cannon or not. I nodded, and he grudgingly left the room. I turned off the camera. "Okay, Lucas, here we are. Say whatever it is you have to say." "Come on, Pike. Don't give me any sanctimonious bullshit. You and I are the same. 3 years ago, it was almost you in this chair. 3 years ago, you murdered people all over the country trying to get to me. We are not the same." "So what? You kill people all the time. You just think it's because of some bullshit patriotic reason. I used to be the same way. When I got out of the Navy, I hated the private sector. But after a while, I saw it wasn't any different. I say I'm doing it for money, you tell yourself you're doing it for the country. In the end, we both do it because we like it." I felt the first tickle of anger. Bullshit. I don't run around murdering people. He laughed. "Because the government doesn't call it murder? Killing's killing." I decided to knock him back. "Why'd you murder the senator's wife?" It worked. He grew quiet, then said, "You've been busy." "Why?" "Someone had a vote coming up, and the senator wasn't playing ball. I got in, and he retired, simple as that." "What about the military contractor, Tim?" "How'd you know about him? Where's this information coming from?" "Answer the question." "He was competing for a contract with an overseas company. He had the edge as a U.S. firm. Getting rid of him made the overseas company a sole source bid." "And the woman and child that were with him?" "Don't go there. Stop right now. I'd promised myself I wouldn't bring up their deaths, and I'd walked right down the road to this point like I'd been hypnotized. They were just collateral damage. I didn't want to kill them, but they walked right into the middle of the operation. I had to make it look like something crazy had happened." "Collateral damage? You fucking murdered 2 people and call it collateral damage?" He scoffed. "Come on, Pike. You never called in an airstrike on a target and had women and kids inside staying with the terrorist? It's the same damn thing." The rage started to grow, the blackness spreading. My hands began to shake. Back off, go somewhere else. Who broke your nose? I'd like to shake that guy's hands, you piece of shit. He looked confused. Jennifer broke my nose right after... What the hell is he talking about? Right after what? He gave me a smug smile. She didn't tell you. I guess maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're not the same. At least in the bedroom. His words sank in, and a part of me was ripped out by the roots. I felt nauseated and dizzy, my vision tunneling into a tube. I leaned against the wall, afraid I was going to black out. I squatted down, breathing deeply. Feeling past, and a coldness began to seep into my body, like water from the bottom of the ocean. It spread throughout, driving out the rage, driving out the blackness. I felt nothing at all. And in that moment, I knew what it was like to be Lucas Kane. I rose slowly, and he sensed something was wrong, recognizing how mistaken he had been before. We hadn't been alike at all. Until now. I went to the steel door and flipped the bolt lock. I pulled out my Spyderco knife. I needed to free him from his bonds, but it could only do one arm at a time. So I had to make sure he couldn't attack while I freed the other. I reached around him and sliced his right bicep at the juncture where it joined his humerus, the serrated blade going down until I'd severed the tendons. He screamed and thrashed, then began yelling, "What the fuck are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Think of the intelligence I have, the help I can give." I said, "You're wrong about me. I'm not like you." I cut the cuff of the arm I'd just damaged, then the cuff to his right ankle. I'm no murderer. I bent down and cut the left ankle cuff. I heard Blaine pounding on the door outside. I ignored it and cut the cuff on his remaining good arm. I looked into his eyes. But I am a killer. I tossed the knife onto the floor in front of him, stood to the side. I wish I could make this painless, but it's got to look like something crazy happened here, like you escaped and attacked me. He said, "Are you fucking nuts? I'm not going to fight you. You just destroyed my arm. I'll wait until they break that door down." I swung a vicious right hook and snapped his head back. "Then I guess you're going to die like a fucking weasel in that chair. Go for the knife. It's the last chance the U.S. government is going to give you." He twisted his head until he could see me. "Why, man? I can help the United States. I have more operational data in my head than you'll ever get. I penetrated Hezbollah. Come on, Jennifer's just a piece of ass. Ask the man outside the door. She's not worth the damage you're going to do to United States security." I smiled with a little warmth. I now knew I was going to enjoy this. She's worth all I have to give. And for you, that's going to be considerable. He said nothing. I flipped Heather's driver's license onto his lap. "You never made the connection to the name, did you?" He recognized the license, confusion in his eyes, wondering how I'd found it, wondering where this was going. When he focused on the last name, his eyes narrowed to slits, and I knew I'd won. Knew he would realize nothing remained but to fight. He dove out of the chair toward the knife. I waited a half-second until he got his good hand on it. Then I went to work.
Chapter 83. Looking expectantly around the room, Kurt waited for another question, but none came. Well, this was a hell of a lot easier than I thought it would be. Given the chaotic actions in Doha, including his unilateral order to launch a task force team, every single member of the Oversight Council had come to hear the briefing, but none had blistered him like he thought would occur. He turned to President Warren and said, "Sir, subject to anything you have, this concludes the briefing." "Nope," President Warren said. "That's it. Thanks for coming by. I'd blocked out 2 hours for this, but looks like we're done." The room broke into a low buzz, and Kurt turned to pack his attaché case. The president leaned in and said, "I'd like to see you for a minute." Kurt nodded, thinking, "Great. Knew it was too easy." Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, began speaking to the president, and Kurt followed them both out of the room. They exited the old Executive Office building and entered the West Wing of the White House. In short order, they reached the Oval Office. The president looked at his watch, then cut off the conversation. He motioned to Kurt, and all three began to enter the Oval Office. Before Kurt reached the door, he heard the president say, "Alex, I'd like to see Kurt in private, if that's okay." Palmer looked peeved, but said nothing. Kurt wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. What the hell is this all about? The president took a seat behind his desk and got right to the point. "So Lucas escaped and attacked Pike, huh?" "Yes, sir." "This would be what, his third time to get out of task force control? This time inside a facility full of task force operators? You saying your boys are too stupid to learn from previous mistakes? Where's this going? How come he didn't dig into this in front of the council?" "No, sir." "Doesn't sound like the Lucas Kane you've been briefing. You said he'd sell his mother for money and did nothing on emotion. Why would he attack Pike instead of trying to simply get free?" "I think we misread him. Pike was in the room with him. Apparently he knew he was done and wanted a little payback." "So now he escaped in front of Pike? Is that what you're saying?" "I don't have a complete report yet." The president let that hang in the air for a moment, then said, "A little birdie told me his restraints had been cut." "Uh-oh. That little birdie's full of shit." President Warren broke into a grin. "Come on, nobody cares. You guys saved the day. Pike's a damn hero. The director of the CIA is happy Lucas got smoked because of the men he lost from SAD. And the Secretary of State is jumping for joy because the peace process was saved. I'm jumping for joy because the peace process was saved. Shit, nobody batted an eye that you launched an entire task force team without even informing the council. You could have told us you'd had Lucas drawn and quartered on the square." Kurt inwardly sighed, relieved. He just wants some inside skinny. Too bad I can't give it to him. "Sir, I can't alter what happened. Lucas went crazy. He could have possibly escaped, but he chose to attack Pike. He went down hard. His choice." "So I heard in the briefing. I thought Pike was better trained than that. What happened to all that kung fu martial arts shit? He couldn't subdue him? He had to beat him to death with his bare hands?" "Lucas got some licks in. Hit Pike with a knife. He was just defending himself." The president grinned again and turned his chair to the window. "Convenient that Pike was the one to kill him." Kurt felt the edge return. Surely he doesn't know about Pike's family. If he did, the president would know he'd been lying outright. "Why?" "Nothing.
just that Lucas tried to kill him and Jennifer 3 years ago, and now he ends up dying at Pike's hands. All neat and tied up in a bow. But if that's what happened, that's what happened, right? That's what my after-action report will read. The president spun back around. All right, I'll live with it. But when I'm out of this office, we're going for some beers. Kurt said, Yes, sir. President Warren waited for something more. When none came, he sighed and said, What about the 2 terrorists we have? You think we'll get anything out of them for future operations? Relieved to be away from the death of Lucas, Kurt said, Hamid, the guy we got in the apartment in Dubai, is a nobody. He was helping the Ghost out of friendship. No other terrorism connections. We're going to turn him loose after making sure we're right. Run him through Gitmo, then repatriate him. And the Ghost? I don't know. He's not a global jihadist. He's just a nationalist for the Palestinian cause. He's not one of those guys frothing at the mouth about Muslims taking it to the capitalist pigs. He doesn't know much about any global movements. But he's one deadly dude. Pike's got an idea, though. What's that? I'm not sure I should tell you so soon. It's just an idea at this stage. Ever hear of the Selous Scouts? No. It was a special forces unit in the Rhodesian Civil War. The government used turned terrorists to infiltrate the insurgency movements. Teamed with special forces operators, it was extremely effective, with damage that far outweighed its size. President Warren looked incredulous. Yeah, you should have waited on that. Only Pike would like an idea that crazy. Where is he now, by the way? On leave in Charleston, getting some well-deserved rest. Chapter 84. Pike said, The reservation's in my name. Order me a rum and coke. I'll be up as soon as I park. Jennifer said, Here? You can't afford this. I can every once in a while, when it's a special occasion. Jennifer exited the vehicle and entered Hall's Chop House, one of the finest steak houses on the Charleston Peninsula, and the cost on the menu reflected it. Not that she was complaining, because Pike was paying, and the service, food, and atmosphere were well worth the price. Being led to their table on the second floor, she wondered what he'd meant by the comment, special occasion. She'd made it plain that she didn't want to talk about their relationship, and he'd taken that at face value, agreeing immediately, which just raised more suspicion. He's been hinting about the talk for weeks, she thought. She just couldn't do it. She knew if they had the big talk, as Pike called it, she'd have to bring up Lucas and what he had done to her. She cared deeply for Pike and knew she couldn't have a relationship that started out as a lie. He deserved to know, and she was petrified to tell him. She had been soiled by the man who'd taken everything he'd held dear. There's no way he'll look at me the same. No way he wouldn't be revolted in her presence. Even if he pretended, it would be there, she knew. She'd rather remain as a business partner. Half of Pike is better than none, she thought. She felt the sadness coming again. Since they'd returned to Charleston, she'd continually fought the urge to cry, and realized the attack itself wasn't the true punishment. It was the loss of Pike the attack had caused. Because of Lucas, she would never connect with him. Lucas had taken everything from her over nothing more than greed. She wished she could cause him pain even now. Pike seemed to be oblivious to her mood swings.
In fact, he seemed on top of the world. She wondered if that was an act after what he had done to Lucas. If maybe he wasn't covering up the same type of scars she had. She was worried about him. Worried if he would explode from what he had done, letting the pent-up venom out in a rage and causing his downfall. She might not get to have him, but she could still protect him. The waiter came, and she ordered 2 Bacardi Cuba Libres. When he returned, Pike was right behind him. "Got lucky. Open spot on John Street." She smiled and paused for the waiter to leave. "So what's the occasion?" "Nothing big. Just that we made it home alive and in one piece." She said, "Are you really in one piece? I mean, you sure are acting chipper, like every day's your birthday." He grinned, and she saw it was genuine. "Yeah, I'm good. I'm better than good. I feel whole again." She said nothing, reading his eyes to flush the lie. She sensed none, unlike she had in Beirut. No hidden pain. Is he really whole after what I saw in Frankfurt? "Pike, please don't hide it. Don't pretend. I've seen what that's like with you. I'll still be here," she smiled. "I've seen you at your worst. I don't want to see that again." "Jennifer, I mean it. I had a couple of bad nights, but they were all based on Lucas. He tried to convince me we were the same. And I think I was wondering if he wasn't right. But I'm nothing like him." She let that sit for a second, then said, "So killing him had no effect? I'm not poking, it's just that you were pretty adamant in Frankfurt, afraid of the cost." "Yeah, I was. But that's exactly what I mean. I almost killed an innocent man. Lucas would have done it and not lost a wink of sleep. I came close, and it tore me up." He paused, then said, "You ever see the movie The Green Mile?" "Yeah, I think. That movie with Tom Hanks?" "That's the one." Killing Lucas was like releasing the bees in that movie. Remember when John Coffey opened his mouth and all those bees flew out into the bad guy? That's what it felt like to me. All of my hate and anger went straight into Lucas. And it hasn't come back. She said nothing, happy for him and sad for herself. Lucas's demise had made her feel shameful because of the joy it had brought. But it hadn't brought closure. Only telling Pike would do that, and when she did, it would be closure for good between them. He took her hand, surprising her. "Which is why I brought you here tonight. I said I'm whole, but I'm not. There's a piece missing." She felt a panic rise. "You promised," she thought. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips. She didn't move, didn't respond, frozen in place. She felt the urge to run, to stall for time, to prevent this from being the last dinner she had with him. "Pike, I can't do this. Don't make me do this tonight." "I know. Don't worry. I know. That kiss was just a little monkey's blood." She stared blankly at him, the confusion mounting. He said, "I'm not whole, because you're not whole." He placed his other hand over hers and leaned across the table until they were inches apart. She saw the kindness in his eyes and felt the sadness blossom anew at the loss she was about to create. "Pike, I have to tell you something," he said. "Shh. You don't have to tell me anything. I just want you to know I'm here, just like you were for me. No commitments, no big talk until you're ready.
I just want you to know I understand." She felt the tears well up and said, "No, you don't understand." He cut her off. "Jennifer, I didn't kill Lucas because of what he did to my family. I killed him for what he did to you." It took several seconds for the meaning to become clear, then several more for the implications to sink in. "He already knows, and he doesn't care." Pike leaned in farther and kissed her again. This time she hesitatingly returned it. He said,